Muscle Memory by Void and Velvet. Chapter 1. Everything I Know About Winning. The fellowship mixer begins at 7. Ev arrives at 6:53. Not because he is anxious, he has made a careful study of the difference between anxiety and preparation, and he knows which one he is practicing, but because the room is more legible empty. He does a slow circuit of the Hartwell reception hall with a glass of wine. He has no intention of finishing, cataloging the furniture arrangement, the sight lines, the acoustic dead zones, the particular quality of light that the long east-facing windows throw across the parquet floor in the half hour before sunset. The catering staff have arranged the crudité in a sunburst. Someone has put out name tags. He takes one and writes Ev in his precise, unhurried hand and affixes it to the lapel of his jacket, and then stands very still for a moment in front of the window with the low gold light on his face and the city falling away behind the glass. He has been waiting for this room for 3 years. The Hartwell Fellowship is, by any metric, the most competitive graduate distinction in his department, perhaps in the university, though Ev is careful not to make claims he cannot support. 5 candidates per year, 1 awarded, full funding for 2 years of independent research, a visiting position at the Institute, access to a network that opens doors that were not, technically, ever supposed to be open. Ev has been positioning himself for this for the better part of a decade. The publications, the conference papers, the careful cultivation of relationships with people on the committee, the deliberate construction of a record so thorough and so precise that whoever reads it will feel, before they have met him, that they already know exactly what he is. What he is, he has decided, is exceptional. He allows himself this without vanity. Vanity is imprecise. Ev is precise. The guests begin arriving at 3 minutes past 7. He positions himself near the center of the room, neither too accessible nor too removed, and watches the door. He knows their names before they arrive. He has read their applications. This is not against the rules. The fellowship shortlists are distributed to all candidates as a professional courtesy, but most people treat them as a formality, a list of strangers to be gradually humanized over the course of the competition. Ev has treated them as a briefing document. He knows that Imogen Claros completed her undergraduate at LSE and is working on post-colonial legal theory, that Jerome Adeyemi has already published 2 peer-reviewed articles and is, by any objective measure, Ev's most credible competition, that the others are strong but not exceptional, which is a distinction that matters here. He knows the committee members' publication histories, their theoretical allegiances, the questions they return to in their own work. He knows that Dr. Varga, who chairs the committee, values intellectual rigor over intellectual performance, which are not, despite appearances, the same thing. He is prepared accordingly. What he is not prepared for, what he cannot prepare for, because it falls outside the data he has assembled, is the feeling that comes over him in the first 40 minutes of the mixer, which is not satisfaction at the confirmation of his predictions, though his predictions are largely correct, but a kind of fine-grained loneliness that he recognizes distantly as familiar. He circulates. He converses. He is charming in the way that he has always been charming. Not warmly, exactly, but with a precision that people mistake for warmth, a quality of attention that makes whoever he is speaking to feel briefly, usefully seen. He shakes hands with Jerome Adeyemi and thinks, yes, sharper than his CV suggests, and with Imogen Claros and thinks, less confident in person, and he moves through the room with the practiced ease of someone who has mapped it in advance and does not need to feel his way. He has not been touched, casually, warmly, without agenda, in longer than he intends to count. He counts anyway, sometimes in the particular arithmetic of late nights. Not touch in the abstract. He is not a man who catalogues missed physical encounters with any drama, but the specific kind. The hand on the back, the arm around the shoulder, the small, unremarkable warmth of proximity that happens between people who are not performing anything, who are simply glad to be near each other. He knows what this feels like in the abstract. He is less clear on when he last experienced it without it costing something. He finishes a conversation with a junior committee member about hermeneutics and puts his wine glass down on a passing tray and does a second slow circuit of the room. He is midway through a mental accounting of the evening. Who to speak to next, what angle to take, how long to stay before the departure looks considered rather than abrupt, when Dr. Varga appears at his elbow. Mr. Solís. She is small, precisely assembled, with the particular bearing of someone who decided decades ago exactly how much of herself she was going to give to any room and has never reconsidered. Her accent is faint, Hungarian, softened by 30 years of Australian vowels, and her eyes are the particular pale gray of someone who has seen every version of every conversation she is currently having. I was hoping to catch you before the formal introductions. Dr. Varga. He turns to face her fully, which she has told him, in her way, without saying it, is the correct response. I'm glad you did. Your conference paper was circulated to the committee last week. She takes a measured sip of her sparkling water. The response was what you would expect. I'd hope for favorable. Mostly. The corner of her mouth does something minimal and specific. I have a concern about the methodology in the second section that I'd like to discuss with you at length when we have the opportunity. Not tonight. She pauses. But you should know it's there. I'd welcome it, he says, and means it because the ability to receive critique without flinching is one of the things he has spent years cultivating, and because Dr. Varga's criticism, when it comes, is always worth having. She nods, once, with the particular economy of a woman who does not waste motion. Enjoy the evening, Mr. Solís. It will be a competitive few weeks. She moves away, into the room. He watches her go and allows himself, briefly, the particular satisfaction of confirmation. She came to him. That means something. That means the position he has built is real, is legible, is understood by the person it most needs to be legible to. He is, by any reasonable measure, exactly where he is supposed to be. He turns back to the room, and that is when he hears it, across the noise and the clink of glasses and the ambient murmur of academic small talk. A laugh. Not a performative laugh. Not the kind that happens at parties, because parties require them. A real one. Sudden, full, slightly too loud for the room, with a brightness to it that catches against the ambient sound the way a window catches light. He looks, without deciding to, toward the source. A man in a green coat. Not a formal green. Not the green of professional restraint, but a deep, saturated femme-cut wool that does something architectural to his shoulders, that says I wore this on purpose, that says I know exactly what this looks like. He is standing with a small group near the far end of the room, and he is laughing at something that no one else in the group appears to find particularly funny. And the laugh is so unguarded, so genuinely delighted, that it creates a small island of warmth in the ambient professionalism of the room. Ev looks at him for one moment. Then he looks away. He picks up a new glass of wine from a passing tray and returns, with deliberate precision, to the business of the evening. He does not look twice. He looks twice. The man is still laughing. He has a small stud in his left nostril that catches the light when he turns, and dark hair with something warm in it at the ends, and he is gesturing with his hands as he speaks. Wide, expressive gestures that seem to require the full range of his body's cooperation. And then he says something that makes the people beside him laugh too, and the pleasure on his face at this, at the shared laugh, is so immediate and unmanaged that Ev feels something in his chest do a thing he cannot. Immediately categorize. He does not know this man's name. He looks away. He stays away. He thinks that is not relevant. He thinks focus. He thinks you are here for one reason. He finishes the circuit. He speaks to 3 more people. He makes all the right impressions in all the right places. And by 9 o'clock, he has the shape of the evening mapped and the relevant conversations completed, and there is nothing left to accomplish here that will not accomplish itself better with rest and distance. He finds his coat. He steps into the corridor. He does not look for the green coat again. He is almost certain he has not been looking for it all evening. He walks home through streets that have gone blue-gray, with the early autumn dark, his hands in his pockets, his breathing even, his mind already moving ahead to tomorrow's preparation, to the methodology concerned Dr. Varga has planted like a seed in the margin of his certainty, to the particular geometry of the weeks ahead and how to move through them correctly. He does not think about the laugh. He is almost certain he does not think about it. He lets himself into his flat, sets his keys precisely on the hook by the door, fills a glass of water, sits down at his desk. The city is quiet outside the window. His books are exactly where he left them. He presses his thumbnail to the inside of his wrist, a small private habit with no name and no explanation, and sits for a moment in the particular silence of a man who has, by every available measure, exactly the life he chose. He does not feel lonely. He is careful not to notice whether he feels lonely. He opens his laptop. He begins to work. Chapter 2. The Cost of Admission. The morning of the first formal fellowship introduction, Soren irons his shirt twice. This is not, he will tell Tibby later, because he is nervous. It is because the first pass left a crease in the wrong direction, and the second pass was simply corrective, and the fact that his hands were not entirely steady during either pass is unrelated. And can we please talk about something else? Tibby, who is sitting on the kitchen counter eating cereal directly from a box, says, "You've been in the bathroom for 40 minutes. I was showering. For 40 minutes. I condition my hair." Soren. Tibby sets the box down and looks at him with the specific, fond exasperation of someone who has known him through 3 addresses and 1 major life restructuring. He is 27, Italian-Hungarian, and constitutionally incapable of a quiet feeling. Everything he experiences is italicized. "You are nervous." "I'm prepared." "You ironed your shirt twice." "I heard the iron." Soren sets the iron down with more precision than the action requires. He looks at himself in the small mirror above the hallway table. The shirt, which is a pale cream linen that works with the rose copper fading out of the ends of his hair, the wide-leg trousers in a dark tobacco brown, the heel boots he polished last night, which he chose on purpose, which he's going to wear without apology into the most prestigious fellowship competition his department offers. Because he is done apologizing for the shape of himself, has been done with it for nearly 2 years now, and is getting better at believing it. He thinks like himself. This used to be a more complicated sentence. "I need this to go right," he says, and the honesty of it surprises him slightly, the way real things do when they come out. He looks at his hands, not at Tibby. "Not just for the CV. I need the room to see me. The actual me. And I need it to be okay." Tibby is quiet for a moment, which is not his natural state, and therefore carries weight. Then he says, in his most unironic register, which is also his gentlest, "It's going to be okay." "You don't know that." "No, but I know you." He hops off the counter and crosses the small kitchen and puts both hands on Soren's shoulders, looking at him with the full directness of someone who has no interest in softening what is also clearly a true thing. "And I know that the version of you standing in this kitchen in those boots is the realest version you've ever brought into a room. So," he squeezes once. "Let them look." Soren breathes. "You're occasionally unbearable," he says. "Only when I'm right." Tibby picks up his cereal box. "Which coat?" "The green one." "Obviously the green one. Go." The green coat is a decision he made last spring at a market stall, with Tibby's hand on his arm and something shifting in the architecture of his self-understanding that he couldn't yet name. It is a femme-cut wool in a deep saturated color that his mother, when she saw it, said was very nice without quite meeting his eyes. It is the first piece of clothing he ever bought that was entirely, unambiguously for himself. He wears it on the tube and feels, as he always does in the green coat, like someone slightly ahead of his own becoming. Like the version of himself that has already arrived, checking in to confirm the route. He is 28. He came out at 26, in the 2nd year of his master's, to a family that received the news with a warmth that was genuine and a comprehension that was partial and has been slowly, carefully expanding ever since. He has been in this city for 14 months. He has 1 close friend, his roommate, and a small circle of seminar acquaintances, and an academic record that he knows, without false modesty, is strong. Not effortless, but strong, the kind built by someone who finds the work genuinely interesting rather than simply prestigious. He wants this fellowship because he needs it to be true, that he belongs here, in these rooms, as exactly the person he has spent 2 years figuring out how to be. This is the cost of admission, the thing he hasn't said aloud, even to Tibby, not quite, The terror that the academic spaces that have shaped his identity will turn out to have been shaped around a different version of him, a more legible one, and that the true version, the one in the green coat, the one still mid-discovery, will be looked at with the particular polite blankness of institutions that don't know what to do with what they didn't expect. He gets off the tube at Bloomsbury and walks the 4 blocks to the building in the early September air, which is bright and a little sharp, and he thinks, this is what it feels like to be a person about to begin a thing. He files this thought away. He is a collector of felt experiences, a habit he has had since childhood that he has never adequately explained to anyone. The committee's administrative assistant leads him to the waiting room outside Dr. Varga's office at 9:05. There is a chair upholstered in faded burgundy, a small table with a ceramic pot of coffee going cold, and a man. The man is sitting very still, which is the first thing Soren notices. The particular stillness of someone who is not simply waiting, but has arranged his waiting so that it costs nothing and reveals less. He is in his early 30s, Soren guesses, though there's a quality to him that makes age feel like a secondary feature, something the face offers for reference rather than emphasis. Silver hair, close-cropped at the sides and longer on top, pushed back from his face with the casual authority of something that was positioned once and held. Warm brown skin, a jacket cut with the precision of someone who treats clothing as a form of argument, and eyes, dark gray, almost charcoal, that move to Soren the moment he enters the room with a quality of attention that is impossible to ignore precisely because it asks for nothing in return. He is, Soren thinks, in a way that he will not examine further in this moment, extraordinarily composed. Sorry, am I in the right place? Soren asks, which he knows is the right place, but the man's stillness has made the room feel like it requires an entrance. If you're here for the Hartwell introduction, the man's voice is unhurried, complete, each word placed with the quiet deliberateness of someone who has never needed volume to be heard. That's me. Soren sits down in the chair across from him, which is slightly too far away for easy conversation and slightly too close for comfortable silence. He considers the coffee. He decides against it. Soren Alcántara. Ave sos. The man does not offer his hand, which Soren finds not rude, but simply accurate. They are rivals in a room before competition, and handshakes would be a performance neither of them needs. He does, however, nod, with a precision that carries more weight than a handshake probably would have. I've read your application. Soren blinks. Have you? The short lists were circulated. A pause, not a defensive one. Your work on embodied knowledge frameworks is interesting. The gap in the theoretical grounding in Section 3 will be what Varga pushes on. There is a silence. Soren is aware of several things simultaneously. That this is an objectively extraordinary opening move for a waiting room, delivered without visible aggression and therefore impossible to respond to with aggression. That the comment about Section 3 is probably correct, and that his body has done something peculiar, which is that when this man, Ev Solís, stopped speaking, Soren found himself leaning very slightly forward, as if toward a warmth, and has now had to deliberately reorient himself to his actual position in the chair. He doesn't know why. He files it without examining it. I'll look forward to Varga's notes, he says pleasantly. I'm sure she'll have thoughts on yours as well. The corner of Ev's mouth moves. Not quite a smile, or rather, a smile that is happening mostly in the architecture of the expression around the mouth, rather than in the mouth itself. I'm counting on it, he says. The door opens. The administrative assistant leans out. Mr. Solís, Dr. Varga will see you first. Precis. He does it with the same economy as everything else. No unnecessary motion, no reorientation, simply standing in one continuous gesture that manages to look like neither haste nor performance. He picks up his folder from the arm of the chair. He does not say it was nice to meet you. Soren notices this. He notices, too, the moment before Ev turns toward the door. A single beat, half a second, during which Ev's eyes come back to him with that quality of attention that asks for nothing, and then move away, and the door closes, and the waiting room is Soren's alone. He sits for a moment. He looks at the coffee. He thinks about Section 3. He thinks, almost against his will, about the way that stillness landed in the room like a held note, present, deliberate, taking up exactly the space it needed and no more. He thinks, rival. He thinks, yes, obviously. That's the entire point. He does not think about the leaning forward, the half-second of warmth, the inexplicable sense, groundless, irrational, the kind of feeling that has no data to stand on, that he has been in this room before. The door opens. It is his turn. He picks up his own folder. He straightens his coat. He walks in. They are not in the same room again until the afternoon. The formal cohort introduction, all 5 candidates plus the committee, in a long seminar room on the 2nd floor with the good light and the oval table that is slightly too large for the number of people seated at it, which Soren suspects is deliberate. Dr. Varga is smaller than he expected and more present than her photograph suggested. She introduces the competition structure with the precise, minimal warmth of someone who has run this meeting many times and has decided exactly how much friendliness it requires. The other candidates arrange themselves in the particular social geometry of people who are trying to assess threat levels while appearing collegial. Soren is seated across the table from Ev. He does not think about this. He watches Ev during Varga's introduction the way you watch someone you're trying to understand in advance, which is a habit he has that he cannot always help. The quality of the listening, which is total. The way his hands rest on the table. Still, the moment Varga says something precise and slightly challenging, and everyone else in the room does the thing where they go carefully neutral, and Ev's expression, very subtly, does the opposite. Not performance. Genuine interest. The small, involuntary brightening of someone who has arrived somewhere they expected to matter. Dr. Varga says, the fellowship is not simply a measure of academic achievement. We're looking for something more difficult to quantify, a quality of intellectual character that distinguishes work that changes a field from work that merely contributes to one. She pauses. She looks for a half-second at Soren and then at Ev. We expect the competition to be clarifying for all of you, not always comfortably. There is a silence around the table. Soren is looking at the table. He is aware that Ev is not looking at the table. He glances up, and Ev's gray eyes are already somewhere else, already moved on, already noting something about the room that Soren has not yet identified. Soren looks away first. After the introductions in the hallway, Tibby texts him, "How'd it go?" Soren thinks for a moment about how to answer this. He types, "I met my competition." He deletes this. He types, "It went fine." Then he puts his phone in his pocket and stands in the corridor thinking about the particular quality of the man across the table. Precise and still and interested in all the right things in all the right ways, and has the unsettling feeling of someone who has identified, for the first time in a competitive context, a person whose work they will have to actually take seriously, not just as a rival, as an argument. He walks home, and the September air is still bright, and somewhere in the pocket of his coat his phone buzzes with Tibby's response, which he does not check until he is through the front door and his coat is hung and the kettle is on, because some news is better received in increments. The text says, "Thumbs up emoji, I'm going to need details." And below that, also are they cute? Soren stares at this for a moment. He does not respond to the second question. He makes his tea and sits down at his desk and opens his laptop and begins, with the focused deliberateness of someone who has decided to think about something other than what he is thinking about, to review his notes on Section 3. He works for 2 hours. He makes 3 pages of useful annotations. He does not, at any point, think about gray eyes or the particular quality of attention they carry. He is nearly certain he doesn't. What he knows, what he will tell Tibby later, in the flatly honest way he has been practicing since coming out, the way of saying true things without immediately building a framework around them, is this: what's the point of getting everything you wanted if you had to become someone else to get it? He says it in response to something on television that evening, a documentary about a musician who gave up the thing that made them extraordinary in the pursuit of the thing that would make them famous. Tibby looks at him for a moment with the specific attention of someone who knows when a statement is and is not about what it appears to be about. "That's a very reasonable question," Tibby says carefully. "It's not about the fellowship." I know. Neither of them says anything else about it. They watch the rest of the documentary, and musician on screen makes the wrong choice for understandable reasons, and Soren keeps his thoughts to himself. Both of them are talking about the fellowship. Neither of them says so. Chapter 3. All the ways to be excellent. By the end of the first week, Ev has assembled a working theory of everyone in the room. This is not unusual for him. He has been doing this since before he understood it as a skill, collecting observations the way other people collect receipts, filing them not by usefulness but by detail, in case the detail later becomes useful. The habit is exhausting in the way that all precise habits are exhausting, which is to say it produces results that look effortless and cost considerably more than they appear to. What is unusual is that his theory of Soren Alcántara has 3 separate revisions. The first draft, assembled during the initial orientation week. Instinctive, associative, builds arguments by feel and refines them after. Strong in discussion, possibly less rigorous on the page. Uses camp as social armor and genuine register simultaneously, which is either a limitation or a sophistication depending on context. Good with people, possibly too good. There's a warmth to him in group dynamics that could read as performance of likability rather than the thing itself. The second draft, assembled after Thursday's seminar on epistemological methodology, in which Soren made an argument that began in a direction Ev was almost certain was wrong and arrived somewhere Ev had not anticipated and could not immediately counter. Faster than he looks. The leaps are not reckless. They're a different geometry of rigor. The warmth is the thing itself. The third draft is currently in progress and therefore not ready for conclusions. He notes this without comfort. Uncertainty is not, in his experience, a productive state. He prefers a world in which the available data compiles cleanly. He sits at his desk on Friday evening with his preliminary committee observation notes and a cup of tea going cold and the particular silence of someone who is aware that they're thinking about something they have labeled thinking about the fellowship and who is not entirely convinced by the label. His phone rings. "You have that voice," Priya says when he picks up. "Hello to you as well." The voice where you're pretending to be fine at something and you think I can't tell because you're pretending very accurately. A pause. He can hear in the background the specific ambient sound of her college, the old building in the other department with the squeaky radiator she has complained about for 2 years. What's happening? The fellowship has begun. The competition is strong. I am calibrating. You mentioned someone. I mentioned several people. It's a cohort of 5. You mentioned one of them twice. Ev is quiet for a moment. He says he's the most significant academic competition. It's worth understanding his approach. Priya's is a sound with significant load-bearing capacity. It can carry skepticism, patience, and the specific warmth of someone who is not going to let you off the hook without making it feel like a choice. And how's that going? He's more interesting than his application suggested. He says this carefully, accurately. His methodology is unusual. It's worth watching. Right? That's not Priya. I'm just listening. I can hear you listening. I'm good at it. Another pause. Have you eaten today? I had lunch. What did you have? A brief silence. I had coffee and some crackers, and I was intending to make something for dinner. Eve. She says it with the flat, warm precision of someone who has had this conversation before and knows that having it again is part of the work of loving him. I'm coming over tomorrow. I'll bring food. You can tell me about the interesting rival, and I will listen and not say anything annoying about it. You always say something annoying about it. I'm going to grow and change. He does not quite smile, but the expression on his face rearranges itself into something that uses the same muscles. Fine, he says. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. She hangs up, which is how she always ends calls, abruptly, warmly, without performance. He sits for a moment with the phone in his hand. He thinks about the third revision of his theory, still in progress. He picks up his pen and returns to his notes. Priya arrives on Saturday at noon with groceries and the particular energy of someone who has already been in several places this morning and has decided to be here now with her full attention, which is both her greatest quality and, Ev sometimes thinks, her most gently exhausting one. She has known him since undergraduate, Tamil British, 32, doing her own PhD in a different department on a topic so specialized that Ev genuinely cannot summarize it, but respects entirely. She has a quality of attention that bypasses the version of him he presents to rooms and lands with uncomfortable accuracy on the version underneath, and she has never once used this as a weapon. He trusts her in the way he trusts very few things. Not blindly, because he is not built for blind trust, but with the kind of measured certainty that has survived enough time and enough honesty to feel load-bearing. She unpacks cheese, bread, some impractical fruit that she knows he likes, and a small pot of something she has made that he will be informed of later. She does all of this while looking around his flat with the rapid assessment of someone cataloging changes, of which there are none, because his flat is always exactly the same. "You've rearranged nothing," she says. "Why would I rearrange anything? People rearrange things when they're processing. You never do, which means you're always processing. That's not a conclusion that follows from the premise. It is for you." She puts the kettle on without asking, because she knows where everything is and has long since decided that asking is the part of the ritual that he finds difficult. "Tell me about the fellowship." He tells her about the fellowship. He tells her about Dr. Varga and the methodology concern and the shape of the cohort and what he has observed about the committee members' theoretical preferences. He is precise and thorough, and she listens with the particular quality of listening that makes him feel, as she always does, that the things he is saying are worthy of being heard rather than merely efficient to have said. He does not mention Soren. He mentions Soren twice. The first time is in the context of the Thursday seminar, the argument, the unexpected rigor, the revision of his assessment. This is legitimate. This is directly relevant to his strategic positioning. The second time is, he is not entirely certain why. He is talking about the light in the seminar room on Thursday afternoon, and how it changes across the week as the semester's angle shifts, and somehow this arrives at the particular way Soren argued the following morning, the way his hands moved when he was building toward something which is not relevant to the light or to anything else Ev has been discussing for the past 20 minutes. He stops. Priya is looking at him over her tea. "He's a problem," Ev says, with careful accuracy. "I believe you," Priya says, in the voice of someone who believes something else entirely. "He's the strongest competition in the cohort. Academically, it's appropriate to pay attention to the strongest competition. Yes, that's all it is. Of course." Priya. She lifts her tea in both hands and looks at him over the rim with the warm, steady gaze of someone who has extraordinary patience and is not, technically, saying anything. "You know what I notice?" she says, finally. "I suspect you're going to tell me. You're already thinking about him when he's not in the room." She says it with no drama, no triumph, like a person reading a weather report. "And you've been talking for 20 minutes about the fellowship, and you mentioned the committee and your strategic positioning and Varga's concern about the methodology, and the only time your voice actually changed was when you were talking about him." She pauses. "That's interesting is all." He is quiet. "That strategy," he says. Says Priya. He redirects the conversation with the elegant efficiency of someone who has done this before. He asks about her research, and she knows what he is doing, and she lets him because she has the patience to know that being right at someone is not the same as being useful to them, and being useful to Ev requires giving him the space to arrive at things himself. She drops it. She does not drop it. She helps him make lunch, and they eat at his small table with the window open to the afternoon, and she talks about her own work and her own complications, and he listens, and they are, for a few hours, simply two old friends in a flat with good light. When she is leaving, coat on, bag over her shoulder, standing in the doorway with the late afternoon falling through the corridor window, she says, almost as an aside, "The rival you can't stop mentioning. The rival I mentioned twice. The one who's a problem." She meets his eyes, warmly, without judgment. "He's going to be a problem, Ev. Not just academically." She squeezes his arm once, briefly, the specific warmth of someone who means it. "You should know that before you've decided you can manage it." She goes. He stands in the doorway for a moment. He closes it with precision and goes back to his desk. He opens his notes on Soren's Thursday argument, which he has been reviewing for strategic purposes, and reads back through the marginal annotations he has made over the past 2 days. There are 11 of them. They're not about strategy. The first fellowship presentation is scheduled for Thursday of the second week. The format is straightforward. Each candidate presents 15 minutes of current research to the full committee, followed by 30 minutes of Q&A. They are not competing directly in this session. It is observation rather than evaluation, nominally, but everyone in the room understands that observation is its own form of evaluation, and that the Q&A will tell the committee as much about intellectual character as the presentation itself. Ev presents third. His presentation is excellent. He knows this not from vanity, but from the response in the room. The particular quality of Varga's attention, the way her questions cut sideways rather than directly at his argument, which means she is looking for cracks in the edges rather than the center because the center has held. He answers with precision. He does not flinch. Soren presents fifth. He presents fifth, and Ev is watching from his seat at the long table with what he intends to be detached professional assessment, and the presentation is not what he expected. What he expected, based on the Thursday seminar and the revised theory, was something instinctive and slightly underdisciplined, carried by the quality of Soren's intelligence, but potentially undone by the gaps in its scaffolding. What he gets is something that begins as if it might be that, and then, somewhere around the 6-minute mark, pivots. It pivots in the way a river pivots around an obstacle. Not dramatically, not with announcement, simply finding the shape of the terrain and moving with it. And the argument that arrives on the other side of the pivot is the argument that the presentation had been building toward all along, and Ev can see now that the apparent looseness of the opening was not looseness at all. It was rope. He thinks, with the specific precision he brings to things he does not entirely wish to be true. He is very good. Varga's questions are different for Soren than they were for Ev. She comes at him more directly, which means she's not yet certain whether the center holds. But the directness is not skeptical. It has the quality of a person who is paying real attention. When Soren answers, quickly, with his hands moving, his vocabulary shifting into the more precise register he uses when he is working rather than performing, Varga tilts her head a fraction of an inch to the left, which Ev has learned means she has been given something to think about. She will think about it. After the presentations, in the narrow corridor outside the seminar room, Mal appears. He is 30, Ghanaian Irish, with the particular social energy of someone who arrived at this party before the party started and has strong opinions about how it should go. He is doing a postdoc in the adjacent building, and he is improbably friends with both of them. Ev from years back, from a time before Ev had finished assembling himself into his current form, which is perhaps why Mal is one of the few people who treats that form as a costume rather than a fact. Both of you at the same time, Mal says, with the delight of someone for whom the universe, conspiring, is a personal compliment. He has appeared between them in the corridor, one hand landing briefly on each of their shoulders, already moving. I've been wanting to introduce you properly. We've met, Ev says. Formally, Soren says. Right, the committee thing, that's not a meeting, that's an audition. Mal waves this away. He speaks in a way that sounds like he's delivering the second half of a sentence the universe started earlier. His thoughts arrive already in motion. There's a party of mine. End of second week. Small thing. I've been making something. What kind of something? Ev says, because he knows Mal well enough to know that the specificity of the something is usually the relevant part. Social lubricant. Mal says. Working title. Very mellow, very good, nothing alarming. He is already half-turned toward the stairs. Both of you should come. Yes. He looks at Soren first, then Ev. There's a pause. Soren says, sure, with the easy warmth of someone who is comfortable saying yes to things. Ev says, I'll see, which is what he says when he intends to decline, and then usually doesn't. Mal grins at both of them, as if they have confirmed something he already knew, and is already moving before either of them has finished answering. Brilliant. 2 weeks. Don't overthink it. Gone. There is a silence. Soren has his folder tucked under one arm and is looking at the space where Mal was, and then at Ev with an expression that is readable and warm, and also, when it settles, something else, something quieter and less catalogued. He's always like that, Ev says because the silence is asking for something. Yeah. Soren looks at him. The corridor light is fluorescent and not flattering, and Soren looks in it, completely unconcerned with that fact, which is itself a kind of self-possession. You were good today? In the presentation. A pause. So were you? Ev says, and means it, which is its own kind of precision. Soren blinks. Not surprised, or not only surprised. Something else. He looks at Ev for a beat, the same beat Ev noticed in the waiting room. That fractional extra moment, measuring something. I'll see you Thursday, Soren says, and turns toward the stairs. Ev watches him go. He stands in the corridor for a moment longer than is necessary. He thinks about the pivot in Soren's argument, the place where the loose rope became architecture. He thinks about Priya's warning, which she delivered without drama, and which has been sitting in his chest ever since like a stone at the bottom of water. Present, settled, unchanging. He will manage it. He takes the other staircase, the longer way around, and he does not think about the quality of the corridor light or what it did and did not illuminate. He manages it. He goes home. He works. He is, by any available measure, in control of all the relevant variables. He adds a fourth revision to his theory of Soren Alcántara and labels it, with the accuracy he brings to all things, provisional. Chapter 4. Something went wrong, probably. Mal's party is, on paper, a small gathering of 20 or so people in his third-floor flat in Fitzrovia, a place that smells permanently of someone else's cooking and is decorated with the specific chaos of a person who has strong aesthetic opinions and no system for implementing them. By 11 o'clock, it is something else. A room that has found its temperature, where the conversations have gone from the polite surfaces of people who don't know each other yet to the middle layers, the genuine ones, and the music is at exactly the right volume to be felt in the chest without drowning out words. Priya texts Ev at 7:45, I told you were going. He puts his phone in his pocket and does not respond because she is right and he has no useful addition to make. He goes because she told him to leave his apartment like a person. He goes because declining would require explaining why he was declining, and the explanation, I have made a provisional theory about a man I should not be thinking about and proximity will complicate it, is not an explanation he has any intention of giving. He goes because he is, despite considerable evidence to the contrary, a person who attends parties. He arrives at 8:15 with a bottle of wine he has chosen with unnecessary care and finds Mal in the kitchen doing something to a large glass jar of something dark amber with a long wooden spoon. Ave. Mal says it the way he says everything, like an announcement that was already in progress. Perfect. Try this. What is it? Social lubricant. That's what you told me at the university. Still accurate. Mal lifts the spoon, examines what clings to it. I got the main component from a market stall. Very reputable. The vendor made some claims that I'm mostly discounted, but the base is genuinely nice. Elderflower, something herbal, bit of something else. He gestures with the spoon in a way that communicates no specific information. It's good. Very mellow. You're being imprecise about the something else. I'm being appropriately confident. Mal fills a small glass from the jar and holds it out. It won't kill you. Ev looks at the glass. He looks at Mal. He thinks, with the part of his brain that manages these calculations, that he has been careful for 2 weeks and careful before that for a while, actually for longer than he usually tallies, and that one drink at a party is not a variable he needs to control for. He takes the glass. The drink is good. It is the kind of drink that tastes like it took several decisions to make and sits in the chest with a warmth that is not alcohol, but is adjacent to alcohol. A comfort warmth, a room temperature quality that does something small and agreeable to the ambient anxiety he carries with him everywhere and does not call anxiety. Not bad, he says. Told you. Mal is already moving, already half out of the kitchen with the jar, already circulating. Find someone to talk to, Ev. You have a face like a man who's planning the room. I'm not planning the room, but Mal is gone. He is slightly planning the room. Soren is there because Tibby sent 17 texts in a row, each one a slightly different version of You Should Go, starting with the affectionate version and escalating to the theatrical version and arriving finally at the version that was simply a row of waiting clock emojis, which Soren took as his cue. He arrives at 9, which is later than he intended and early enough that the party is still finding itself. The conversation's still in their polite outer layers. He knows a few people from his seminar, a few more from the adjacent apartment, and he makes the circuit with the easy warmth that comes naturally to him in social spaces. Asking questions, listening, making people laugh, finding the particular register that each person needs, which is a skill he has had since childhood and has only recently stopped treating as a performance. He gets a glass of Mal's jar drink. "What's in it?" he asks. Mal says, "Social lubricant." "Very mellow." "You've been saying that all night," says someone next to Soren. "Still true," Mal says, already moving. Soren drinks it. It is warm and slightly sweet and does the particular thing that good drinks do at good parties, which is make the room feel slightly more like itself. He talks to people. He talks to a postdoc named Chun whose work he finds genuinely interesting, and to a woman from the philosophy department who is funny and sharp. And he is halfway through a conversation about continental versus analytic approaches to epistemology when he becomes aware, not through any particular perceptual event, but through a shift in the ambient atmosphere. The same way you notice a change in weather before you can name it. That Solís is in this room. He turns slightly, and yes, standing by the far wall, holding a glass, looking at the room with the particular expression Soren has catalogued over 2 weeks of presentations in corridors and 1 waiting room. Not aloofness, exactly, but an excess of attention directed inward, a quality of presence that manages to be considerable while also being held just out of reach. He is wearing dark trousers and a shirt with the collar open, which is, Soren notes, and then notes that he has noted a version of him that is slightly more something. The polish is there, but in a different key. The jacket is absent. He looks, Soren thinks carefully, like someone who came here against their better judgment and is not certain yet whether the judgment was wrong. Soren finishes his conversation with the philosophy postdoc and does not go across the room. He absolutely does not go across the room for the next 40 minutes. He ends up in the corner by the kitchen doorway at 10 o'clock in a way that he will not, later, be able to fully reconstruct as a series of choices. He is there, and then Ev is there, and the how of it, who moved when, through what sequence of conversational pivots, is genuinely unclear, like asking someone to describe the moment a room becomes a party rather than just people in a space. They do not, at first, acknowledge that this is notable. Mal's drink, Soren says, lifting his glass. Ev is looking at the room over Soren's shoulder. He won't tell me what's in it. He told me elderflower and something herbal. He told me the same. I don't think that's all of it. Probably not. Soren looks at his glass. It's good, though. It is. A pause. The kind that would, with most people, require filling. With Ev, it doesn't seem to. The silence sits between them without pressure, which is strange for someone Soren has only been in formal rooms with, where silence usually functions as a competitive move. I read your conference paper, Soren says. Something in Ev's expression shifts. Not much, but he's been watching long enough to notice. When did you? After you mentioned mine. Seemed fair. He meets Ev's eyes. The section on epistemic accumulation is the strongest part. The way you frame iterative knowledge building as a bodily process rather than a cognitive one. That's the part that's going to matter. Ev is looking at him with the full quality of his attention, which is, Soren has discovered, an overwhelming thing to be the recipient of. It is like standing in a very particular light. You disagree with the conclusion, Ev says. Not an accusation. An observation. I think the conclusion is where you played it safe. Soren turns his glass in his hands. The argument builds to something more destabilizing than you let yourself land. You backed off right at the edge. A silence. I was aware of the committee's theoretical preferences, Ev says carefully. I know. That's what I mean. The conversation that follows is the best conversation Soren has had in months, possibly in the whole of the year. Not because it is easy. It isn't. It has the particular friction of 2 people who have enough in common to find each other's distinctions genuinely aggravating. But because it is real, the way conversations that find their level are real, and Ev argues with a precision that forces Soren to be more precise in return, and Soren makes leaps that force Ev to follow or acknowledge the destination without the path. And by 11 o'clock, they have covered epistemology, methodology, the specific politics of the Fellowship Committee, two films neither of them has seen but both have opinions about, and a minor but heated disagreement about whether intellectual rigor and intellectual courage are the same virtue or opposed ones. Ev says they are opposed. Soren says they are the same thing viewed from different points in the process. Ev says, that's an elegant framing that doesn't resolve the tension. Soren says, the tension is the point. And Ev looks at him for a moment with the gray eyes and the quality of attention that asks for nothing, and says, almost quietly, yes, I think you might be right. It is the most unguarded thing Ev has said in 2 weeks of observation. Soren recognizes it as such. He does not acknowledge it, which is a choice he makes deliberately, because acknowledging it would be the wrong kind of victory. Mal passes by at some point and refills both their glasses without being asked, with a grin of someone whose plan is proceeding. By 11:30 the room has thinned. By midnight it is intimate, the conversation's lower and more honest, the kind of gathering that ends in people meaning the things they say. Soren has been talking to Ev for 2 hours and is aware, with the part of his brain that handles these accountings, that he has not wanted to be anywhere else for the entirety of that time. They're standing very close. It has happened the way these things happen, by increments, by the natural physics of two people in conversation in a noisy room, leaning toward each other to be heard, and then not adjusting the distance when the noise drops. Soren becomes aware of the distance in the particular way of someone who has just noticed it is already there. He is aware of Ev's hands, which are still the way they're always still, except that one of them, the left, is resting against the wall beside Soren's shoulder, and this is not quite a cage and not quite a lean, and is entirely, probably coincidental. Soren is aware of his own heartbeat. He is thinking about the tension is the point exchange, which he is now applying to this moment with a specific irony that he would normally deploy as a joke and cannot quite bring himself to. He looks at Ev. Ev is looking at him. There is a moment, the kind that exists in the half-breath between one thing and the next, between the conversation and whatever comes after the conversation, between two people who are being precise about everything except this, where the thing that might happen is very close to the surface. And then Ev says, I should go. It is not cold. It is not abrupt. It is said in the careful, complete voice of someone who has made a calculation and is executing it. And the calculation is almost certainly correct, and Soren knows this, and the knowing does not entirely account for the thing his chest does when the distance between them increases. Right, Soren says. Long week. Yes. Eu He picks up his jacket from the arm of a chair nearby. He looks at Soren for one more beat. That beat, the extra one, the one Soren has filed away 3 times now in 3 different rooms. Good night, Alcántara. Good night, Solís. He watches Ev move through the remaining guests and out the door, and the room rearranges itself in his absence into something slightly less interesting. And Soren stands with his glass and the last of Mal's drink, and the particular feeling of a person watching a door close and not being certain whether they should have said something and not having quite identified what. He goes home at midnight. He lies awake. He thinks about the tension is the point, and the moment before, and the distance that was and then wasn't, and he falls asleep somewhere past 2 o'clock with no conclusions and a warm, sourceless feeling in his chest that he does not examine. The dream, if it is a dream, is strange. Ev wakes at 7:15. He always wakes at 7:15. It is one of his habits. It requires no alarm, and lies in the familiar configuration of his familiar bed in his familiar room, and then opens his eyes. The light is wrong. Not wrong in a perceptible way. Not too bright or too dark, but wrong in the way of something that cannot be named precisely, but is felt immediately, the way the body registers the wrongness of sound a full second before the mind catches up. He reaches for his phone. He looks at the date. He looks at it for a long time. September 4th, Orientation Day. The mixer, Day 1. He sits up. He is sitting in his flat in the bed in which he fell asleep approximately 7 hours ago. The morning after Mal's party, the morning after the night in the kitchen corner and the conversation, and the moment before Ev made the correct decision. and the date on his phone says it is 3 weeks earlier than it should be. He gets up. He does it the way he does everything, with economy and deliberateness, because there is no version of this in which losing composure is productive. He fills a glass of water. He drinks it. He sets the glass down on the counter with a small, precise click. He looks out the window at the city, which is doing nothing unusual, which is lit with the particular early morning quality of a September day in a city that does not know it is supposed to have moved forward. He picks up his phone again. September 4th. He stands very still in his kitchen for 4 minutes. He is not dreaming. He is quite certain he is not dreaming. He has a precise relationship with his own cognitive states, and this does not have the texture of dreams, which always carry a faint wrongness in the details, the slightly off proportions, the characters who are themselves, and also other people, the logic that feels coherent and then doesn't. This is none of that. Every object in this kitchen is in its exact place. His keys are on the hook. His notes from the past 2 weeks are not on his desk because they have not been written yet. He is in his flat on September 4th, and he remembers September 4th through September 28th with complete and total clarity. He presses his thumbnail to the inside of his wrist. He stands there. He thinks something went wrong at Mal's party. He thinks with the specific precision of a man who catalogues everything. This is the something else that was in Mal's drink. He looks at his phone for a 3rd time, as if repetition might correct the date. It is not. The mixer starts at 7. He has 11 hours and 15 minutes. He sits down at his desk, clear, empty, no notes because there are no notes yet, because nothing has happened yet. And he breathes once precisely, and then he begins to think. Chapter 5, If I Do Nothing. Loop 1. He tests the null hypothesis first, because this is what rigorous thinking requires. He does nothing. He attends a mixer, moves through it with the practiced ease of someone who has done it before, because he has twice, though the second time was in what he is now calling a different order of reality, and says everything he said the first time. He drinks the wine he doesn't want. He exchanges pleasantries with the committee members. He speaks to Dr. Varga, who says the same thing she said. The conference paper, the methodology concern, enjoy the evening. It will be a competitive few weeks. He does not look for the green coat. He looks once. The laugh still happens. The specific, unguarded warmth of it catches against the ambient professionalism of the room the same way it did before. And Ev looks once and looks away and goes home at the same time and lies in the same bed. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th. He notes this. Loop 2. He notes everything. The reset is precise. He wakes at 7:15 with complete memory of everything that occurred in the previous loop, and the world is reset to the moment before the mixer. He does not yet know the mechanism. He does not yet know whether it resets at a fixed interval or at some trigger he has not identified, whether it is tied to sleep or to some other event, whether there is a condition for breaking it. He does not know these things and cannot know them without data. He approaches the data collection systematically. In Loop 2, he remains passive but observant, introducing small variations. He speaks to people he did not speak to in the original timeline, takes a different route to the venue, drinks the wine more slowly. He notes what changes and what is not. Very little changes. The room has its own momentum. People land in their expected positions. Dr. Varga makes her circuit. Mal circulates with good humor and no particular agenda in this early timeline. And Soren arrives, somewhere in the middle of the hour, and makes his way through the room with the ease of someone comfortable in social spaces, and laughs at something, and Ev notes the laugh without analysis, which is, he acknowledges, not entirely accurate. He notes the laugh and does not allow himself to analyze it, which is a different thing. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th, Loop 5. He attempts intervention. He speaks to Soren early, approaching him directly at the mixer, cutting the period of orbiting, introducing himself with the intention of gathering information about what this person is like before the waiting room, before the corridor, before the 2-week context that has shaped Ev's current understanding. What he finds is not different from what he expected. The warmth, the expressiveness, the camp that reads simultaneously as armor and as genuine register. The quick intelligence surfacing in unexpected moments of a party conversation. What he does not find is a way to move faster than the natural pace of two people who have not yet accumulated anything. He can ask the right questions and get more than he would have in the original timeline, but the texture of the exchange is thin in a way that the corridor conversations in the seminar room were not, because those accumulated over 2 weeks, and 2 weeks cannot be replicated in a first conversation. He notes this. Accumulation is the variable that matters. Time together. He cannot shortcut it. The loop resets. Loop 8. Winning. He is not proud of how clean it is. He does not try to be proud of it. He wins the Hartwell Fellowship in Loop 8 with 15 days remaining in the loop, having made every correct move, calibrated every presentation, deployed every observation about the committee members' biases at precisely the right moment. The email arrives on a Tuesday, as it always does, and the committee notifies him of their selection, pending formal confirmation, which will be delivered in the closing week. And F sits at his desk and reads the email. He thinks, good. He sits for a moment. He thinks, good. He waits for the thing that is supposed to follow that. The relief, the satisfaction, the validation of 3 years of positioning and a decade of discipline. And it does not arrive. What arrives instead is nothing. Not a bad nothing. Not despair or disappointment. Simply, the absence of the feeling he expected. The fellowship is real, the achievement is real, and the feeling about it is not there. He is looking at the thing he has been working toward, and the appropriate response is simply not coming. He goes to bed. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th and lies still for a moment and thinks about the nothing. He tries again in loop 11, in case the first win was an anomaly of method. It is not. The win is real. The nothing is consistent. Loops 1 to 15. Notes accumulated. The loop appears to reset at sleep. He has tested this by staying awake past midnight on loop 4, and the reset did not occur until he slept. The mechanism is sleep-dependent. The reset point is invariant. September 4th, 7:15 a.m. is flat. The world outside the loop is unaffected by his choices within it. He has confirmed this by varying his approach significantly across loops and finding that no external consequence persists. Winning is therefore not a meaningful category. The win dissolves with the loop. The fellowship, as a goal, does not produce the expected result even when achieved. This is either a feature of the loop's conditions or it is information about something else. He is watching Soren in every loop. This is the note he writes last and does not examine. Not in loop 15. Not yet. Loop 11, in more detail. He has won. He knows by day 10 that he has won. The committee's body language has reached a specificity of warmth that he has learned, across 11 loops, to read. He has 2 days left in the loop, and he is sitting in his flat at 11 in the evening with his notes open on the desk, and he becomes aware of something he has not been tracking. He does not know precisely where Soren is right now. This is objectively irrelevant. He has won. The loop will reset in 2 days. There is nothing left to optimize. And yet, he knows that Soren has a habit of going to the reading room on the second floor of a library on Tuesday evenings. He has observed this across multiple loops, filed it in the accumulating category of things he knows with no strategic purpose, because his mind files things whether or not he has given them permission. He knows that Soren works best with headphones in and a cup of something hot on the left side of his desk. He knows that when he is stuck, he stares at the middle distance for approximately 90 seconds before he reads whatever he has in front of him out loud in a voice just below audible. He knows these things about a man he has, in this loop, barely spoken to beyond what the professional context required. He sits at his desk. He thinks, I won the fellowship today. The first thought that arrived when the email came was, Soren would have found that argument impressive. Not, I won. Not, it was worth it. Not, the years of discipline justified. Just Soren. What Soren would have thought. The specific, involuntary shape of a mind going to someone else's reaction before it has processed its own. He presses his thumbnail to the inside of his wrist. He does not go to the library. He sits with the wind and its unexpected texture, which is not enough. Not the achievement. The achievement is real. But real in the way that a precisely executed piece of work is real, which does not require anyone to see it, which does not warn the room. He thinks with the specific reluctance of someone applying rigor to a thing they would prefer to leave unexamined. I've been working toward the wrong thing. He does not let himself go further than that. Not in loop 11. He goes to sleep. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th. He lies in bed for slightly longer than he usually allows. Then he gets up. He fills a glass of water. He thinks, next loop. He does not yet know what next loop means as a category. He does not yet know that he is about to stop optimizing and start doing something else entirely, something that has no name and does not need one. He does not know any of this. He knows only the shape of the absence, the nothing where the satisfaction was supposed to be, an involuntary thought. Soren would have found that impressive. He puts a glass down. He begins to think about what he is actually working toward, which is the most frightening question he has allowed himself in 11 loops, and which does not yet have a clean answer. He thinks he notices things. He thinks he notices things about a person who does not notice him noticing. He thinks this is data. He does not know what to do with the data. Not yet. He opens his notes, blank, reset, September 4th, and picks up his pen. He writes, what is the loop for? He stares at this for a long time. He doesn't have an answer. He thinks he is beginning to suspect one. Chapter 6. Let's say I try. Loop 29. He finds him by accident. This is the part Ev will return to later across many loops, that there was no strategy in it, no foresight, no calculated positioning. He was on the wrong floor because the elevator had been out of service since loop 21, and he had developed the habit of taking the east staircase. And the east staircase deposits you on the third floor rather than the second, and the third floor of the library at 2 in the morning has no reason to contain either of them. Soren is sitting on the floor in the far corner, his back against the cold stone wall beneath the window, his knees drawn up and his arms resting on them in the loose, undefended posture of someone who came here specifically because no one would see him. He has his coat on, the green one, and his face is doing something Ev has never seen it do across 28 loops and their attendant observations. Nothing. Not camp, not warmth, not the expressive theater of his usual register. Just the face of a person who has run out of the version of himself he presents to rooms and is sitting in the quiet aftermath of that. He has been crying, or is about to. The evidence is ambiguous. The redness at the outer corners of his eyes, the particular stillness of someone who has been holding something very carefully for a long time and is tired of the holding. He has not heard Ev come in. The correct move is to leave. Ev knows this with complete clarity. This is not his floor, not his crisis, not his business. The correct move is to turn around and take the stairs to the second floor and find his own seat and spend the next 2 hours doing the preparatory work for tomorrow's committee observation, which he has already done in 27 previous loops, but which remains, technically, the reason he is in this building at 2 in the morning. He stays. He does not decide to stay precisely. He simply does not leave, which is a different kind of choice, quieter, less deliberate, and much harder to argue himself out of later. Soren looks up. There is a moment, the particular moment of being caught in a private state by someone you have not chosen to share it with. And Soren's face goes through several things in quick succession. Surprise, the instinctive reach for camp as armor, and then, because it is 2 in the morning and the armor is simply not available, something else. Something that lands between resignation and relief. Wrong floor, Soren says. His voice is even. He has clearly been practicing even. Elevator's out, Ev says. It's been out for days. I know. A pause. The library at this hour is very quiet. The particular quiet of a building that is used at capacity by day and belongs entirely to itself at night, breathing differently, the temperature dropping in the stacks. Ev does not offer to leave. He does not offer anything. He sets his bag down, the specific, precise gesture of someone who has made a decision without announcing it, and sits down on the floor against the opposite wall, which puts approximately 8 feet of library floor between them. Soren watches him do this. You don't have to, he says. I know. Another pause. Ev takes out his notes. He is not pretending to read them. That would be a performance, and performances have no place in a room this honest. but having them open gives Soren somewhere to not look while he decides what he wants to do with the fact of company. It's stupid, Soren says after a minute. Not a question, not quite an offer, something in between. All right, I'm not going to explain it. You don't have to. Soren is quiet. Outside the window, the city is the particular dark of a place that never fully sleeps but drops to a lower register after midnight. The traffic sounds thin to almost nothing, the orange glow of the street lamps holding steady. Then, in the voice of someone who said they weren't going to explain it and is going to explain it, Varga pulled me aside after the seminar today. Said my last paper had the shape of something, but not the substance. Said I was reaching past what I'd actually established. Ev says nothing. He has heard this particular Varga critique before, in his own iterations. Different words, same architecture, the precise incision of someone who is not trying to wound you, but is also not interested in protecting you from a true thing. She's right, Soren says. That's the stupid part. She's completely right, and I knew it when I submitted it, and I submitted it anyway, because I ran out of time and I couldn't figure out how to. He stops. His hands open on his knees and then close again. How to be as good as I need to be and still be the person I actually am. Because the person I actually am isn't. He stops again. He is not going to finish the sentence. Ev understands this. Some sentences stop, not because the speaker has run out of words, but because the words that remain are the ones that cost the most to say out loud. He sets down his notes. The fellowship isn't the only room, Ev says. Soren looks at him. What? Varga's opinion. The committee's opinion. They're not the only room. You know that. I know that, Soren says, with the flatness of someone who knows a true thing and cannot currently feel it. Knowing it, and he exhales. Yeah. You're good enough, Ev says, and it comes out more directly than he intended. Stripped of the careful qualification, he might have given it with more time to construct the sentence. The paper had a problem. You're still good enough. Soren looks at him for a long moment. You're supposed to want me to fail, he says. Not an accusation. More like someone testing the edges of a thing, verifying what it's made of. I want to win the fellowship, Ev says. That's not the same thing. Something in Soren's face shifts. Not a performance shift, not camp, not deflection, something more interior, a quiet rearrangement. He looks away at the dark window and then back. Okay, he says. It is not a word that resolves anything. It is a word that means, I heard you. It is a word that means, I'm going to let this be a thing that happened. Ev picks up his notes. He sets them down again. There's a break room on this floor, he says. I'm going to make tea. He does not ask if Soren wants tea. He says it the way he says things that have been decided, as a fact about what is about to happen, not an offer requiring a response. He goes, the kettle is institutional, plastic-smelling, underused. The tea bags are the generic kind that produce something approximately tea-colored. He makes 2 cups with the focused attention he gives to small, manageable tasks when larger things are outside his control. He comes back and sets 1 cup on the floor beside Soren without comment. He does not go to the second floor. He stays on the wrong floor, and they sit on either side of the library aisle with their tea going cold between them, and they do not speak again for nearly an hour. Not because there is nothing to say, but because the silence has become comfortable in the specific way that silences become comfortable between 2 people who have decided, without discussing it, that they are both allowed to be here. At 3:15, Soren begins, very quietly, to talk. Not about the fellowship, about coming out, the particular timeline of it, the years of understanding without naming, the specific loneliness of knowing something about yourself that you have no language for yet. About the friends who quietly preferred the previous version. About the cost of this kind of becoming, which is ongoing and which he has not finished, and which sometimes sits in his chest at 2 in the morning in a library on the wrong floor like a stone he cannot put down. Eudistance. He listens in the way he listens when it matters. Not cataloging, not filing for later use, not managing his response. Just present, giving the full weight of his attention to another person's truth, which is, he has been told by exactly one person in his life, the most intimate thing he knows how to do. Somewhere past 4, Soren says, I didn't mean to say all that. I know, you're very easy to talk to. For someone who never says anything. The corner of Ev's mouth moves. I say things. Complete, precise things. Very few of them. Soren looks at him. His eyes, in the low library light, are darker than they are in daylight. The amber in them not visible at this hour. Just the brown, just the steadiness. Why did you stay? Actually, Ev considers this. He could say, I didn't plan to. He could say, the staircase brought me here. He could say any number of accurate things that would be true and would not be the whole truth. He says, you look like someone who'd been carrying something too long. Soren is quiet. Yeah, he says softly. Yeah, I have. They pack up at 4:30. Soren is steadier than he was. The particular steadiness of someone who has set something down, even temporarily, and can feel the relief of the absence of weight. He adjusts his coat. He picks up his bag. At the top of the staircase, he pauses. Ev, he says. Ev stops. Thank you. The word is simple and exact, and Soren says it with the full, unguarded directness of someone who means it as much as a word can mean something. I mean it. I know, Ev says. He watches Soren go down the stairs, the green coat disappearing around the landing. He stands at the top of the staircase in the too quiet library, and he thinks, with the particular clarity of 4:30 in the morning. This is the version of this where it is real. Not the loops where he is positioned correctly and wins efficiently. This, the wrong floor, the bad timing, the 2 hours of silence that became something. He thinks, I want to try. He thinks, not for the fellowship, not strategically. He thinks, I want to find out what it looks like to actually be here with this person with no agenda but presence. He thinks, that is the most frightening thing I have allowed myself to want in a very long time. He goes down the stairs. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th, and he lies still for a moment, and he thinks about the green coat in the low library light, and the stone that Soren has been carrying, and the 2 hours of honest silence, all of which have dissolved with the reset and exist now only in the particular architecture of Ev's memory, which is the only place in this loop structure that keeps anything. He gets up. He fills his glass of water. He looks out the window at the city, which is, again, September morning. He thinks, let's say I try. He has no plan. This is, for him, unprecedented. He begins anyway. Chapter 7, The One Who Keeps Showing Up. Loop 47. Soren's version. The thing Soren cannot explain to Tibby, cannot explain to himself at 2 in the morning when the explanation would be most useful, is the ease. This is not a word he would normally reach for in connection with Solís. Ev is precise and still and withholds things with a deliberateness that Soren, who figures most things out by saying them aloud, finds simultaneously maddening and inexplicably compelling. Easy is not the word for any version of him that Soren has met in a seminar room or a corridor or the waiting room that started all of this. And yet, he keeps ending up in the same rooms as Ev. Not because Ev has sought him out. Soren cannot prove this exactly, though he has tested the theory by varying his location and finding that Ev, inexplicably, varies his accordingly. But because there is a quality to the encounters when they happen that makes Soren feel, against all logic and without any supporting evidence, that he has been here before. Not in this room, this week, before. In the older sense of the word, the sense that doesn't have a timeline. He has told himself several stories about this. He has told himself, you're projecting familiarity onto someone you're paying unusual attention to. He has told himself, rivals develop a heightened mutual awareness because stakes create attentiveness. He has told himself, you want to understand him because understanding him is strategically useful, and useful things feel necessary, and necessary things feel old. None of the stories are fully convincing. He keeps returning to the ease, which resists explanation. It's a Tuesday in the 3rd week, and Soren is in the East Courtyard. He comes here most Tuesdays, which is a habit he developed without intending to. The courtyard has a low stone wall that catches the afternoon sun, and the particular quality of being slightly outside the main current of the university's traffic, which makes it good for the kind of thinking that requires stillness rather than motion. He eats his lunch here. He reads here. He sometimes just sits here, which is something he has gotten better at since coming out, the permission to simply be somewhere without producing anything. He is not expecting Ev. He is never expecting Ev, which is part of what makes the expectation he apparently has, the ambient sense that Ev is about to be in whatever room he is in, strange enough to warrant examination. Ev comes around the corner of the east wing at 12:30 and stops when he sees Soren, and for a fraction of a second his expression does the thing it does. The quick internal recalibration, the almost imperceptible pause of a man who is prepared for something and arrived slightly differently than planned. And then it settles, and he says, "You eat out here?" "Most Tuesdays." Soren holds up his paper cup. "The courtyard has better light than the canteen." "It does." Ev agrees, as if this is a conclusion he has also arrived at independently. He glances at the wall beside Soren, the available 3 feet of sun-warmed stone. He is holding his own cup of something black, steam curling in the autumn air. "You can sit," Soren says, "if you're going to stand there looking at my wall." "It's not your wall. I have been sitting on it for 3 weeks." "That's a form of jurisdiction." The corner of Ev's mouth does the thing. He sits. They eat their respective lunches. The courtyard does its usual business around them. A few post-grads crossing the gravel. The low murmur of the city beyond the buildings. The particular October light that makes everything look like it has been photographed rather than simply seen. Soren is aware, in the particular way he has become aware of things connected to Ev, that the silence is comfortable. Not the silence of 2 people who have nothing to say. The silence of 2 people who are not performing the act of having something to say, which is different. Varga's feedback on the second presentation, Soren says eventually, not because it requires saying so much, as because his mind has been moving around it all day, and saying it out loud is how he clears the path. She said the theoretical framework is stabilizing. She said the same to you that she said to me. Is that surprising? Ev is quiet for a moment. She doesn't usually give the same feedback twice. Maybe we're making the same mistake, or the same progress. Soren looks at him. This is one of the things, the way Ev says things, complete and unhurried, and landing with a precision that makes Soren want to sit with the sentence after it has passed, rather than rushing to the next one. He has not met many people who make him want to be quieter. My methodology seminar tutor, Soren says, in my master's, he used to say the way you argue with someone tells you more about them than the argument does. What does our arguing tell you? Soren considers this honestly, which is the only way he knows how to consider things when he is paying real attention. That you're braver than you let yourself look, he says. In the formal settings, you pull up right before the edge. Ev is looking at the courtyard. You've said that before. Have I? Soren blinks. I don't think I have. Not to you. A pause. Something in Ev's expression does a small, careful thing. A recalibration Soren cannot name. No, you're right. You haven't. The phrasing is odd. Soren files it, the way he files the other things he cannot explain, in the drawer labeled inexplicable but probably relevant, which has been getting full. Can I ask you something? Soren says. You can ask. You're always here. Wherever I am. I keep noticing it, and I can't work out if it's coincidence, or if you're doing it, or if I'm just paying too much attention to you. Ev is quiet. Not the silence of evasion. Soren has learned to read the difference. This is the silence of someone choosing carefully. I notice where you are, Ev says, finally. I don't always seek it out, but I notice. This is the most honest thing Ev has said to him in. Soren does not know how many conversations. It has the quality of something said in spite of itself, a true thing that got through before the gate could close. Why? Soren asks. Another silence. You're interesting, Ev says, in a way that isn't useful to me. Those are the things I notice most carefully. Soren sits with this for a moment. Outside the courtyard, a bus passes on the distant road, the low rumble of it passing through the stone beneath them. That's a strange compliment, he says. It wasn't meant as one. It landed as one anyway. Ev looks at him then, the full quality of it, the gray eyes, and the attention that asks for nothing and gives everything simply by being present. And Soren does the thing he does when he wants something he hasn't named yet. He looks away first and then immediately back, checking whether the thing is still there. It is. Loop 52. Still Soren. Tibby is waiting for him when he gets home that Tuesday. sitting at the kitchen table with 2 mugs of tea and the expression of a man who has been waiting for someone to debrief. "Tell me," Tibby says. "There's nothing to tell. You texted me 3 dots and then nothing for 40 minutes. That's a tell." He pushes one of the mugs across the table. "See, tell." Soren sits. He wraps both hands around the mug. He looks at the kitchen table, which has, across its surface, the archaeology of their shared life. Tibby's Italian grammar book, Soren's annotated Foucault, a shopping list that is mostly Tibby's handwriting with one addition in Soren's that says more of the fancy crackers, please. He said I was interesting in a way that wasn't useful to him, Soren says, and that those were the things he noticed most carefully. Tibby is quiet for 1 full second, which is approximately 2 seconds longer than his usual response latency. "Okay," he says, very carefully. "It's not a thing. It sounds like a thing. We're rivals. We're competing for the same fellowship that could determine the entire next chapter of both our academic careers. It's a complicated professional relationship with an unusual communication style, is all." Tibby picks up his tea. He does not say anything, which is more alarming than anything he might have said. "What?" Soren says. "Nothing. Tibby, I'm just noticing that when you talk about every other person in your life, you use adjectives like kind and smart and interesting. And when you talk about Solís, you use full sentences." Soren stares at him. "Full sentences with clause structures," Tibby adds. "Subordinate clauses. The whole grammar. That doesn't mean anything. It means you're thinking carefully about what you're saying, which means you care about getting it right, which means he's the most significant competition in my cohort, and precision matters." "Soren, what?" Tibby puts his mug down. He looks at Soren with the particular expression that has been in Tibby's repertoire since they were strangers in a flat share 3 years ago. The one that means, "I know you better than you're currently letting me know you, and I'm patient enough to wait for you to catch up." "Something is happening," Tibby says gently. "You don't have to name it yet, but something is happening." Soren is quiet. He is thinking about the ease, the inexplicable ease, and the way Ev looks at him from across 8 feet of library floor at 4 in the morning, as if Soren's crisis is worthy of his full, unhurried attention. He is thinking about the East Courtyard and the sun-warmed stone and the sentence. "Those are the things I notice most carefully." He is thinking about how it feels to be noticed by someone who notices everything and mentions almost none of it, the specific quality of being singled out of the silence. "It's complicated," he says, which is the truest thing he can manage. "Everything you find interesting is complicated," Tibby says. "You could try finding something simple for a change." "That's not how I work." "I know." Tibby retrieves his tea. "I'm just suggesting the option." Loop 55. Soren's version continued. He is in the seminar room on Thursday, waiting for the committee observation to begin, and Ev comes in 3 minutes before the hour and sits 2 seats down from him, which is neither next to him nor across from him, which is the option that carries the least information, and Soren is aware that he is parsing Ev's seating choice like it is a sentence with subordinate clauses, which he suspects Tibby would find very funny. He does not mention this to Tibby. The seminar proceeds. Soren gives his presentation, better than the last one, demonstrably, the theoretical framework doing what Varga asked it to do, the argument landing where it's supposed to land rather than reaching for where it wants to arrive, and Varga nods, once with the specific precision of someone registering that progress has occurred without being moved to celebrate it. Afterwards, in the hallway, Ev falls into step beside him. They have not discussed this. It simply happens. "Better," Ev says. "Was it? The framework held. You didn't reach past it this time. I noticed you noticed. I noticed most things." They walk in the particular comfortable silence that has developed between them over weeks. That Soren has developed over weeks, anyway. Ev seems to have arrived at it somewhat faster, as if he knew in advance that this was the available register between them, as if he had already calculated that this was where they would land. Soren has this thought, and then sits with it for longer than he means to. "Can I ask you something else?" he says. "You can ask." Do you ever feel like he tries to organize the sentence before he says it and finds he cannot, which means he's going to say it without organization, which is the way he says the true things? Like we've already done this? Not the fellowship. This, the talking, the whatever this is, like we've already had the awkward part and got to the other side of it somehow. He is watching Ev while he says this, which is why he sees it. The particular stillness that is different from Ev's baseline stillness. The stillness of a man who has been handed something he was not certain was coming and does not know where to put it. Sometimes, Ev says carefully yes. What do you think it is? A long pause. They have stopped walking. They are in the corridor outside the seminar room, the afternoon light coming through the window at the end of the hall, and Ev is looking at him with an expression that is at once the most present and the most guarded Soren has ever seen on him. Both doors open at once, one letting something out and one keeping something in. I think, Ev says, with the precision of a man choosing between several true things, that some people are easy to know, faster than the chronology should allow. He pauses. I think you're one of them. Soren looks at him. You're allowed to say that's not an answer, Ev says. No, Soren says. That's an answer. He turns back toward the staircase. After a moment, I'll see you Thursday. Yes, Ev says. Soren goes down the stairs. He does not look back. He does not need to. He knows, in the particular way he's been developing all semester, the way that has no logic and no timeline and cannot be explained to anyone including himself, that if he looked back, Ev would still be watching. Not because it has been said, because it has always been true, because some things you know the way you know a room is warm before you've taken your coat off, in the body before the mind is caught up, in a register that has no name and does not need one. He puts his hands in his pockets. He walks out into the October afternoon. He thinks something is happening. He thinks Tibby is going to be insufferable about this. He thinks, more quietly, more honestly, in the part of himself he is still learning to listen to. I think I already know him. I don't know how, but I do. He files this in the drawer with everything else he cannot explain. He is beginning to suspect the drawer is not going to hold. Chapter 8. How to hold someone who doesn't know you yet. Loop 67. The panic attack begins at 7:43 in the morning in the stairwell between the second and third floors of the library, 11 minutes before Soren's major committee presentation. Ev knows this because he is on the second floor when he hears it. Not the sound of panic. Soren is not loud about it, which is its own particular kind of terrible, but the sound of breathing that has gone wrong in the specific, effortful way of someone trying to correct it. The sound of someone fighting their own body in a stairwell and losing quietly. He has known about this presentation for 66 loops. He has known, across those loops, that Soren tends toward a particular quietness in the 20 minutes before high-stakes committee events. Not camp, not performance, not the bright particular easy deploys in corridors, just a quality of interior attention, of gathering himself. He has seen Soren nail presentations and fumble them and navigate everything in between. He has watched in 16 different loops the specific choreography of Soren's pre-presentation ritual. The cup of tea that he forgets to drink, the notes he reviews once and then puts away because reviewing them further produces diminishing returns, the way he puts his shoulders back before he walks through the door. He has never been in the stairwell at 7:43. He has no reason to be in the stairwell at 7:43. He took the wrong staircase, a habit left over from loop 29 from the library floor. From the night he picked the east staircase because the elevator was out. The elevator has been fixed for 12 loops, and the habit has held anyway, and this is where it has brought him. He goes in. Soren is on the landing between floors, his back against the wall, his hands braced on his knees. He is breathing, in through his nose, out through his mouth, a rhythm he is clearly trying to maintain against the resistance of a body that has decided otherwise. His bag is on the floor beside him. His notes have spilled half out of it, and neither he nor the floor has done anything about this. He looks up when Ev comes in. There is, in that moment, no version of composure available to him. Ev can see this clearly. The white around his knuckles, the quality of his breathing, the way his face is doing something involuntary that camp cannot paper over. He is mortified. That much is readable. And behind the mortification is the panic itself, which does not have an expression so much as an absence of one. That does not make a scene of it. He does not offer words of reassurance, which are the wrong instrument for this moment. He does not crouch down in the performative register of comfort, which would require Soren to manage Ev's feelings about Soren's distress, which is backwards. He does not ask what's wrong, or how long has this been happening, or can I get you something. He sits down, on the stairwell landing, back against the wall beside Soren, their shoulders a few inches apart. Not touching. Present. He sets his own bag down. He breathes deliberately at the pace he wants Soren's breathing defined. Not demonstratively, not like a tutorial. Just, this is the pace. Here it is. Available. It takes 11 minutes. Ev knows this because he counts, not obsessively, not anxiously, but the way he counts all things, as data, as grounding, as the particular comfort of a number that moves forward with reliable incrementalism in a moment where nothing else is reliably moving forward. Soren's breathing slows. His hands loosen on his knees. His shoulders come down from somewhere near his ears to somewhere closer to their usual position. The stairwell is very quiet around them. Someone passes on the floor below and does not come up. The building breathes its particular morning breath. Coffee from somewhere, old paper, cold stone. I have a presentation in. Soren starts. 14 minutes, Ev says. Soren is quiet for a moment. You know my schedule. I know the fellowship schedule. This is true and also not the whole truth, and Soren probably knows this, but this is not the moment for that particular precision. Right? Soren leans his head back against the wall. He is looking at the ceiling of the stairwell, the particular look of someone who is assessing their own condition from the inside, taking stock. This hasn't happened in a while. You don't have to explain. I'm not explaining. I'm orienting. He exhales. It's presentation anxiety. It's not. It doesn't mean I can't do it. I know you can do it. Soren looks at him. It is a look Ev has not received before. Not in 66 loops. Not in the corridor or the seminar room or the East Courtyard or the library floor at 2 in the morning. It is a look that is, in its plainest form, surprised. Surprised by the certainty in the statement, by the absence of qualification, by the fact of being told you can do it by arrival 11 minutes before a presentation in a stairwell where you just had a panic attack, simply and directly and without performance. Why? Soren asks. Because I've watched you present 6 times, and I know what your arguments look like when they're ready and yours is ready. The framework held this time. Varga is going to see that. A pause. You know this. I do know this, Soren says, slowly, like someone finding the floor under him again. Yes. Ido. They sit for a moment. You're very warm, Soren says, after a while. Evsitis. It is not a startling observation. They're sitting close enough that proximity generates warmth. This is physics. But the way Soren says it, small, slightly dazed, the way you say something that arrives before you've chosen to say it, makes it not about physics. Ev presses his thumbnail to the inside of his wrist, where Soren cannot see it. He thinks, with a clarity that is almost clinical in its precision and almost irrational in everything else, I will never get tired of this. Not the stairwell, not the panic attack, not the morning or the particular quality of the building's quiet. This, the weight of another person near him, the warmth of being close to someone without anything being at stake, the specific intimacy of sitting with someone through the thing they cannot control. He has not had this in. He does not count back because counting back is not useful. He has not had this. He is having it now. It is going to dissolve with the loops reset and exist, afterward, only in the architecture of his memory, which is the only permanent thing in the structure. He is going to file it with everything else. He is going to keep it. You should go in, he says. Yes. Soren makes no immediate move to stand. He is looking at the stairwell window, the morning light coming through it gray and even. Ave. Why did you stay? You could have. You didn't have to sit down. I know. A pause. The question is the same as the one in Loop 29 in the library, and the answer is the same kind of answer. The one that is true without being the whole truth, offered in the particular register of someone who is giving as much as the moment can hold. You were by yourself, F says. That seemed like the relevant thing. Soren looks at him for a moment. Then he gathers his notes from the floor and puts them in order, not perfectly, but well enough the practical efficiency of someone who is back in their body and using it, and picks up his bag. "Thank you," he says, and means it the way he always means it, which is completely. "Go," Ev says. Soren goes. Ev sits in the stairwell for a moment after the door below closes. He sits with the warmth of where another body was, the ghost of proximity, the particular quality of a space that held two people and now holds one. He presses his thumbnail to his wrist. He thinks about what he has just learned, which is a thing he already knew and keeps learning. Not that touch is what he has been missing, exactly, though touch is part of it. What he has been missing is the specific kind of nearness that requires nothing, that is not earned by performance or maintained by being useful or predicated on being the version of himself that takes up the least possible space. The kind that happens simply because two people are in the same place, and one of them was by himself, and the relevant thing was to sit down. He has been managing himself for other people's comfort for so long that he no longer notices it as management. He notices it now. He notices the difference. He goes to the second floor. He finds a seat. He waits for the presentations to begin. Soren presents first, which means Ev is watching when he walks into the committee room. Shoulders back, notes in hand, the specific quality of someone who has gathered themselves. He sits at the table. He looks at Varga. He begins. The framework holds. Ev watches Varga's expression across the table. The fractional leftward tilt of her head, the quality of attention that means she is getting something she is going to keep. He watches Soren's hands move as they do when the argument is working, the particular gestural language of a mind that thinks and talks in the same motion. He thinks, "I knew you could." He thinks, "You didn't need me to know." But I did. He files this too. He is filing so many things. Loops 68 to 80. Variations. He returns to the stairwell in 3 of these loops. Not every one, because repetition without variation is not a controlled experiment, and because he's aware that the stairwell is a place where Soren is private in a way he cannot choose to be, and that arriving there requires something of Soren that Soren cannot give consent for. He thinks about this more than he means to. Whether arriving in the stairwell is a kindness or an intrusion, given that Soren does not know it is recurring. Given that Soren does not know, there is an Ev who has sat with him on 11 occasions across different versions of the same morning, and who carries all of those mornings simultaneously, while Soren carries none of them. He does not resolve this. He does not have the tools to resolve it. He notes it in the part of himself where he keeps the things he cannot yet address, and he returns to the present tense business of being here, in this loop, doing what seems right in this loop, which is still to sit down. What he learns across these variations, that Soren's panic attacks are not consistent in duration or intensity. The breathing exercises he employs are self-taught. He has had this long enough to have developed a management strategy, which means it is not new, which means it is a thing he carries quietly and does not lead with. This information does not change anything. It adds to the accumulation. But the line "you're very warm" does not appear in every loop. In loop 73, Soren says, instead, "You don't have to count, you know. I can hear you." And Ev says, "How?" And Soren says, "Your breath. You're timing it." And there is a moment after this in which neither of them says anything. And what fills the silence is the particular quality of being seen by someone when you did not intend to be visible. That in loop 78, Soren, on his way out, puts his hand briefly on Ev's shoulder. Not a formal gesture, not a performance, just a hand on a shoulder, the weight of it, the warmth of it, gone again in 3 seconds. And Ev sits very still for a very long time after the door closes and thinks, oh, he has been telling himself a story about what he is doing in these loops. The story is that he is learning, observing, accumulating data, positioning himself for the moment when the loop breaks and the real world resumes and his choices in it can matter. The story is not, he thinks, entirely accurate. He is not in the stairwell in loop 78 because it serves any eventual purpose. He is in the stairwell in loop 78 because Soren was by himself, and the relevant thing was to sit down, and because 40 minutes of someone else's breathing beside him in a quiet stairwell is more than he has allowed himself in a very long time. He knows what touch-starved means, technically. He has read the literature. He has applied it, occasionally and without drama, to other people's situations, the way you apply true things to places that are safely outside yourself. He is applying it now to the exact center of himself, and it lands with the specific accuracy of a thing arriving in the right place after a long and unnecessary detour. He presses his thumbnail to his wrist. He goes to his seat. He watches Soren present. The framework holds. He keeps everything. Chapter 9. Rival Grammar. Loop 87. The thing about debating with Soren, Ev has discovered, is that it requires a different kind of precision than debating with anyone else. With most people, precision is a matter of correct terms, sound logic, the clean architecture of a well-constructed argument. With Soren, precision is a negotiation between the scaffold and the leap, between what can be established and what can be felt, between the argument that is technically right and the argument that is actually true. Soren will take a position, hold it just long enough for Ev to prepare a counterargument, and then abandon it in favor of the position the counterargument was built on, which Soren has somehow arrived at via a completely different route, and Ev is left holding the hammer he didn't need to swing. It is objectively maddening. It is the best intellectual experience he has had in years. "You're doing the thing," Soren says. They are in the seminar room on the 3rd floor. Not a formal committee session, one of the informal study group gatherings that Mal has been organizing with the enthusiastic conviction of someone who believes that academic rivals become better scholars by arguing in the same room. Ev has attended 6 of these. He has found them consistently less useful for strategy and more useful for something he does not have a precise name for. Which thing, Ev says. The thing where you've already thought 3 moves ahead and you're pretending you have it. Soren sets down his pen. His notes are an archaeology of crossed-out sentences and looping marginal additions, an illegibility that somehow produces clear argument when spoken. You knew where that was going before I did. You arrived there faster than I expected. So you were tracking my route. I track most things. Soren looks at him, not accusingly, with the specific warm attention of someone who finds a true statement interesting rather than troubling. Is that exhausting? The question lands with the directness of something Soren has said before he fully decided to say it, which is, Ev has come to understand how Soren arrives at the things that matter. Not calculated, discharged. Sometimes, Ev says, because this is true and because Soren's questions have a quality that makes evasion feel not dishonest, but simply wasteful. It's also the thing I'm best at. It's difficult to separate from the other things. The other things being present, not optimizing. He pauses, not treating every room like a briefing document. Soren is quiet for a moment, in a listening way, the way Ev has come to recognize as Soren actually processing rather than waiting for his turn. But you do that with me, he says. You treat this like a briefing document. Less than I used to. When did you stop? Ev looks at him. He considers, for a moment, the question's depth, the version of an answer that is accurate, the version that is more than accurate, the version that is the whole truth and would require saying things he is not ready to say in Loop 87, in an informal seminar room, with their papers spread across the table between them. I don't know exactly, he says, which is the truest thing that's also safe to say. Soren nods. He picks up his pen. He draws a line through a sentence he has written and writes something else above it. Okay, he says. Back to the epistemological problem. Back to it, Ev agrees. The epistemological problem, as Ev has framed it, is whether knowledge acquired through bodily experience constitutes a distinct category from knowledge acquired through cognition, or whether embodied knowledge is simply cognition at a different resolution. Soren's position, reached through 3 separate wrong turnings and then a leap that Ev is still reconstructing, is that the distinction is false, that cognition has always been embodied, that the problem is an artifact of a theoretical tradition that separated mind from body for historical rather than empirical reasons. Ev's position is that the distinction remains useful even if it is artificial, that useful fictions are a legitimate tool of inquiry, and that Soren's argument proves too much. Soren's response is, you like useful fictions because they let you stop before you have to commit to the destabilizing version. This is Ev thinks not about epistemology. The destabilizing version, he says carefully, requires establishing something I haven't yet established. Or it requires trusting the argument to land where it's going before you can see the landing. That's a description of faith, not rigor. I think they're the same thing viewed from different points in the process. The echo of their first conversation, Mal's party, the tension is the point, lands between them in the particular way that callbacks land between people who have been paying attention. Ebb does not say, "You've said that before." He is quite certain, in loop 87, that Soren has not said that to him in this loop. The line was from a different loop's conversation, retained in Ev's memory, and therefore present in his understanding of the exchange, even when it has not yet been said. He is also aware that it is true, in the same way it was true the first time. "I'll consider it," he says. "High praise from you. It's accurate." Soren grins at this. Not his camp grin, the broader one for audiences, but the smaller one he keeps for things that have actually landed, which is closer to his face, less directed at the room. Ev has cataloged this grin across 60 loops, and it still does something to the architecture of his chest every time he sees it. He looks at his notes. Loop 94. Dr. Varga, during a committee observation that has gone unusually well for Soren, says, "You argue better when he's in the room." It is said quietly to Soren after the formal session has ended and the other candidates have filed out. Ev is still at the table, gathering his papers, and Varga's voice carries the 3 feet between them with the specificity of someone who does not accidentally let things carry. Soren says, "I'm sorry." "Not a criticism," Varga says. "An observation. Your arguments in solo seminars are strong. Your arguments in this room, with Mr. Solís present, are something else." She pauses, the particular quality of her pause. "I'm interested in what that means about your thinking." Soren looks at Ev. Ev looks at his papers. He is aware that his ears have done something particular. "I'll think about that," Soren says, and his voice is doing something careful. Varga leaves. Soren and Ev are the only ones in the room. "Did she say something similar to you?" Soren asks. "She might have," Ev says, which is accurate. Vargas said it to him in loop 91, after a session in which Soren had pushed Ev's argument into territory Ev hadn't anticipated, and Ev had followed, and they had produced, together and in the middle of a committee observation, something neither of them had prepared. "You argue better when he's in the room," said to Ev about Soren separately. The same observation delivered twice to both of them at different times. Varga, noting a pattern, "It's the dynamic," Soren says. He is looking at the window. "We bring something out in each other. Academically." "Yes," Ev says. "It's useful. For the work." "Yes." A pause. Soren turns to look at him. "And it's also something else," he says, with the directness of someone who has decided not to manage the sentence before it exits. Ev is quiet. "You don't have to confirm that," Soren says. "I'm not. I'm just naming it. Because I've been watching it happen for weeks, and I think naming it is more honest than not." "What are you naming exactly?" Ev says carefully. Soren looks at him. The expression on his face is the one Ev has seen exactly once before in loop 78 after the hand on the shoulder in the stairwell. The expression of someone who has decided to be more honest than is strictly safe and is doing it anyway, because being strategically safe and being actually present are not the same thing, and he has made a choice about which one matters more. "I don't know yet," Soren says. "But something." Ev holds his gaze. He thinks about 40 loops of accumulation. He thinks about the library floor and the stairwell and the east courtyard and Mal's party and the moment before Ev said good night, which is where all of this started. He thinks about the full catalog of what something means, which he knows in extraordinary detail and which Soren is arriving at from scratch, without any of the history, building the feeling in real time while Ev carries it already built. "Yes," Ev says. "Something. It is not enough. It is also more than he has said in 94 loops combined." Soren picks up his bag. He does not smile. Exactly. Or rather, he does the precursor to it. The thing that Ev has learned comes before the smile that actually lands, which is the smile he keeps close to his face. "I'll see you Thursday," he says. "Yes," Ev says. Soren leaves. Ev sits in the empty committee room, for a moment. He thinks about the word something and how it is doing the work of a much larger word, and how both of them know this, and how neither of them said the larger word, and how this is the most honest conversation he has had in 94 loops because it was honest about its own limits. He presses his thumbnail to his wrist. He thinks something. He thinks, yes. Loop 99. The committee room again. A different session. Ev is presenting his strongest argument of the semester, honed across dozens of loops. The methodology finally refined to the point where Varga's lateral questions have no purchase on the edges. He is not paying unusual attention to Soren, who is seated 2 chairs down and has been quiet throughout the formal exchange. He is approximately 3/4 of the way through a response to a committee member's question about theoretical framework, a question he has answered in 22 variations across previous loops, and which he is answering now with the particular precision of something practiced to the point of instinct when something happens in the room. Soren shifts. It is not a notable movement. He straightens slightly in his chair, redirects his gaze from the committee member who asked the question to Ev, and his expression does the thing it does when the argument has landed somewhere Soren did not expect it. A small, particular widening, not quite surprise, more like recognition. Like someone following a path they did not know they were on and arriving, unexpectedly, at the right destination. Ev's response continues. He does not stop, but the part of his brain that runs the cataloging, that files everything whether or not he has given it permission, files this. Soren, in the moment of the argument working, catching Ev's eye, and then, instead of looking away, grinning. Not the audience grin, the one he keeps close. At Ev, because they're rivals and the argument works, and the grin is the acknowledgement of that, of the fact that this is good, that this is the kind of good that is better, because someone who understands it is in the room. That intellectual excellence is its own form of intimacy when it happens between people who are paying the right kind of attention to each other. Ev holds his place in the sentence. He looks at Soren for one beat, the extra beat, the one he has been giving and withholding in turn since September, and then returns to the committee member's question. The session ends. They file out. In the corridor, not beside each other, but close enough, Soren says, that last argument. The one about iterative embodied knowledge. The way you landed the conclusion. Yes, I was going to make the same argument. He says it not as complaint, but as recognition. The specific recognition of we. I had it in my notes for Thursday. I know, F says. He does know. He has read Soren's notes in 3 loops where they left them accessible. He does not say he knows. So you thought of it too, Soren says. Different route, Ev says. Same destination. Soren looks at him. The corridor light is kinder than fluorescent in October. Something in the angle of afternoon that makes the hall warmer, more like itself. Is that always going to happen? He says. Are we always going to end up in the same place? The question is about epistemology. The question is not about epistemology. Ev looks at him. I think, he says, with the care of someone choosing between several true things, that the destination isn't the interesting part. Soren looks at him for a long moment. No, he says. I suppose it isn't. They go their separate ways. Ev walks home through the October afternoon. The leaves turn now, the light shorter, the city doing its autumn rearrangement of color and temperature. And he thinks about the grin. The one kept close. The one for things that actually land. He thinks the destination isn't the interesting part. He thinks the interesting part is this. The route. The 87 loops that have brought him to this corridor, this conversation, this particular quality of being understood by someone who is in the process of understanding him. He thinks, I have been working towards something I did not know how to name, and I am beginning to be able to name it. He does not say it yet. Not yet, but he is beginning. Chapter 10, The Potion Problem. Loop 110. Ev corners Mal on a Wednesday. This requires more effort than it sounds. Mal does not stay cornered. He is constitutionally unsuited to being caught in one place long enough for any conversation requiring more than 3 exchanges, and Ev has watched him navigate out of attempted serious discussions with the fluid, affable efficiency of someone who has been doing it since childhood. The trick, Ev has learned across 100 loops of malobservation, is not to corner him where he has somewhere to be. The trick is to find him in his own kitchen, which is the one room he stays in long enough to become actually stationary. It is 8:30 in the morning. Mal is making coffee with the absorbed concentration of someone performing an important ritual. The drink, Ev says, without preamble. Mal does not look up from the coffee. Good morning to you as well. The drink from the party. 3 weeks ago. Still good. Maud. Mal sets down the coffee, which is, in Ev's experience, the clearest possible signal that the conversation has moved into territory Mal has been expecting and is not entirely looking forward to. He turns around. He looks at Ev with the particular expression of someone applying honesty to a situation where honesty is going to cost something. Right, he says. What was in it? Elderflower. Something herbal. Bit of, what else? A pause. The kitchen is small and full of morning light and the comfortable disorder of a person who uses all his spaces fully and does not think much about where things go when they're not being used. There's a plant on the windowsill that is improbably thriving. The main base I got from a vendor at the Portobello market, Mal says. Regular vendor. Very nice. But I sourced one ingredient from somewhere else. Another stall, also reputable, or at least I thought reputable. The person seemed to know what they were talking about, had a lot of very confident opinions about what it would do, and he pauses. I mostly discounted the confident opinions, on the basis that they were confident opinions from a market stall vendor about a botanical preparation, and that's not a regulatory framework. I typically take at face value. What were the confident opinions? Mal picks up his coffee, sets it down. The specific gesture of someone whose hands want something to do, while their mouth is occupied with something they would prefer not to say. The vendor said, this is the vendor's claim, not something I can verify, that the preparation had certain properties around, he clears his throat, around emotional attunement. The specific claim was that it would amplify whatever emotional state was most active at the time of consumption. The existing feeling, not a new one. The vendor was very emphatic about this. Ev is quiet, so it doesn't create feelings, Ev says, finally. The claim was that it amplifies existing ones. Or, Mal runs a hand through his hair. Or in the context of two people who are both consuming it while in proximity to each other, it might. The word the vendor used was harmonize, which is I know. But I looked it up after, and apparently there's an entire tradition of, Maud, I know. You gave something of uncertain provenance and unverified botanical composition to, how many people were at that party? 23. But not everyone drank it. Some people just had wine. Did you drink it? I did, yes. And Mal is quiet for a moment. I had a very meaningful conversation with my plant, he says, and I texted my mother. So, I think the effect is context dependent. Ev sits down at the kitchen table. He sits the way he sits when he is processing something that requires the full available cognitive architecture. Very still, hands on the table, gaze at a point in the middle distance. Mal sits across from him with the posture of someone waiting to receive the precise nature of the consequences he has created. Ev, he says, I am genuinely sorry. I was curious and I thought small amounts and I did not think it would. He stops. I thought social lubricant would mean slightly looser conversation. Not whatever the loop is. If that's even what caused it. I don't know that it caused it. It's the most likely explanation. Yes. Mal exhalis. I know. He looks at his hands. Are you? Is there anything I can? No, Ev says. Not unkindly. Just accurately. He is thinking about what the vendor said. Amplifies existing emotional states. Does not create them. In the context of two people in proximity. Harmonize. The word is imprecise and probably unverifiable and is nevertheless doing considerable work in the architecture of what Ev is currently feeling, which is something between vertigo and something else he cannot name yet. He looks up. Did Soren drink it? He says. Yes, Mal says. You both did. I watched. He adds, with the particular tone of someone not sure whether this is relevant. He had 2 glasses. Ev processes this. He thinks about Soren's pull, the gravitational quality of it, the way Soren keeps finding him in every room, keeps reaching for him in the dark of lecture halls and the warmth of library floors, keeps arriving in the East Courtyard on Tuesdays, as if Ev is not the one who knows about Tuesdays. He has been filing this under Soren's nature, his warmth, his affectionate instincts, the way he gravitates toward things he finds interesting. He is now applying another possible explanation. He does not like the way the explanation feels. The vendor's claim, Ev says, was that it amplifies existing states, not that it creates new ones. That's what they said, yes. Which means, if there is any real mechanism at all, the feeling would have to already be there. Mal is very carefully looking at a fixed point just above Ev's right shoulder. That was also the claim, yes. There is a silence in the kitchen that is the specific, uncomfortable silence of two people who are not going to say the thing that has been implied. Then Mal says quietly, "For what it's worth, I've known you for 8 years, Ev. And in 8 years, the only time you've mentioned a person more than twice in a conversation is when they already matter to you. I'm just saying, if there was something there to amplify, it wasn't created by a market stall vendor." He picks up his coffee. "I still should have said something. I know that." Ev is quiet for a long moment. He says, "Your plant looks well." He's thriving. Mal agrees, with the relief of a subject change. "I named him Aristotle." "Of course you did." He leaves Mal's kitchen with the specific internal condition of a man who has been handed a new variable and is not certain whether it resolves his uncertainty or deepens it. The loop's remaining 24 hours are spent on something he has not previously prioritized: controlled observation. He needs to know whether Soren's pull toward him is a product of the potion or something that would exist without it. The complication is that the potion is, by this point in the loop, already consumed. 3 weeks into a 24-day loop, there is no version of this loop in which Soren has not already had 2 glasses. He cannot observe the unmediated version in loop 110. He makes a note for the next loop. Loop 111. He engineers the party differently. This requires patience and a kind of indirect application of knowledge that Ev finds, quietly, distasteful. The use of information accumulated across previous loops to manipulate a present-tense situation, but he accepts the distaste as necessary. He needs data. He arrives at Mal's party early enough to have a private conversation about the drink. He says, carefully and without explaining why, "Don't serve this one to Soren." Mal, to his credit, asks no questions. He has had enough conversations with Ev across enough years to know that Ev's requests without explanation are the ones to honor, and diverts Soren onto the wine when he arrives. Ev yuches. Soren finds him in 40 minutes. Not 80 minutes, as in the unaltered party. 40. He arrives at the corner by the kitchen doorway through a sequence of conversational pivots that looks, from the outside, like natural social movement, in which Ev is now watching with the specific attention of a researcher who has set up an experiment and is watching it unfold. Soren says, with the ease he has in social spaces, the ease that is not performance, but genuine warmth. "You've been hiding." "I've been here," Ev says. "Same thing." Soren lifts his glass of wine. "What are we arguing about tonight?" They do not drink Mal's preparation. The conversation is the same conversation, the same quality of it, the same level, the same friction that produces the same heat, and Soren's body does the same things. The incremental close reading of the distance between them, the unconscious lean, the way the room rearranges itself in the topology of his attention until there is the room, and then there is this corner of it where Ev is. All of it without the drink. Ev notes this. He notes it in loop 113, where he engineers the same conditions and watches the same things happen. He notes it in loop 116, where he changes variables further, arriving later, speaking to Soren across the room rather than in the corner, introducing different conversational partners, and watches Soren recalibrate and find him anyway through 3 conversational pivots and 1 entirely independent movement across the room that has no external cause. The data is, by loop 116, clear. Soren gravitates toward him without the drink. In every controlled version, with every variable adjusted, the pull is present. Less organized, perhaps, in some loops without the preparation. Soren's movement is less direct, more circuitous, as if the drink shortened the path but didn't create it, but present. Consistent. A fact of the landscape, rather than an artifact of a market stall vendor's botanical preparation. Ev holds this information. He sits in his flat on the evening of loop 116. After a loop in which he has gathered more data on the nature of Soren's feeling than he has gathered in any previous loop, and he sits with what the data means. The data means it is real. The gravitational pull, the ease, the inexplicable familiarity Soren has been describing to him across dozens of loops, it exists without the potion. The potion did not create it. He should feel relieved. He is aware that relief is the appropriate response to this finding. He is also aware that the relief is not coming cleanly, that it is arriving mixed with something else, something he does not immediately name, something that sits in the chest and requires careful handling. He identifies it, after a moment, with the precision he brings to the hardest things. It is terror, not of the feeling being real, of the feeling being real on both sides, which means the stakes of a loop ending are real, which means the world outside the loop, the linear world, the world that keeps records and requires choices and cannot be reset, is the world in which all of this will eventually have to happen. And Ev will have to be the version of himself who says the true things rather than the version who files them safely in the architecture of a memory no one else can access. He has loved the loop because the loop resets, because nothing he does here is permanent, because he can be warm and present and alive in a way he cannot manage in the world that keeps score. He understands now, hiding in it. He presses his thumbnail to the inside of his wrist. He thinks, the data says it's real. He thinks, I am not ready. He thinks, I'm going to have to get ready. He thinks, not yet. He goes to sleep. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th, and the sun is doing its particular early morning thing through the window of his flat, and the world is back at the beginning, and he has 11 hours and 15 minutes before the mixer. He lies still for a longer moment than usual. He thinks about what the vendor said. Amplifies existing states. Does not create them. The feeling would have to already be there. He thinks about Mal's kitchen and Mal's plant named Aristotle and the specific look on Mal's face of someone who has known you for 8 years and has been watching you mention someone twice in a conversation and knows what that means. He gets up. He fills his glass. He thinks. The data is clear. He is not ready. He begins the loop anyway. Chapter 11. Every Tuesday in the East Courtyard. Loop 115. Soren's version. The first time it happens, he tells himself it is coincidence. This is not strictly a lie. He does not have enough information to call it anything else. He is in the East Courtyard on a Tuesday. He is always in the East Courtyard on Tuesdays, has been since the 3rd week of term, has claimed the low stone wall on the south side the way you claim a chair in a library or a particular table in a cafe, through the quiet accumulation of repeated presence. And Ev comes around the corner of the East Wing and finds him there. Ev stops when he sees him. Just for a moment, half a beat, the particular pause of someone who has arrived at a destination and is recalibrating the arrival. And then it smooths, and Ev says, "You're here." "I'm always here on Tuesdays," Soren says. "I know," Ev says, which is a strange answer. Not "I didn't know," which is what you say when something is a coincidence. Not "of course," which is what you say when something is expected. Just "I know," said with a quiet certainty that does not explain how. Soren files this under the category he has been building all semester, the drawer labeled things about Solís that I cannot account for with the available information. The drawer is full. He is considering adding a second drawer. Ev sits on the wall beside him with the specific economy of a man who does not waste motion, not asking, not performing casualness, simply sitting, and the courtyard does its usual Tuesday business around them. The light going its October gold, and the silence between them is the kind that does not require filling. They talk about the committee. They talk about Varga's recent notes, which have shifted and register for both of them in ways that are harder to read than either of them would like. Soren talks with his hands, which he always does, and at one point nearly sends his paper cup off the edge of the wall, and Ev catches it without looking up from what he is saying, with the casual precision of someone who knew the cup was going to go before it went. Soren stares at him. "How did you? You gesture with your right hand more than your left," Ev says. "Your cup was on your right. It was going to go. You've been watching my hands." I notice most things. Soren takes his cup back. He looks at it for a moment. He looks at Ev. You've said that before, he says. Have I? Yes. Soren sets the cup carefully on his other side. More than once. In more than one context. He pauses. You say it like it's a neutral fact. Like noticing most things doesn't require. He looks for the word. Investment. Ev is quiet. The particular quiet of a man choosing. It doesn't feel like investment, he says finally. It feels like what happens when you're paying attention. And are you paying attention to me, specifically? The question arrives without camp, without its usual framing layer. Just the question, plainly, because it is Tuesday and the courtyard is warm and Soren is tired of the circumference. He is tired of circling. He wants to ask the thing from the center. Ev looks at him. Yes, he says. One word. Unhurried. Exakt. The courtyard is very quiet around the sound of it. Soren does the thing he does when he wants something he hasn't named yet. Looks away first, and then immediately back. Ev is still there. He is always still there. Okay, Soren says. Not as a verdict. As an acknowledgement. As, I heard you. I'm putting this somewhere safe until I know what to do with it. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th, and has no memory of E's courtyard. But somewhere in the structure of him, in the architecture of a body that is keeping its own records, something has shifted, some angle of familiarity adjusted imperceptibly toward a new bearing, and on the first Tuesday of the new loop's third week, Soren finds himself in the east courtyard on the low stone wall in the afternoon sun, without quite knowing why this feels like where he is supposed to be. Loop 122. Still Soren. 7 loops later. Though Soren does not know, it is 7 loops later, has no word for what it is. The second Tuesday arrives. Ev comes around the corner of the east wing at 12:30, and this time Soren is watching the doorway when he comes, because the part of him that does not have language for what it knows has arranged this without asking the part that does. You come here on Tuesdays, Soren says. Ev sits down. So do you. I was here first. You're always here first. Something in the way he says it, the comfortable certainty of it, the lack of any register that suggests this is new information, lands in Soren's chest in the way that things which are too true tend to land, with a small, dull weight that is not unpleasant. Do you have my schedule memorized? Soren says, and it comes out more direct than he meant it to, lacking the half-comic inflection he would normally use to give himself somewhere to retreat if the answer is uncomfortable. Ev looks at him, the gray eyes, the quality of attention that receives rather than deflects. You always come here on Tuesdays, he says. I've noticed the pattern. Soren sits with this. And so you what? Adjusted your schedule. I noticed the pattern, Ev says again, which is not a confirmation and not a denial, which is somehow both more honest and more infuriating than either would have been. You notice a lot of things about me, Soren says. Yes. Why? The silence. Ev looks at the courtyard, the gravel, the October light, the bare branches of the small, ornamental tree against the east wing stone. Soren has come to understand a relationship with silence that is not avoidance. He is not buying time. He is choosing the exact word for the true thing, refusing to approximate. Because you're the most interesting person in any room you're in, Ev says, and I have not yet found a way to stop noticing interesting things. Soren absorbs this. That is an extraordinary thing to say to your academic rival, he says. I am aware. And you said it anyway. I've found, Ev says with the minimal precision of a man making a controlled admission, that managing what I say to you is less effective than I would like. Soren looks at him for a moment. The familiar feeling is there, the one that doesn't have a timeline, the one that sits beneath the logic of the semester, and he is not going to examine it today. He is simply going to sit beside it in the October sun and let it be a thing that is happening. All right, he says, and there is warmth in it, and something careful, and something that is neither. All right, Solís. They sit there until the light changes. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th. On the first Tuesday of the new loop's third week, the east courtyard is where his feet take him, and the low stone wall is where he sits. And the afternoon finds him there with his paper cup and his notes and the ambient sense of someone about to arrive. Loop 130. The third Tuesday. Do you have my schedule memorized? Or something? He says it half-joking, which is how he says the things he actually wants answered, because a joke provides egress if the truth is too much. Ed does not smile. He does not look away. He says, "You always come here on Tuesdays." Soren blinks. "I do," he says. "Don't I?" He is not asking. He is realizing. I didn't think anyone noticed. The silence that follows is the fullest silence that has existed between them in any room in any week of the semester. Soren can feel it, the specific texture of it, the way it takes up space without being empty, the way it is somehow the loudest thing either of them has said. He looks at Ev. Ev is looking at him with the quality of attention that does not ask for anything, that simply holds. And Soren has the specific, vertiginous feeling of being in the presence of someone who has been paying attention for longer than the current conversation, longer than the current week, longer than the evidence should allow. "How long?" Soren says, not finishing the question, because he is not certain he knows the end of it. "Since the beginning," Ev says. "Since the beginning." Soren sits with the phrase. He does the thing, looks away first, checks whether the thing is still there, looks back. It is. Ev is steady, the way Ev is always steady, in the way of something that has decided its position and does not require confirmation to maintain it. "Why didn't you say so?" Soren says, and his voice is quieter than he intended. Ev's hands, which are still the way they are always still, move slightly, a small adjustment, nothing dramatic, but Soren catches it. "I wasn't certain," Ev says, "whether it would be welcome." This lands in Soren's chest, in the complicated place. The place where the semester has been accumulating things he cannot explain, cannot account for, cannot align with the linear chronology of how two people come to know each other. "It's welcome," he says. He says it simply, without performance, without framing, without the footnotes he usually builds around true things. It is welcome. He does not know what it means. He knows it is welcome. Ev goes still in the way that means he has been moved, which Soren has learned to read not as coldness, but as its opposite, the particular stillness of someone who has received something and does not know yet where to put it and is holding it carefully in the interim. They sit in the east courtyard for another 40 minutes. They do not talk about what was said. They do not need to. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th, and he has a feeling he cannot name. Not a memory, but something adjacent to one, something in the body's register rather than the mind's. On the first Tuesday of the new loop's third week, he goes to the east courtyard without deciding to, and sits on the low stone wall, and waits, though he cannot say what he is waiting for. When Ev comes around the corner of the east wing, Soren does not feel surprised. He feels, instead, the specific warmth of confirmation, the warmth of something that was already known arriving in visible form, like turning a corner and finding the city you expected spread below you, the skyline familiar before you've seen it this time, familiar in the older way. "You're here," Ev says. "I'm always here on Tuesdays," Soren says. And the look on Ev's face at this, the specific, unhurried quality of it, the thing it does at the corners where feeling has gotten through before the gate could close, is something Soren files in the full S drawer, in the category that has no label, because labels would require him to know what he is naming. He does not know yet. He is beginning to know. He looks away first, and then immediately back. Ev is still there. The afternoon light moves across the stone. They stay. Chapter 12. What this is in the dark. Loop 145. It happens the way things happen when you have stopped pretending they won't. Not recklessly. Not by accident. Not in the particular catastrophe of two people who have allowed something to build past the point of management and then let it go sideways. It happens because Ev has decided, the way he decides all things, precisely with full knowledge of the cost, having counted it first, and then counted it again, and then chosen anyway. He chooses. They have been in the east courtyard again, which is where they keep ending up in the middle loops, the courtyard becoming something like a fixed point in the loop's geography. Not because Ev engineers it, not in loop 145, but because Soren goes there on Tuesdays, and Ev goes where Soren is, which is a sentence he does not say out loud, but which is the most accurate available description of how he spends his Tuesday afternoons. The committee presentation is behind them. The autumn has gone further into itself. The light leaving earlier now, the courtyard colder, their breath visible in the air when they talk. Soren is wearing a scarf, dark burgundy, that he has twisted once around his neck with the casual ease of someone who is dressed for the warmth rather than the presentation of warmth. His hands are animated. His argument is unfinished, reaching for somewhere he hasn't fully arrived. Ev is watching him. He has been watching him for 144 loops, and the watching has not become less, has not flattened into familiarity or worn into the ambient backdrop of his attention. It is still the same quality of watching, total, precise, the kind of looking that is also a form of keeping. You're not arguing, Soren says, and there's something in his voice that is less irritation than question. He has learned, across these weeks that are really across these loops, that when Ev stops pushing back, it means something different than silence usually means. I know, Ev says. You agree. I'm thinking. About the argument? Ev looks at him. No, he says. The courtyard goes quiet around them. Not the quiet of absence, the quiet of two people who have stopped pretending the ambient sound matters. Soren looks at him. His hands, which have been moving through the argument for 10 minutes, go still. Ev, he says. Yes. What are you thinking about? Ev is quiet for a moment. He is considering the versions of this, the deflection, the accurate but safe answer, the careful management of the sentence, and he is rejecting them. Not dramatically, simply, with the specific decision of someone who has been managing sentences for 144 loops and has chosen, for this one, to stop. I'm thinking, he says, that I have been the wrong category for a very long time. Soren is still. What category, he says? The one where I have decided, in advance, what is available to me. The scarf. The burgundy of it against the warm gold brown of Soren's skin in the thin October light. The courtyard cold enough now that they have both been making the small adjustments of people who are unwilling to say they are cold. Soren's hands tucked now into the sleeves of his coat, Ev's posture slightly closer to the stone walls remaining warmth than he would be in September. And what's available to you? Soren says. He says it carefully, not carefully the way of managing the answer, carefully the way of someone who wants to get the question exactly right so the answer can be exactly true. Ev looks at him. He does not answer immediately. What he does is reach across the 3 inches of stone wall between them and put his hand over Soren's. Not a grip, not a hold, just his hand on top of Soren's in the particular gesture of someone who has decided to stop being careful about this specific thing. Soren goes very still. Ev says, I think that's the question I'm trying to answer. The loop, in this version, does not reset for another 20 hours. They spend those 20 hours as two people who have cracked something open and do not immediately know what is inside it, and are not afraid of not knowing. They go inside when the courtyard cold becomes too much. Ev's flat, which is the closer one, which is spare and precise and has good light, and the specific quality of space that has been lived in alone for a long time and knows it. Soren looks at Ev's bookshelves with the attention he gives to things he finds genuinely interesting and makes 3 observations about the organizational system that are both accurate and slightly uncanny. And Ev makes tea that is better than the tea from the library break room. And they sit at the small table with the window open to the evening and they talk. The conversation is different than the courtyard conversations. No committee, no methodology, no fellowship. This is something older. This is 2 people finding out what the other one is like at 9:30 in the evening in a small flat, with the city doing its autumn darkness outside. Soren tells him about Bologna, about a trip he took alone at 24 that was supposed to be about architecture and became, in the way trips sometimes become things, about understanding that he had been performing his own life. Ev tells him, and this is the part that costs something, the part that he does not often allow himself, about what it is to be precise about everything and still not know what you want. About the particular discipline of a man who has made himself exceptional and is only now asking what it was for. Soren listens. He listens in the way he listens when it matters. Not the active listening performance, not the professional attentiveness, not even the warm social grace he brings to rooms. He listens with the full weight of his attention on Ev, and his face does what it does when something has actually landed, goes quiet, goes inward, goes still in a way that Ev has only recently come to recognize as Soren at his most present. "Can I ask you something?" Soren says. "You can ask." "Have you—" He looks at the table. He looks back. The tell, away, and then immediately back. "Have you been unhappy?" The question is simpler and therefore harder than anything the fellowship has asked him. Ev considers it, not to manage the answer, to give it accurately. "I've been," he stops. He starts again. "I've been very good at things that don't require being happy. And I've confused the two." Soren looks at him for a long time. "That's an incredibly lonely sentence," he says. "Yes," Ev says. "It is." There's a pause. "Well," Soren says, with the particular warmth of someone who is doing something rather than saying it, "I'm here. For what that's worth. In case that's useful." And Ev looks at him. This man in his flat at 9:30 with the burgundy scarf still around his neck and his hands wrapped around a mug of tea and his eyes doing the thing they do in direct light, the amber coming through, and thinks, yes, this is what it was for. Not the fellowship. This. What happens after is not a decision so much as an arrival. It is the first time. It is also the 145th loop, and Ev knows, with the clarity that functions as a clinical instrument and also, now, as a form of grief, that the morning will reset. He knows this the way he knows the layout of his flat, the way he knows the schedule of the fellowship committee, the way he knows that Soren eats lunch in the East Courtyard on Tuesdays and hums slightly flat over books in the library, completely as a fact of the landscape. He chooses anyway. He has been cataloging the absence of touch for longer than he has let himself count. He has filed it under preferences, under self-sufficiency, under the very particular lie that the absence of a thing is the same as not wanting it. He is not filing anything tonight. He is simply here, which is the thing the loop has made difficult, and which he is loop by loop getting better at. Soren is not someone who performs warmth. Ev knows this. He has known it since loop 29, since the library floor, since the first time he watched Soren Unguarded and understood the difference between camp and the person underneath it. The warmth is the thing itself, the specific, ambient quality of a person who genuinely wants to be close to you, who finds your presence something to move toward rather than manage. He has been near Soren's warmth in the cold of the stairwell and the neutral fluorescence of the committee room and the October air of the courtyard, and it has never felt like performance. It does not feel like performance now. He is being held. This is the fact that lands with the most precision and the most weight. Solís, who has not been held without it costing something and longer than he can clearly locate on any timeline, is being held. Not performed at. Not given the version of comfort that requires the other person to be managed. Just held. Soren's arms around him in the specific way of someone who is there for his own reasons and not for a performance, who has said with the full weight of his body, "I'm here. For what that's worth. It is worth everything." It is going to dissolve at 7:15 in the morning when Ev wakes on September 4th and the loop resets and Soren wakes in his own flat with no memory of any of this, and the world begins again from the beginning. Ev knows this. He stays awake after the room goes quiet. He does it deliberately, not out of anxiety, not from inability to sleep, but because he wants to be awake for this, for the hour after, the specific texture of it. Soren asleep with his head against Ev's chest, his breathing slow and even, one hand loosely curled near Ev's shoulder in the way of someone who has gone still and trusting in sleep. The room is dark except for the city light through the curtains, orange-gray, the particular color of city that doesn't go fully dark, and Ev is awake in it, cataloging, not strategically, not even consciously, simply keeping. He keeps the weight, the warmth, the specific quality of breath against skin that is unremarkable in the lives of people who have had this and immeasurable in the life of a person who has not. He keeps Soren's hand, the looseness of it. He keeps the precise angle of the room in the city's dark. He keeps the feeling, which has no clean name, of having received something he did not know he was allowed to want. He presses his thumbnail to the inside of his wrist, where Soren cannot see. He thinks, this is the thing I've been trying not to want. He thinks, I've been trying not to want this for 31 years, and I have been wrong. He thinks, with the particular clarity of 4 in the morning in a dark room with another person's warmth against him. I will know exactly what I am losing every time the loop resets. I know now. I will know every time. He thinks, I would do this again. He will do it again. Not every loop. He is careful about this. He is always careful about this. He knows the asymmetry of the thing he is doing, and he does not allow himself to flatten it into comfort. But sometimes, in the loops where it arrives naturally, the way this one did, without engineering, without the pressure of his accumulated knowledge on the shape of a moment that was supposed to be Soren's to arrive at in his own time. He stays awake until the city light starts its pre-dawn shift from orange to gray. He stays awake, and he keeps everything. In the morning, the loop resets. He wakes on September 4th. He lies still for longer than usual, long enough to feel the absence of the warmth, which is its own data, which he files in the place where he keeps the things that cost the most and matter the most and cannot be separated from each other. He presses his thumbnail to his wrist. He gets up. He fills his glass of water. He thinks, I know what I'm working toward. He does not say it yet, but he knows. Chapter 13, The Thing I've Been Working Toward. Loop 150. He wins on a Tuesday. He always wins on Tuesdays. When he wins, the Fellowship Committee sends its decisions on Tuesdays, a scheduling detail he has known since Loop 8 and which has become, across 142 loops of iteration, as unremarkable as the fact of the loop itself. He knows the email will arrive between 3:40 and 4 o'clock. He knows Varga's phrasing. It is always formal, always restrained, always the particular register of institutional congratulation that gives nothing away except the essential thing. He knows the subject line. He could write it himself. He wins cleanly. He does it without drama, which is the only way he knows how to do things. The presentation is the best version of the presentation, honed across dozens of loops, every arguable seam reinforced, every lateral question from Varga pre-answered in the architecture of the argument itself. He has become, across 150 loops, a machine for winning this fellowship. He could win it in his sleep. He has effectively been winning it in his sleep. The email arrives at 3:52. He reads it. He reads it again. He closes his laptop. He sits at his desk. Outside, the city is doing the particular thing it does in mid-afternoon, the sound of it muffled by the glass, the October light going thin. His flat is exactly as it always is, precise, unrearranged, the particular silence of a space occupied by one person who has arranged it to require as little of him as possible. His books are where he left them. His notes are where he made them. The mug from his morning tea is on the coaster to the right of his desk. He has won the Hartwell Fellowship. He sits with this. He has won the Hartwell Fellowship 14 times before Loop 150, in varying configurations of method and strategy, and in every previous iteration the result has been the same. The nothing. The specific, flatly accurate nothing of a man who has received a thing he was working toward and found that the thing is exactly what it appeared to be and no more, which is not failure, but is a species of blankness that is harder to name. He is waiting for the nothing. The nothing does not arrive. What arrives instead is something else, something that is the opposite of nothing, something that has a shape and a temperature and a source, and the source is not the email, not the fellowship, not the 2 years of independent research funding and the visiting position at the Institute and the doors that opened from this room. The first thought he had when the email came was Soren would have found that argument impressive. He has had this thought before in other winning loops. He has filed it as information and moved on. He is not today moving on. He is sitting with it and looking at it with the full application of the attention he normally reserves for things he intends to understand. Soren would have found that argument impressive. Not, I won. Not, the discipline was worth it. Not, I have demonstrated that I am exceptional. Just Soren. What Soren would have thought. The specific involuntary shape of a mind that has gone to someone else's reaction before it has processed its own. He sits for a long time. He opens his laptop. He opens it, and the email is there, the fellowship's formal prose, "We are pleased to inform you." And he reads it again, and he looks at the words, and he notices, with the precision he brings to the hardest observations, that the words do not feel like the end of something. They feel like the wrong end. He closes the laptop again. He presses his thumbnail to the inside of his wrist. He thinks about loop 8, the first win, and the nothing. He thinks about loop 11, the second win, and the nothing. He thinks about all the variations on winning, the different methods, the different strategies, the ones he tried early in the competition and the ones he tried late, the ones that were clean and the ones that required everything he had, and what they all have in common, which is not the result but the result's aftermath, the particular flatness of an accomplished thing that he has never managed to feel properly. He has been working toward the fellowship for the better part of a decade. He has been working toward Soren for 150 loops. He sits with the arithmetic of this. He does not try to manage the arithmetic. He lets it add up the way it adds up in the full light of its own precision, without softening or qualification. The fellowship is real. The achievement is real. 3 years of positioning and a decade of discipline have produced a real result. And the result is real, and Ev does not diminish it. But Ev is sitting in his flat at 4 in the afternoon, having won the only competition that has organized his life for the past 3 years. And the first thing he felt, the very first thing, before the discipline and the precision and the professional satisfaction could arrange themselves into their appropriate places, was Soren, was the specific, involuntary, irrefutable fact of wanting Soren to know about it. Not the committee, not Priya, not even himself, in the abstract, gratifying way of someone who has done the thing they set out to do. Soren, he understands now, with the particular clarity of a man who has spent 50 loops trying not to arrive at a conclusion and has arrived at it anyway, in love with his academic rival. He does not examine the phrase for very long. He has been approaching it for 50 loops through the careful application of terms like accumulation and observation and something, and the accurate word has been available for approximately all of them, and he has simply not let himself reach for it, because reaching for it would require acknowledging the full weight of the asymmetry, which is, he is in love with a man who will not remember any version of him, in any form. After 7:15 tomorrow morning, he is in love with a man he has never had a linear conversation with. He is in love with a man who has never chosen him with full information, who has chosen him across dozens of loops in the stairwell, in the courtyard, on the library floor, in the dark of his flat, without knowing there was anything to choose, without the context that would have made the choice meaningful. Choosing him only from instinct and proximity and the gravitational pull that Ev now knows is real and which he still does not entirely know how to trust. He is in love. He won the fellowship today. He does not know which of these facts matters more, which is new information, which is the most honest accounting he has ever taken of himself. He gets up from the desk. He goes to the window. The city is doing its afternoon rearrangement, the October light thinning faster now. The streets below going from the bright, particular movement of midday to the more purposeful movement of 4 o'clock, people with coats and intention, the day already tipping toward dark. He has 2 days left in this loop. In those 2 days, the fellowship will be confirmed, the formal notification, the secondary paperwork, the brief conversations with the committee members who will say things like distinguished and exactly what we were looking for. In those 2 days, Ev will attend all the remaining fellowship events as the winner, and he will do it well, because doing things well is the deepest habit he has, the one that predates all the others. And in those 2 days, he will find Soren in the East Courtyard on Tuesday, and he will sit beside him on the low stone wall, and they will talk about the argument, about Varga, about methodology and epistemology, and the things Soren is building toward in his own work, which Ev knows now are genuinely important things, things worth building. And Soren will not know that Ev has won. Will not know that across the table from him, in every committee session for the past 15 loops, has been a man who has already been told, officially, that Soren is not the one. He will not tell him. Not in this loop. He is not ready to tell him in this loop. Not the truth of the loop, not the larger truth, not any version of the thing he has been carrying. In this loop, he will simply be there. In the East Courtyard on Tuesday, with the thin October light and Soren's hands moving through some argument and the specific, unresolved warmth of being near a person you love in the limited time you have been given. He will file it. He presses his thumbnail to his wrist. He thinks, I have been working toward the wrong thing. He corrects this with the precision he brings to corrections. He thinks, I've been working toward the right thing. I have simply been calling it by the wrong name. He stands at the window until the light changes. He does not celebrate. He thinks about Soren in the East Courtyard, and what Soren would have said about the argument, and whether he would have argued back. He would have argued back. He always argues back. It is one of the things Ev loves most about him. And he lets himself, for the first time in 150 loops, use that word without immediately translating it into something more manageable. Loves. The word sits in his chest like the warmth of Soren's hand through a stairwell, like the weight of two people in the dark, like something that has been true for a long time and has simply, finally, been said. He goes to the East Courtyard at 4:30. Soren is there, on the wall, his cup balanced on his knee, a book open in his lap. That he is not quite reading, his gaze on the middle distance in the way of someone who is processing something that doesn't have a shape yet. He looks up when Ev approaches. You're here, he says. You're always here on Tuesdays, Ev says. Soren smiles, the close one, the real one, the one kept near his face. Sit down, Solís. I have a bone to pick with the epistemological framework. Ev sits down. He does not tell him he won. He sits beside him on the stone wall in the failing October light, and he listens to Soren dismantle an argument with his hands and his quick vocabulary and his specific associative intelligence. And he thinks, this is the thing I've been working toward. Not the fellowship, not the result. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th. He lies in his flat in the morning, and the winning is gone, dissolved with everything else, archived in the only place that keeps anything. And he thinks about what the absence of celebration feels like, which is not nothing. What the absence of celebration feels like, now that he has identified what he was actually celebrating, is a direction, a thing to move toward, not a result to achieve, but a truth to eventually tell. He gets up. He fills his glass. He thinks, I know what I want. He thinks, I have not known how to want things for a very long time. He thinks, I'm going to have to learn. He begins. Chapter 14. How long can a person do this? Loops 160 to 200. The loops continue. This is the sentence that matters most now, and it is the sentence he has the fewest words for. The loops continue, and Ev is no longer optimizing, and the difference between the two is something he is only beginning to understand. Optimizing had a shape. Optimizing had a methodology and a direction and a clear accounting of what each loop cost and what it produced. Not optimizing is simply being here, choosing to be in the room, sitting with Soren in the East Courtyard and the library and the seminar room and the particular corners of Mal's flat that they keep ending up in, and doing it without agenda, without the reassurance of strategy, in the exposed and ongoing terror of someone who has decided to want things without knowing if the wanting will be allowed. He is tired, not physically. He has never been particularly susceptible to physical fatigue, which is a function of discipline and a sleeping habit so regular it has become architectural. The tiredness is the other kind, the kind that accumulates in the particular place where you carry things no one else can see, in the specific weight of a grief that has no audience and therefore no permission to land. He makes mistakes. In loop 167, he calls Soren by his first name, Soren rather than Alcántara, the syllables slipping out in a moment when the formality simply wasn't available, when they were deep in an argument about theoretical methodology at 10 in the evening in the library's third-floor reading room, and Soren said something that was both wrong and interesting, and Ev responded without checking. Soren goes very still, looks at him. The expression is not accusatory. It is the expression he makes when something has happened that he is filing for later consideration, the slow processing look, the one that arrives weeks before the question. Ev, he says mildly, yes, you just called me Soren. A pause. We've been talking for 3 hours. We've been talking for 3 hours at most other points in this semester, and you've used my surname. He is not smiling. He is doing the genuine processing look. You use surnames when you're being careful. And you weren't being careful just now. Ev looks at him. He considers the available responses. He chooses the accurate one that does the least additional damage. No, he says. I wasn't. Soren looks at him for a moment longer, measuring something. Then he looks back at his notes. All right, he says. He does not say, what does that mean? He does not demand an explanation. He says, all right, and continues the argument for where they left it, and the conversation carries on. F files this. Soren noticed and did not push, and the not pushing is the kindest version of patience. In loop 172, he finishes a sentence Soren started. One of those argument-in-progress sentences, the one Soren begins while he is still discovering the end of them, that arrive in fragments and accrete into conclusions. It is a sentence about the problem of iterative knowledge and its relationship to embodied experience, and F finishes it because he has heard Soren arrive at this conclusion before, across 8 previous loops, and the end of the sentence is available to him the way the route home is available, without thought, without effort, in the body before the mind has made a decision. He does it without thinking. Soren stares at him. How did you know where I was going? He says. Your argument has a logic, F says. I followed it. I hadn't finished building it yet. No, so you can't have followed it. I extrapolated. Soren is looking at him with the expression he makes when something is happening that he does not yet have words for. The look that Ev has learned to recognize as the precursor to one of Soren's slow-arriving realizations, the ones that sit in him for days before they surface. He files this too. He adds it to the accumulation. In loop 178, he knows about a presentation topic Soren hasn't mentioned to anyone yet. He knows because Soren told him. In loop 174, in the East Courtyard, in a conversation about a theoretical tangent that Soren was excited about and hadn't committed to paper yet. It was a confidence offered in the casual way that Soren offers things when he trusts someone. Not formally, not as a gift that requires acknowledgement, just the natural sharing of an idea still in progress. I've heard it. He kept it. He filed it. In loop 178, the topic comes up in a committee meeting, and Ev's eyes go to Soren before the reference is finished. And Soren is already looking at him, and the eye contact lasts for exactly 1 beat before they both look away. After the meeting, in the corridor, you knew, Soren says. Not an accusation. A verification. I had an intuition about the direction of your research. That's not the same as knowing. No, Eva agrees. It isn't. The silence. You're very strange, Soren says, but his voice is warm when he says it. The warmth of someone who finds the strangeness interesting rather than alarming, who has decided that interesting is a better category than alarming, who is, Ev understands this now, across 178 loops of careful attention, someone who gravitates toward the things he cannot fully explain. I know, Ev says. Soren looks at him for a moment longer. Then he goes to his next seminar, and Ev goes to his, and the loop continues. Priya visits on a Saturday in loop 185. She arrives at noon, as she always does, with groceries and the particular energy of someone who has already been in 3 places this morning. She makes tea. She sits at a small table. She looks at him. You have a new face, she says. I have the same face I've always had. You have a face I haven't seen before. She picks up her tea. Not good different and not bad different. Just new. Like you've been somewhere. I've been here. Something is different. She is not asking. She says it as an observation, the way she says all things that are true, plainly, without interrogation, leaving the space for him to do what he likes with it. Are you all right? He looks at the table. I'm in love with him, he says. The silence. He has not said it before, to anyone, in any loop. He has not said it to himself in the plain, declarative form. Has not put the subject and the verb and the object together in a sentence without softening it with something, without calling it accumulation or investment or the wrong category. He has said it now. To Priya, at his kitchen table, at noon on a Saturday with the October light coming through the window and a cup of tea going cold. He looks up. Priya is looking at him with the expression of someone who knew and who's been waiting and who understands that patience is the correct instrument for this particular truth and not urgency. Yes, she says. I know. You know. Ave. She says it with the warm, precise fondness of someone who has known him since before he was good at managing what he felt. You've been talking about him since September. Every time I've seen you. He's the only thing that changes your voice. He is quiet. It doesn't matter, he says. And here's, as he says it, exactly how wrong it is. The sentence that has served as a compartment for the last 30 loops, the accurate sounding container for the thing he cannot change. Priya puts her mug down. That's not the same as no, she says. He looks out the window. The city is doing its autumn afternoon thing. The leaves mostly down now, the light coming at the low November angle that makes everything look like a memory of itself. He won't remember, Ev says. That's the he stops. He tries again. Whatever happens in the loop, resets with the loop. Every morning when I wake up, he doesn't. He has no, he stops. He has never said this out loud. Not the bare fact of it. He won't remember. 3 words that contain everything. 3 words that have been the condition of the past 185 loops, that have sat in him like a stone at the bottom of water, present and settled and unchanging, and which he has not, until this moment, said out loud to another person. The saying changes something. He does not know what it changes precisely, but it changes something. The weight of it, distributed, shared, no longer held only in the architecture of his own memory, shifts slightly into a different register. Not lighter, different. The kind of weight that has been named and is therefore no longer only private. Priya is very quiet. She does not say, then leave. She does not say, it isn't worth it. She does not say any of the things that would be technically logical and entirely wrong. She says, Ev, you're allowed to want this. He is looking out the window. It won't persist, he says. Outside the loop. He won't. When the loop ends, whatever you're allowed to want it, she says again. Gently, firmly, with the load-bearing patience of someone who says true things and then waits. The loop ending isn't the point right now. The point right now is that you are in love with someone and you're treating it as a problem to be managed rather than a thing that's happening to you. It's both. You can let it be both. She reaches across the table and puts her hand on his arm. Briefly, the specific warmth of someone who means it. You can let it be both, and you can still let yourself feel it. You don't have to preempt the grief. He looks at her. He won't remember wanting me back, he says. It is the truest sentence he has. It is the one he has been carrying since loop 30, since the library floor, since the first time Soren said thank you in the particular way that means all the way. Every reset. Every morning. Whatever. I know, she says. I can't. I know. He stops. He looks at his hands. He presses his thumbnail to his wrist, which she has always pretended not to notice and never called a mystery, because she is too good at him for that. The silence between them has the particular quality of silence between two people who have known each other long enough that silence is also a form of language. And this silence says, I see you. I see the weight. You don't have to move it by yourself right now. She drops it. She does not drop it. She makes lunch, and they eat at his table, and she tells him about her own work and her own complications, and he listens and is grateful. And he does not cry, which is a thing he has not done since he was young enough that it was allowed, and which is the one form of feeling he has never found a way to productively manage. When she is leaving, coat on, bag over her shoulder, in the doorway with the afternoon light behind her, she says quietly, You're allowed to need things, Ev. He stands in the door. I know, he says. She looks at him. Say it like you believe it, she says, and squeezes his arm once and is gone. He stands in the doorway for a moment. He does not say it. He goes back to his desk. He opens his notes, the ones that have no memory of the last 40 loops, that begin every iteration with September 4th. And he picks up his pen, and he writes nothing for a long time. He thinks about what she said. Allowed to need things. The specific shape of the permission. How strange it sits in the architecture of what he has built. The composure and the self-sufficiency and the discipline that has produced such clean results in every category except this one. He thinks about Soren in the East Courtyard, Soren in the stairwell, Soren asleep on his chest in the dark of loop 145, and the way all of it dissolves every morning at 7:15, and how he keeps choosing to accumulate it anyway. Because the alternative, keeping his distance, making this the loop where he finally doesn't go back, is something he has tried exactly twice, and which lasted approximately 4 days before his feet found the east staircase again and his hands made the terrible. There, he cannot not go back. He understands this now with the clarity he usually reserves for methodological conclusions. It is not strategy, it is not optimizing, it is not information gathering or position building or any of the categories he has spent 50 loops constructing. It is simply that he loves Soren, and he has no idea how to be in a loop that Soren is also in and not go toward him. He has tried. He has the data. The data says he cannot not go back. He picks up his pen. He writes, "Tell him." He stares at this for a long time. He crosses it out. He writes it again. He does not cross it out this time. He puts the pen down. He sits with this sentence. It is not yet a plan. It is not yet a decision. It is a direction written in his own handwriting on a page that will dissolve with the next reset, available only to him, held only in him, the permanent and shifting and inexhaustible archive of a man who is the only one keeping count. He thinks, eventually. He thinks, I'm going to have to get ready. He thinks, not yet. He goes to find Soren. Chapter 15, The Version of You I Know Best. Loops 210 to 240. Both of them. A. He begins the doubt experiment in loop 212. This is not what he calls it initially. He calls it controlled observation, which is the methodological term and is accurate as far as it goes, which is not very far. What he is actually doing, with the part of himself that is still capable of admitting what it is doing, is trying to find a way to trust the data. He has the data. He has had the data since loop 116, since the controlled experiments in Mal's kitchen and the careful engineering of Soren's attendance at the party without the drink, since all the loops in which Soren found him anyway, through whatever circuitous social navigation the evening required, ending up in his corner by the kitchen doorway, with his wine glass and his arguments, and the particular warmth of someone who has decided that this is where the interesting thing is. The data says, the pull is real. He does not trust the data, not because the data is wrong, because the stakes of the data being right are, the stakes are everything, and Ev has spent 31 years developing an extremely sophisticated relationship with self-protection, and the part of him that is self-protective is looking at the data and saying, this is a reason to be afraid, not a reason to disbelieve it, a reason to be afraid of believing it. So he begins again. Loop 212. He engineers the party so that Soren does not drink from Mal's preparation. He does this the way he has done it before, a quiet word with Mal, who has by loop 212 learned not to ask for explanations, who trusts Ev's requests without reason the way old friends sometimes do. He watches. He documents. Soren finds him in 43 minutes. Loop 215. He does not speak to Soren on the first day of the loop, not at the mixer, not in the waiting room outside Varga's office, not in the formal cohort introduction. He watches from the adjacent radius. He notes the quality of Soren's attention in the seminar room, the way it moves through the committee members and the other candidates, and then, with the particular quality of something that has found its bearing, lands on him for a fraction of a second and moves on. As if checking, as if orienting. Soren's attention is a compass. Ev has known this for 80 loops. He is documenting it now. Loop 219. He introduces the maximum distance condition. He avoids the East Courtyard on Tuesdays. He does not attend Mal's study group sessions. He takes different routes through the building. The western staircase rather than the eastern, the longer hallway, the route that does not pass the reading room on the second floor. He reduces the overlap in their physical geography as much as the fellowship structure allows, which is not very much. They're still in the same seminar room, the same committee sessions, the same formal evaluations, but he watches the informal spaces, the in-between moments, the part of the day that is not scheduled and is therefore a more accurate measurement of gravity. On Thursday of the third week, Soren is in the corridor outside the committee room 20 minutes before the session begins. Ev is coming from the western staircase. There is no reason, in this loop, for Soren to be there. The session starts late, the committee room is not on anyone's natural path, and Soren's flat is in the opposite direction. He is there. He sees Ev. He says, with the specific warmth of someone who is surprised and also somehow not surprised, "Oh, I was just going to..." He gestures vaguely at the corridor. "I don't actually know why I came this way." Ev looks at him. "I don't know either," he says. The pull does not require proximity to function. It does not require the drink or the conversation or the studied engineering of encounters. It exists in the absence of all of these things, in the bare structure of two people who are, by some measurement, cannot fully account for, oriented toward each other. Loop 228. He builds the most controlled version of the experiment he has yet attempted. He tells Mal, on the first day of the loop, that he's going to need Mal's help to run something, and he tells Mal what he needs without explaining why, because Mal has by now learned that Ev's loop knowledge produces requests that cannot be explained but can be trusted. He asks Mal to introduce Soren to someone, specifically to the postdoc Shun, whose work Soren finds genuinely interesting, the one Soren spent 40 minutes talking to in Loop 4 at the party before the conversation, and the corner, and the almost. He asks Mal to create conditions in which Soren is occupied and engaged on Tuesday afternoons, which is when Ev will not be in the East Courtyard. He is not in the East Courtyard on Tuesdays for 3 weeks. On the 4th Tuesday, he is crossing the quadrangle. He has a legitimate reason, a library book, the specific route, and he sees Soren in the East Courtyard on the low stone wall alone. Not because he arranged it, because Soren went there. Soren looks up when he crosses the quadrangle sight line. He raises his paper cup. He says from across the courtyard, with the warmth of someone greeting something familiar, "I figured you might come by." "Ew stops." He says why. Soren looks at the courtyard, at the stone wall, at the particular quality of the Tuesday afternoon. "I don't know," he says. It feels like where things happen, where they're supposed to happen." He looks at Ev. "You know what I mean?" Ev crosses the quadrangle. He sits down. He says with the full weight of all the controlled experiments behind him, "Yes." The data is clear. He spends 2 loops sitting with this. The particular uncomfortable clarity of having asked a question and receive an answer he is not ready for. The data says, the pull is real. The pull is bilateral. The pull exists in the absence of the drink, and in the absence of engineer proximity, and in the absence of any variable Ev can identify and control for. The data says, this is what they are to each other, without the loop's intervention, without the potion's possibility, without anything except the bare, unaltered fact of being 2 people in the same rooms of a university in the autumn. He should feel relieved. He does not feel relieved. He feels, with a precision that he has come to recognize as the advanced signal of something important, afraid. The specific, clean fear of a man who has confirmed that the thing he loves is real and is now required to do something about it. The what to do is not ambiguous. He knows what to do. He has written it in his notes. Tell him, and crossed it out and written it again and not crossed it out the second time. He knows. He has known. He is simply not yet ready to be known. Not yet. He files the data. He begins loop 232. Soren. The feeling does not have a name, still, but it is getting less patient. He has been telling Tibby it's complicated since September, with the particular persistence of a man who knows he is using the word complicated to avoid using the word love, and who suspects Tibby knows this too, and who has been depending on Tibby's patience to avoid the conversation. Tibby's patience, it turns out, has a finite quantity, and Soren has been depleting it steadily since the first week of term. It is a Sunday in mid-November, loop 223, and Tibby is making pasta at the stove, and Soren is sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea and the annotated Foucault he is not actually reading, and Tibby says without turning around, "You came home from the library at 9:30 last night. I was working late. You texted me at 6 that you'd be home by 8. I lost track of time. Who were you with?" A pause. Soren looks at the Foucault. He looks at his tea. "He's a colleague," he says. "He is your direct academic competitor for the most significant distinction your department offers this year. That doesn't preclude." Soren. Tibby turns around. He is wearing the apron with the tomato print, which he bought because it made Soren laugh, and which has therefore become the apron he wears whenever he is cooking something he hopes will earn goodwill. "I love you. I have loved you through 3 addresses and 1 major life restructuring, and the period where you were convinced that linen trousers were not an appropriate choice for everyday wear, which was a difficult time for both of us. I've been vindicated on the linen trousers. You've been fully vindicated." He leans against the counter. I've been watching you be in love with Solís since the second week of September, and I've been patient because I know you need to get there in your own time. But Soren, he gestures with a wooden spoon. It's November. Soren looks at his tea. It's complicated, he says, and hears, as he says it, how exactly like nothing that sounds. You keep saying that. It is. The complicated part being what specifically? Because from the outside, the complicated part looks very much like two people who keep finding each other across an entire university and then going home to their separate flats and overthinking it. It's not. Soren sets down his tea. He looks at the table. I don't know how to explain it. There's something about him that I can't. He stops. He tries again. He feels like someone I already know. Not in the normal way. In a way that has no logic. Like I've already done this, already had the hard part and come out the other side, and I can't account for it with the actual time we've spent together. Tibby is quiet. And that's strange, Soren says. Right? That's strange enough that it should give me pause. Or, Tibby says, with the careful precision of someone choosing their words for maximum surgical accuracy, it's someone you're very compatible with, and the feeling of ease is just ease. The actual thing, not the difficult version of it. Soren looks at him. You've never found anything uncomplicated, Tibby says. That's not a criticism. It's just true. And I wonder if this is actually complicated, or if it's uncomplicated and you don't trust the uncomplicated. The pasta is boiling. Tibby turns back to the stove. Soren sits with the sentence. He is thinking about the East Courtyard, the particular quality of the Tuesday afternoons, the ease of them, the specific warmth of sitting beside someone who does not require anything of you, who is simply there. He is thinking about the stairwell, which he does not specifically remember, but which has left something in him, some residue of having been known in a private state and not found wanting for it. He is thinking about the corridor conversations in the seminar room and the way Ev finishes his sentences sometimes, not intrusively, but accurately, the way of someone who has followed the logic all the way to the end before you got there. I think I'm in love with him, Soren says. He has said it quietly. He has said it to the table rather than to Tibby. It is still the truest sentence he has said in months, and the trueness of it lands in his chest with the specific, vertiginous weight of a thing that has been true for a while and has only now been permitted the word. Tibby does not say anything. Soren looks up. Tibby is looking at him over his shoulder from the stove, and his expression is the one he saved for the moments that matter. Not camp, not theatrical, not the heightened register of his usual register. Just warmth. Pure, specific, the warmth of someone who has been waiting for this and is not going to gloat about having been right, because this is not a moment for being right. Yes, Tibby says gently. I know. How long have you known? Since you used subordinate clauses. He turns back to the pasta. Tell him. I can't just. Tell him, Soren. Not tonight. Not in a dramatic declaration. But he gestures vaguely, the wooden spoon indicating the general direction of the world outside their flat. Tell him, before someone else does, or before the semester ends, or before you talk yourself out of it so thoroughly that you need another 2 years to talk yourself back. Soren sits with this. He might not. He starts. He notices where you are in every room, Tibby says. He finished your sentence about iterative embodied knowledge. He goes to the East Courtyard on Tuesdays. He pauses. He sat with you in the library at 2 in the morning. Soren stills. He has not told Tibby about the library. He has not told Tibby about the 2 in the morning, about the wrong floor, about the conversation that he does not entirely remember the content of, but which left something in him so clear and so permanent that it is one of the things he considers when he tries to explain to himself why it feels like someone he already knows. How did you? You came home at 5:30, Tibby says. On a Wednesday. Your coat smelled like the library stacks. You looked like someone who had been carrying something for a long time and had set it down. He stirs the pasta. I didn't ask because I figured you'd tell me when you were ready. Are you ready? Soren sits for a moment. He thinks about the feeling that does not have a name, the one that has been getting less patient. He thinks about going quiet, the jokes that actually land, which he has noticed about himself recently. The jokes that are actually funny, the ones Ev makes rarely and precisely, the ones that arrive like small gifts he did not expect. He thinks, I'm in love with him. He thinks it doesn't feel new. That's the part that doesn't have a logic. It feels like something I've known for a long time, longer than the semester, longer than the fellowship, longer than any timeline I can account for. Like arriving somewhere and recognizing the skyline before you've seen it. I'm ready, he says. Good. Tibby portions the pasta. Then tell him. What if he won't? Tibby sets a bowl in front of him. He absolutely will not. Soren looks at the bowl. You can't know that, he says. No, Tibby says. But I've seen how he looks at you when you're not looking. He sits down across from him with his own bowl and the warm, precise confidence of someone who has paid the right kind of attention. And I know what that looks like. Soren picks up his fork. He thinks about the east courtyard, about the stone wall and the October light, and the specific steadiness of sitting beside someone who has decided, at some point he cannot identify, that this is where they are. He thinks, I'm going to tell him. He does not tell him. In loop 223, he carries the decision into the next loop and the next, refining it. Not the content, because the content is simple. He loves Ev, and he's going to say so. But the shape of it, the moment it belongs in. He is not going to do it in a committee session. He is not going to do it in the library or the corridor or any of the formal spaces the fellowship has organized their lives around. He is going to do it in a space that belongs to them, which is the East Courtyard on a Tuesday, which is where things happen, which is where he feels most like the version of himself he has been trying to become. He will tell Ev on a Tuesday. He is deciding this in loop 237, sitting in the East Courtyard, when he looks at Ev and says, I need to tell you something. Ev looks at him. The gray eyes. The quality of attention. All right, he says. And the words that were so clear a moment ago, that he has been carrying and refining and readying, arrive in his mouth in the right order, simple and true. I think I'm in love with you. Ev goes very still. Not the composure still, not the managed stillness of a man who is processing information and choosing a response. A different still. The still of someone who has been handed something they were not prepared to receive, who is holding it carefully in the moment before they decide what to do with it. Soren watches him. He does the thing, looks away first, then immediately back, checking if the thing is still there. It is. Ev is still there, very still, his hands on his knees, his gray eyes doing something that Soren cannot fully read, but which is the most unguarded thing he has seen in any room since September. Soren, Ev says. His voice is careful, more careful than Soren has ever heard it. I need to. There's something I need to tell you. Something I should have told you before you said that. A pause. Something in the air of the courtyard shifts. The particular shift of a moment that is about to become a different kind of moment in a direction Soren cannot predict. All right, Soren says. Ev opens his mouth. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th. He lies in his flat in the morning light. Not the East Courtyard, not the November cold, not Ev's gray eyes doing the unguarded thing. And he stares at the ceiling and he thinks, I was about to hear something. He does not know what it was. He does not know that he will spend the next several loops approaching the same moment in the East Courtyard, in the afternoon, in the particular warmth of a Tuesday with Ev beside him on the stone wall. He does not know that his body knows the bearing even when his mind does not. He does not know that in loop 238 he will reach the same sentence. I think I'm in love with you. And Ev will do the same careful still and begin the same sentence. And the loop will reset before either of them gets to the end. He does not know any of this. He knows only the feeling, which has no name and which is getting less patient, and which sits in him like a direction waiting for its corresponding address. He gets up. He makes tea. He thinks, in the particular register of a man who does not yet have all the information, but who has decided at some level below the cognitive, which way he is pointing. I know where I'm going. He does not know what is waiting when he gets there. He goes anyway. Chapter 16, What I've Made You. Loop 263. It begins as a good loop. This is the category Ev has developed without intending to. Good loops, difficult loops, the ones that are merely efficient, the ones that collapse early into the particular flatness of a version of events he has seen too many times in too many configurations to find interesting. Loop 263 is, by the first week's accounting, a good one. Soren is in high form in the committee sessions. His theoretical framework, doing the thing Varga has been waiting for it to do, landing in the places it is supposed to land without reaching past them. The argument they have been building together. In corridors and courtyards, and the informal sessions Mal organizes across dozens of loops of incremental refinement, is the best version it has ever been. On a Thursday in the second week, Soren is making a point about the nature of accumulated knowledge, the way it lives in the body before the mind names it, the way a musician's fingers know a passage the deliberate mind has not yet organized in a formal memory, and he is gesturing the way he gestures when the argument is working, the wide, cooperative gestures of his whole body in agreement with the direction of his thought. He looks up from his notes and catches Ev's eye across the seminar table. He grins, not the audience grin, the close one, and Ev thinks, with the complete, involuntary clarity of someone who has stopped managing his own reactions long enough for a true thing to arrive. I know everything about him, and he knows nothing about me, not the real version. Not the one who has been collecting him for 263 loops. He thinks this, and then he sits with it, very still, in the way he sits with things that require the full application of everything he has. He has thought something like this before, in the middle loops, when the asymmetry of the situation was still new enough to produce a general unease rather than a specific one. He has thought. He doesn't know. He has filed this under the condition of the loop, the structure of the thing, the cost that is paid by only one of them. He has managed it. He has been managing it for 263 loops with the particular efficiency of a man who is very good at managing things he does not want to examine. He is not managing it tonight. Tonight, alone, in his flat, in the particular quiet of 9 o'clock when the loop has run its course and there are 15 hours remaining before the reset. He sits at his desk and he takes the thought out of the filing cabinet where he has been keeping it, and he looks at it directly. He knows everything about Soren. He knows that Soren takes his tea with too much honey and not enough time, leaving it to cool only slightly before he drinks it, which means he's burned his tongue once already and has not adjusted his behavior, which Ev finds, in the particular register of knowing someone fully, completely characteristic. He knows that Soren folds the corners of pages in books he loves rather than books he hates, which is a backward system, and which means the love books are identifiable by their battered corners, their spines a little more relaxed than the others. He knows that he hums, slightly flat, over books he is reading in the library. He knows the specific drop in his voice when he is nervous before a committee presentation. He knows about the panic attacks, that they are not new, that the management strategy is self-taught, that Soren carries this quietly and does not lead with it. He knows about the friends who preferred the previous version. He knows about the green coat, what it means, what it cost. He knows about the stone Soren has been carrying and the relief of setting it down and the particular loneliness of becoming yourself in public. He knows all of this. Soren knows that Ev is a fellow candidate for the Hartwell Fellowship, that he is precise and still and has a dry wit that lands softly, that he goes to the East Courtyard on Tuesdays, that he sometimes finishes Soren's sentences in ways that should be impossible and which Soren has filed in the inexplicable drawer, that there is something between them that has no accurate name in the available vocabulary of two rivals in a fellowship competition. This is all Soren knows. Ev sits with the arithmetic of this. He has not lied to Soren. He wants this to be a clean statement, a fact that provides moral clarity, and it is true as far as it goes. He has not manufactured intimacy. He has not fabricated a feeling or performed a connection that does not exist. He has not, in any loop, told Soren a falsehood about himself, about the fellowship, about the nature of what is between them. He has simply never told him the truth. And there is Ev understands now, sitting in the quiet of his flat with the city outside, and the loop's 15 remaining hours, and all of it pressing on him with the specific, even weight of a thing he can no longer avoid, a difference between not lying and being honest. He has been doing the former. He has been managing the not lying with the same precision he brings to all managed things, and it has looked from the inside like integrity, and it is not integrity. The accumulation of everything he knows about Soren, The specific intimacy he has built across 263 iterations of the same season was built on a foundation Soren did not know he was standing on. Every time Soren has reached for him, the stairwell, the library floor, the dark of Ev's flat in loop 145. Every time Soren has said thank you in the way that means completely. Every time Soren has looked at him with the close grin and the amber in his eyes and the particular directness of someone who has decided to be more honest than is strictly safe. Soren has been choosing him. In every loop, without knowing there was a loop to choose within. Without knowing that the ease between them has been built by Ev's accumulated knowledge. That the familiarity Soren can feel but cannot explain exists because Ev has spent 263 versions of the same season learning every part of him. Soren has been choosing him without knowing what he was choosing. And Ev has been letting him. He sits at his desk for a long time. He does not pick up his pen. He does not make notes. He sits very still with the full, unflattering weight of what the loop has made him. Not a predator, not a villain, not someone who has manufactured a feeling that was not there, but someone who has built profound intimacy on a foundational asymmetry. He has been calling a condition of the situation rather than a choice. He has been choosing not to tell Soren every time the loop began. Every reset, a choice. A choice he has been making 263 times and dressing as something other than a choice. He thinks about consent. He has thought about it before, in passing, in the middle loops when the ethical dimension of the thing first surfaced. He has thought, the loop is not my doing. He has thought, I have not manufactured his feeling. He has thought, the vendor's claim was that the potion amplifies existing states, which means whatever Soren feels was already there, which means I have not created anything that would not have existed without me. He has been doing what he does, finding the frame in which his behavior is defensible, locating the accurate thing that is also the comfortable one, making his peace with the asymmetry by calling it inevitable. He is not making his peace tonight. Tonight he is sitting with a version of the truth that does not have a comfortable frame, which is, he has known, since loop 29, since the library floor at 2 in the morning, that what was growing between them was real. And he has known, since loop 29, that Soren was growing it in the dark, without information, without context, reaching towards something he could feel but could not name. And in every loop since loop 29, Ev has chosen to be the person Soren was reaching toward without telling Soren what he was reaching toward. 263 times. This is not the reasoning of a man who believed the asymmetry was temporary. A detail to be corrected once the loop broke. The loop breaking has been a theoretical future event for 50 loops now. He has been deferring the correction. The truth, the thing Soren deserves to know, because telling it would require existing in a version of his own life that does not reset, would require being the person who has to stand in the real world with no loops and to fall back on, and be looked at with full information and possibly be found wanting. He has been afraid. He has been afraid, and he has been dressing the fear as ethical complexity, and he is done doing that. He opens his notebook. He writes, in his precise and unhurried hand, a sentence that he has written before and crossed out and which he does not cross out now. He writes it and sits with it and looks at it until it stops looking like a threat and starts looking like what it is, a direction. The loop ends when I tell him the truth. Not because telling him will break the loop. He is no longer certain what will break the loop. Has not been certain since the early experiments, since he stopped treating the loop as a puzzle to be solved and started treating it as a life to be lived. Not because telling him will necessarily produce anything in particular. He cannot predict what Soren will do with the truth. He cannot engineer this. He has spent 263 loops engineering things, and this is the one he cannot engineer, which is also the one that matters most, which is also the one he is going to have to do without a net. Not because of any outcome, because Soren deserves the truth. Because every time Soren has reached for him in any loop, Soren has been reaching toward an incomplete picture, and the incomplete picture is Ev's responsibility, and correcting it is the most honest and the most frightening thing Ev has ever decided to do. Because Soren has been choosing him 300 times without the information to know what he was choosing, And the only way any of those choices can become real, can become the kind of choosing that means something that both of them can carry into the world that keeps records, is if Soren gets to choose with everything in front of him. Ev sits at his desk. He looks at what he has written. He thinks, not tonight, not in loop 263, not in the 15 remaining hours of a loop that has already run its course and is winding down toward the reset. He is not going to say this for the first time in a tired loop, in the exhausted late hour of a version of events that will dissolve before morning. He is going to say it well. He is going to say it with the care that Soren deserves. Carefully, completely, as a gift rather than an outburst, as an act of honesty rather than a confession extracted by necessity. He's going to say it when he is ready. He is getting ready. He presses his thumbnail to the inside of his wrist. He closes his notebook. He goes to sleep. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th. He gets up. He fills his glass. He looks out the window at the city, which is, again, the beginning. He thinks, I know what I have to do. He thinks, I have to deserve it first. He thinks, I'm going to spend the remaining loops becoming the person who can say this correctly. He is not there yet. He begins. Chapter 17. 300 times and I still get this wrong. Loop 290. He is tired. This is not a new observation. He has been tired since approximately loop 200, in a way that does not have a name in the vocabulary of physical states. Not exhausted, not depleted, not any of the words that suggest a correctable condition. It is the tiredness of someone who has been carrying a weight no one else can see for so long that the carrying has become structural, has become load-bearing, has become the thing his body organizes itself around the way you organize a room around a piece of furniture that is too large to move. He has been preparing to tell Soren the truth for 27 loops. In those 27 loops, he has rehearsed it. Not in the way of a performance. He has no interest in performing this, but in the way of someone who wants to get an important thing right, who knows the difference between the version of a true thing that lands and the version that doesn't, who has spent 31 years developing a precise relationship with language and wants to use that precision here, in the only conversation that matters more than all the others combined. He has found the right words in approximately 14 of those loops. He has not said them. He has not said them because the right words required a specific quality of readiness that he could recognize in the abstract but could not locate in the actual event, the way you can understand the concept of a door and still not find it in the dark. He has been ready in theory. He has not been ready in the room, with Soren in front of him, with the full weight of 300 loops of accumulation pressing on the present moment, with everything there is to lose arranged in front of him in the shape of a man on the east courtyard wall with his paper cup and his amber eyes. Loop 290 begins badly. He does not know this at 7:15 when he wakes. He knows it by noon, by the particular quality of the committee session, which goes sideways in a way that has not happened since the early loops, when Ev was still learning the terrain. A committee member who is usually reliable in his biases asks a question from an unexpected angle. Ev's response is accurate but not elegant, which is worse than being wrong. Being wrong is correctable, but being accurate without elegance produces the specific impression of a person who has the information and does not fully understand it, which is the impression Ev has spent 3 years and 31 years before that ensuring he never creates. Vorgo notices. She says nothing during the session. She catches his eye afterward with the particular quality of her attention that means, we will discuss this. He goes home. He sits at his desk. He is tired in the way that has no name. And at 4 in the afternoon, he goes to find Soren. This is not the plan. The plan, which he has been refining across 27 loops, which he has tested and adjusted and approached from every available angle, is to tell Soren on the last day. To find him in the East Courtyard at 4:30, on the day the fellowship decision comes, when there is nothing left to lose and no strategic dimension to the revelation, when it can be purely what it is, the truth offered to the person who deserves it by the person who has been carrying it. That is the plan. The plan is not available to him in loop 290 at 4 in the afternoon after a committee session that went sideways in a morning that felt like every morning stacked on top of each other, pressing down. He finds Soren in the library, the reading room on the second floor, which Soren uses on Thursday afternoons when the committee sessions run long and he wants to decompress before going home. He has his headphones in, which means he has not heard Ev come in. He is reading something he has marked with significant underlining. Ev can see the pencil work from across the room, the confident marks of a person who reads with their full attention and is not shy about evidence of it. He is not humming, which means he has found what he is looking for, which means he is deep in something, which means this is the wrong moment, and Ev knows it is the wrong moment and sits down across from him anyway. Soren looks up, takes his headphones out. His expression is the warm, unguarded one he uses in private spaces. Not camp, not the social register, just pleased to see you. Hi, Soren says. Ev opens his mouth. What comes out is not the version he has been preparing for 27 loops. What comes out is jagged and incomplete and frightening. The words in the wrong order, the context missing, the full weight of 300 loops compressed into a sentence that does not have room for them. He says, I need to tell you something about the loop. And then, because his control has slipped in the particular way it only slips when he is too tired to manage it, the rest of it, too fast, too raw, without the scaffolding the truth requires. The time loop, the resets, the accumulation, the 300 versions of the same season, and what they have made of him. He watches Soren's face as he speaks. He watches the expression move through several things in quick succession. The initial warmth, the attention, the specific quality of Soren's listening when he thinks something matters. And then, confusion. Not the confusion of a stupid person. Soren is not a stupid person, but the confusion of someone who has been handed something that does not fit the available framework, something that requires a restructuring of the available framework before it can be received. And then, behind the confusion, something smaller. Something Ev recognizes because he has spent 300 loops learning to recognize the smallest things about this person, learning to read the full catalog of his expressions. Is the look Soren makes when he is protecting himself. Not camp, not performance. The specific, quiet withdrawal of a person who has felt the ground shift and is not yet certain which way to move. Ev stops talking. The reading room is very quiet. A few other people, far enough away to be irrelevant. The fluorescent light, which is kinder here than in the committee room. Soren's book, open on the table, the pencil marks visible. I don't, Soren says and stops. He is trying. Ev can see him trying. The specific quality of effort on his face, the attempt to build something to stand on inside the words Ev has just delivered without the architecture they required. What do you mean a loop? What do you mean 300? I know this sounds. You're saying you've been, what? Watching me. For 300. Not watching. Being here. With you. Without telling me. Soren's voice is even. The particular evenness of someone who is measuring their diction, which is Soren's tell for something he is managing very carefully. You've known all this time. You've known everything about me, and I've known. He stops. He looks at the table. I've known whatever you decided to tell me. That's not. How? Is that not exactly what you said? The silence. Ev looks at him. He is watching the withdrawal, the careful backing away, the specific self-protective stillness of a person who has heard something they do not know what to do with, and who is choosing, consciously, to put distance between themselves and the thing that hurt them. It is not anger. Ev could manage anger. This is something quieter and more permanent feeling. The look of someone who is reconsidering a foundation they thought was solid and finding it complicated, and who is not sure whether complicated is something they can afford. I was going to tell you, Ev says. I've been preparing. To tell you correctly. To give you the full. In 300 loops, Soren says. He is looking at the table. 300 times, you could have told me. I know, and you didn't. I know. The silence is different now from all the silences they have had before. All the others, the East Courtyard, the library floor, the committee room after Varga's observation, have been silences with room in them, spaces that invited both of them in. This one is a wall. Ev can feel the specific texture of it, the particular quality of silence that has been built out of something he did. He built this. He wants to say, I was afraid. He wants to say, the fear is not an excuse, but it is the truth, and I'm trying to give you the truth now. even in the wrong loop, even in the wrong moment, because the truth in the wrong moment is still more honest than the careful management of the right one. He wants to say, every version of this, I chose you first. Before the fellowship, before the strategy, before anything else. You. He does not say any of this. He says, Soren. Soren looks up. His expression is the one Ev has not seen before. Not in 300 loops. It is not the close grin or the processing look or the warm, attentive regard. It is the expression of a person who is looking at someone they thought they knew and recalibrating carefully and painfully what knowing means. I need to, Soren starts. He stops. He looks at the table again. He picks up his book and puts it in his bag and does this with the deliberate, controlled movements of someone who needs something to do with their hands. I need to think about what you just said. I know, Ev says. And I think, a pause. He shoulders his bag. He does not look at Ev when he says the next thing, which is the most information Soren has ever communicated with the direction of his gaze. I think I need to not be in this room right now. He goes. Ev does not follow. He sits in the reading room after the door closes, in the particular quality of a space that held two people and now holds one. The fluorescent light. The open book still on the table. Ev's, not Soren's, left there because he forgot to pick it up, because his hands forgot what they were supposed to be doing after his mouth said the wrong things in the wrong order at the wrong time. He presses his thumbnail to the inside of his wrist. He sits. He thinks about Soren's face, the reconsidering expression, the one he has never seen before, the specific quality of someone looking at a thing they trusted and finding it more complicated than they understood. He thinks about the withdrawal, the quiet, deliberate backing away. He thinks about what he has just done, which is told the truth badly. Given the most important true thing he has to give in a version so incomplete and so poorly timed and so stripped to the context it requires that it landed not as a gift, but as a shock, not as honesty, but as a revelation that required Soren to manage Ev's feelings about Ev's situation rather than simply receiving the truth as it was meant. He has been preparing to tell Soren for 27 loops, and he has told him badly. He has done the one thing he was trying not to do, said the true thing without the care the true thing requires, without the scaffolding, without giving Soren the full picture in the right order so that the picture could be assembled and examined and responded to. He has dumped the weight of 300 loops on a man who was sitting in a library reading room on a Thursday afternoon, in the middle of his own life, without any of the context that would have made the weight bearable. He has failed at the only thing that mattered. The loop has 9 hours left. In those 9 hours, he does not find Soren again. He does not try. There is nothing he can do in 9 hours that will unbreak what he has broken in this loop. Nothing that will restore the version of the afternoon that was before 4 o'clock, the version in which Soren was in the reading room with his headphones in and his underlining and the warm, unguarded expression he uses in private spaces. He goes home. He sits at his desk. He thinks about the reconsidering expression for a very long time. He thinks, I know how to fail now. I know exactly what it looks like when the truth lands wrong. I know the specific quality of the withdrawal, the careful, painful self-protection of someone who has been told something that restructures their understanding of everything that came before it. He thinks, the finale cannot look like this. The finale has to be the version that Soren can receive. That means the right words in the right order with the full context in the right moment. It means a gift, not an outburst. An act of respect, not a confession extracted by exhaustion. He thinks, I have been preparing for 27 loops, and I need to prepare differently. Not the words. The words were true even when they were jagged. The container, the moment. The specific care of a person who has decided that the other person's ability to receive the truth matters more than his own relief at finally saying it. He presses his thumbnail to his wrist. He goes to sleep. The loop resets. He wakes on September 4th. He is afraid. Not the ambient fear of the middle loops, the territorial fear of a man protecting something he has built. This is different. This is the specific, clean fear of someone who knows exactly what the wrong version looks like and who is now required to find the right one. Not to be safe, not because failure won't happen. He knows now that failure can happen, but because Soren deserves the version that can actually be received. He gets up. He does not fill his glass immediately. He stands at the window for a long time, looking at the city in the September morning, the particular quality of a day that has no knowledge of what has happened. He thinks, one more time. He thinks, I know what not to do. He thinks, I'm going to find the version of this that gives him everything he needs to choose. And then I'm going to say it. Not well. Correctly. Those are not the same thing, and I have spent 300 loops confusing them. He fills his glass. He begins. Chapter 18. The last time the world ends. Loop 300. He does not know, when he wakes, that it is the last one. He suspects. There is a quality to this morning that he cannot fully account for with the available instruments. Not the visual quality of a light, which is the same September light it always is, the particular low gold of a city in early autumn, not yet fully committed to the turn. Not the acoustic quality of his flat, which is the specific silence of a space that has not yet been inhabited by the day. Not anything that registers as different in the catalog of sensory data he has been keeping for 300 loops. Something beneath that. Something in the body's register rather than the mind's. He lies still for a longer moment than usual, which is something he has not done in approximately 50 loops. The middle loops, when each waking was an occasion for assessment, for planning, for the particular efficiency of a man who has decided what he is working toward and is working toward it. He stopped doing it when the working toward became something he could not strategize. He started doing it again now, for a different reason. He is trying to feel the shape of the morning. It is the same morning it always is. And yet, he gets up. He fills his glass of water. He drinks it at the counter, standing, looking out the window at the city which is doing its usual September thing, the streets below still quiet with the early hour, the particular blue-gray of pre-full daylight that makes the whole city look like it is on the verge of becoming something rather than already being it. He thinks, today I'm going to do nothing. This is unprecedented. In every loop since loop 29, he has had an intention. Even in the loops where he was not optimizing, where he was simply being here, there was a shape to the being here, a place he was going toward, a person he was going to find, a quality of presence he was practicing or discovering or refining. He has not had a loop without intention since loop 15, and the intention in loop 15 was the intention of methodical investigation, which is its own kind of purposefulness. Today he is going to exist alongside Soren without agenda. Not strategically alongside, not accumulating, not rehearsing the confession, not testing the variables of the moment he will eventually need to make right. Not the careful, controlled observation of someone building toward something. Just here, in the same world as Soren, for whatever version of a day this loop contains, without wanting anything from it except to be in it. He has never given himself this. He does not know if it is possible for a man who has been engineered by his own discipline into a machine for wanting things correctly to simply be somewhere without the forward lean of wanting. But he's going to try, in this loop, which has the particular quality of a morning that is trying to tell him something. He attends a mixer. He has done this 400 times in the aggregate. The orientation mixer, the parquet floor, the crudité arranged in their sunburst, the wine he does not intend to finish. He has moved through this room with the practiced ease of someone who has mapped it so many times that the map lives in his body rather than his mind. He moves through it tonight differently. Not unmapped, he cannot unmake 300 loops of knowledge, but not using the map as a tool. Simply walking. He sees Soren across the room at 20 minutes past 7. He does not go toward him. He watches from the middle distance, without the filing away quality of his usual watching, not cataloging, not adding to the accumulation. He watches the way you watch something you love, when you have given yourself permission to simply look at it. Soren is talking to someone from the adjacent department. A postdoc, pleasant, the kind of conversation that is genuinely engaged on both sides. His hands are moving in the way they move when he's interested rather than performing interest. He says something and laughs at what comes back, the real laugh, the one that catches against the ambient sound of the room and creates its small island of warmth. And Ev stands in the middle of the mixer and feels it land in his chest with the specific, irreducible warmth of something that does not require filing. He is looking at the person he loves. He lets himself look. He stays at the mixer for 45 minutes and does not speak to Soren and does not engineer proximity and does not do anything except be in the room and be, quietly and completely, the person he has become across 300 loops of accumulation. He goes home. He sits at his desk. He does not open his notes. The next morning, the second day of the loop, the last day that has ever existed in the structure of the thing, he goes to the seminar. He watches Soren present, which he has done in 300 versions and which does not become less. The argument working the way it works when Soren has found the shape of it, the hands gesturing in the specific cooperative language of a mind that thinks and talks in the same motion, Varga's fractional leftward tilt as she registers something she is going to keep. Eb does not argue. He does not insert himself into the session in any way that is strategic or accumulated or carefully managed. He is simply there, watching. After the session, in the corridor, Soren falls into step beside him. This is the most ordinary thing that has ever happened. That went well, Soren says. It did, Ev says. Varga did the head tilt thing. She did. A pause. The comfortable kind. Your methodology presentation Thursday is going to be a problem for me. Is it? You know it is. The warmth in his voice, the specific warmth of someone who finds the competition genuinely enjoyable, who is not threatened by Ev's strength, but interested in it, who has made of their rivalry something that is also its own kind of intimacy. I'm going to have to rebuild the entire counterargument. You have time, Ev says. I have time, Soren agrees. They walk in the comfortable silence of the corridor, which has accumulated its own history across 300 loops that Soren does not know about, and Ev does, and the knowing sits in him not as an advantage, but as a gift, the specific gift of understanding a person fully, of knowing which jokes will land and which questions will matter and where the thinking will go before it gets there. At the staircase, Soren stops. He looks at Ev with the expression that is the precursor to something, not the grin, not the processing look. Something quieter. Can I ask you something? He says. You can ask. Do you feel like he stops? He starts again, which means he's getting to the true version. Sometimes I feel like we've already done all of this, already had the hard part, like there's something between us that hasn't been explained yet. He looks at Ev with the steadiness of someone who has decided to say the thing from the center rather than the circumference. Do you feel that? Ev looks at him. He looks at him for a long moment. This man at the top of the staircase in the September light, his dark hair slightly overgrown, the rose copper at the ends catching the window's angle, his eyes steady and direct, and carrying the specific quality of someone who has earned the right to ask a direct question and knows it. He looks at him the way he has allowed himself to look only when the world was about to reset. Completely, without calculation, with the full accumulated love of 300 versions of a season, he is the only one who has carried. He burns the look. Then he says, yes. Soren holds his gaze for a moment. Good, he says quietly. I was starting to think I was making it up. You're not making it up. No. Soren looks at the staircase, at the window, back. His tail, away, and then immediately back, checking if the thing is still there. No, I didn't think I was. He goes down the stairs. Ev watches him go. He stands at the top of the staircase for a longer moment than is necessary. He thinks, one more time. He thinks, I've been preparing for this, and I'm going to say it correctly, and Soren's going to hear it correctly, and the thing it produces, whatever Soren does with the full picture, with the complete and truthful version of what Ev has been and what the loop has made of them both, will be real, will be kept, will exist in the world that keeps records, not only in the architecture of Ev's memory. He thinks, I am ready. He goes down the stairs. The day continues. He goes to the library, not the third floor, not looking for the stairwell or the reading room or any of the coordinates the loop has inscribed in him. He goes to work. He sits with his notes, the actual notes, the ones about his own research, and he reads them with the attention they deserve, and he thinks about the fellowship not as a thing to win, but as a thing that matters. The work itself, the question itself, the thing he would be doing if no one were watching and nothing were at stake, which is the only version of the work that is worth doing. He works for 3 hours. He goes home. He makes dinner. Actually makes it not from the habit of self-maintenance, but because he is hungry and he has the food, and the making of it is something he enjoys in the specific way of someone who finds the focus of small physical tasks restorative. He eats at his table with the window open to the evening. The city is doing its early autumn thing, the air still warm with the memory of summer, the light going long and golden before it drops. He thinks about the east courtyard and what it will look like in November, the light thin and cold, Soren's breath visible when he speaks. He thinks about the burgundy scarf. He thinks about the green coat and what it means, and the specific courage of a person who has chosen to wear themselves into rooms where wearing yourself is an act of decision. He thinks about Loop 29, the library floor, the terrible tea, the 2 hours of silence. He thinks about Loop 67, the stairwell landing, the 40 minutes of breathing. He thinks about Loop 145, the dark of his flat, Soren asleep against him. He thinks about Loop 263, the nauseating thought, the full weight of what the asymmetry cost both of them. He thinks about Loop 290, Soren's face across the library table, the reconsidering expression, the quiet retreat. He thinks about all of it. He thinks, this is the version of myself I am bringing to the truth. Not the managed version, not the version that takes up as little space as possible, not the version that gives and never allows itself to receive. This version, a man who has loved someone across 300 iterations of season and has learned, slowly and imperfectly, what love asks of the person doing the loving. It asks for honesty. It asks for the truth even when the truth is costly. It asks for the person being loved to be given the full picture, the complete information, so that their choosing is real. He has not been that man. He has been working toward him. He is not sure he has arrived. He is going to try anyway. He goes to sleep at 11. He has no alarm set. He never has an alarm. He wakes at 7:15 every loop, reliable as the reset itself. He lies in the particular darkness of his flat, and he does not press his thumbnail to his wrist. He simply lies there in the body that has been carrying 300 loops of everything, and he breathes. He thinks, tomorrow I will find him. He thinks, tomorrow I will tell him. He thinks, whatever he does with it, it will be real. It will be kept. It will exist somewhere other than only in me. He closes his eyes. He sleeps. He wakes. The light is wrong. Not wrong in the way of September 4th. Not the specific wrongness of a world that has reset to the beginning. The wrongness he has felt 300 times, which he knows now the way he knows his own name, which he could locate in his sleep. This is different. This is a wrongness that goes the other direction, not back but forward. A wrongness that says, you are somewhere you have not been before. He reaches for his phone. He looks at the date. He looks at it for a very long time. It is not September 4th. It is the day after the last day of the loop, a day that has not existed in 300 and some iterations of this structure, a day that is, by the internal logic of everything he has learned about how this works, about the reset and the reset's conditions and the specific geography of the world as the loop has arranged it, impossible. And yet, he sits up. He sits on the edge of his bed, and he holds his phone, and he looks at the date, and he does the small, private arithmetic of a man who has been counting forward for so long that forward has become theoretical, a direction rather than a place. The date is not September 4th. The loop has broken. It is over. He stands. He walks to the window. The city outside is doing the thing that it does in November. The November he has lived in across dozens of late loops. The November he knows. The light at the low angle, the leaves mostly down, the particular quality of city going about its November business in the way of a place that does not know anything extraordinary has happened. Nothing extraordinary has happened. Everything extraordinary has happened. He presses his thumbnail to the inside of his wrist. The familiar small habit. The thing that grounds him when nothing else is available. He is more afraid than he has been in 300 loops. Not afraid of the loop being over. He has been waiting for the loop to be over. Afraid of what the loop being over means, which is, the world keeps records now. The conversations he will have today will be kept. The things he says will remain. The choice he made last night. Tomorrow I will find him. Tomorrow I will tell him. is a choice he made in what turned out to be the last loop, and the morning has arrived, and the world is linear, and the fellowship decision is today, and Soren does not know anything, and Ev is the only one who has been keeping count. He gets dressed. He moves through the familiar actions of a morning that is not a loop morning. No methodology, no note-taking, no inventory of what the coming 48 hours contains. Just shirt, trousers, jacket, the familiar weight of the coat, his keys on the hook by the door, the water glass. He looks around his flat, precise, unrearranged, the particular silence of a space organized by one person for one person's life. And he thinks about what he said last night in the loop's last hour. What he thought, falling asleep in the dark. Tomorrow I will find him. It is tomorrow. He has to go. He picks up his coat. He opens the door. He is, for the first time in 300 loops, walking into a day that will not reset. A day that will happen and then become the past and stay there. A day that exists in a world that keeps records, that adds to the accumulation of all the days that have come before and cannot be undone. He is terrified. He goes. The fellowship decision email is waiting for him. He has not looked at his phone since the date. He looks at it now, standing in the doorway of his flat with his coat on and the corridor behind him and the morning ahead. We are pleased to inform you that the Hartwell Fellowship for this academic year has been awarded to Soren Alcántara. He reads it 3 times before it stops looking like a foreign language. Soren's name. Soren's name, where his name is usually written in the loops where the fellowship goes to the right person. He closes the email. He stands in the doorway. He closes the door behind him. He goes to find Soren. The fellowship office will need a decision about what happens now. The committee will have questions. There are forms and processes and the administrative machinery of an institution that has made a determination and requires acknowledgement. He does not think about any of this. He thinks, East Courtyard, 4:30. He thinks he will be there on the low stone wall with his paper cup. He thinks, I know exactly where he will be, and the knowing has never been strategy, and I am finally going to say so. He walks through the November streets toward the university. He is afraid. He goes. Chapter 19, Tuesday. Linear. Belmano. The fellowship email sits in his pocket like a stone. Not a bad stone. He is careful about this, standing in the November street with the city moving around him in its ordinary way, his coat buttoned against the cold that has arrived properly now. Not the mild October cold of the loop's middle section, but the real November cold, the kind that means what it says. He is careful about the stone, about what kind it is. He has spent enough loops sitting with winning and losing to know the difference between the weight of the wrong thing and the weight of the thing that simply weighs what it weighs. Soren won the fellowship. He turns this over, holds it up to the available light, which is the thin November light of a morning he has arrived at for the first time. He has won the fellowship 14 times, in the loops where winning mattered to him. He has not won it in the loops where something else did. He does not know yet which kind this is. The morning is too new, too linear, too irreversibly itself to have settled into meaning yet. He does not know. He walks. The university is 20 minutes from his flat on foot, which he knows the way he knows most things about this city, completely, from repetition, in the body before the mind. He has walked this route 300 times in the aggregate, and the route has never varied, and the route has never mattered as much as the destination, and today the destination is Soren, which is the same as every loop and different from every loop in a specific way, that permanent is different from temporary. He tries the thought on. Belmano. Today will happen, and then tomorrow will happen, and the conversation he is about to have will be in the past, accessible to both of them, carried by both of them, a thing that both of them will remember. He will not wake tomorrow on September 4th with Soren not knowing. He will wake tomorrow in whatever world today produces, and Soren will have been there for it, and the world will keep the record of it. He has not had this before. He stops at a corner, a traffic light, the ordinary pause of a city in motion, and he stands and breathes in the November air, and he thinks about what it means to be afraid of something you have been working toward. He has been working toward this, the truth given to Soren in a day that persists. He has been working toward it for 27 loops of preparation and one final loop of nothing strategic, of simply existing alongside the person he loves for the last time before the reset, which turned out to be the last time before the ending. He is afraid in the specific, clean way of someone who knows that what happens next is the only version that matters and who cannot engineer it. He cannot engineer this. He has engineered everything in the fellowship competition for 300 loops. He has engineered encounters and conversations and the careful deployment of accumulated knowledge at precisely the right moment. He has been, in every measurable sense, the most comprehensively prepared person in any room the fellowship has put him in. He cannot prepare for this. He can only go there and tell the truth and let Soren do what Soren will do with it. The light changes. He crosses. He arrives at the university at 9:15. He goes to his office, his small, shared office in the fellowship building, which he has been using for a semester, and which looks the same as it always does, which is to say, precise, organized, the particular landscape of a person who has arranged their working space to demand as little of them as possible. His laptop is on the desk. His notes are where he left them yesterday evening, which was the evening of the last loop, which is a sentence that does not yet feel fully real. He sits. He opens his laptop. He looks at the email again, because looking at it again is the action available to him, and because he is a person who requires the data to be real before he can proceed from it. Soren Alcántara has been selected. He closes the laptop. He sits in the quiet of his office, and he thinks about the fellowship and what it means to him now, which is different from what it meant at the beginning of the semester and different again from what it meant in the early loops. At the beginning, the thing he had been working toward for a decade, the achievement that would prove the discipline was worth it, the door that opens the rooms that do not open otherwise. In the early loops, a variable, a target, a thing to win efficiently and watch dissolve and win again. By loop 150, a habit. By loop 200, almost irrelevant, the way background noise becomes irrelevant when there is something else in the room you're actually listening for. Now real, concrete. The fellowship belongs to Soren, which means Soren will have the 2 years of independent research and the visiting position at the Institute and the network and the open doors, and Ev will not. And this is a real result in a world that keeps results. He sits with this for a long time. He thinks about Dr. Varga and what she said across dozens of loops in varying forms. The fellowship is not simply a measure of academic achievement. He thinks about what she meant when she said it to him specifically. The version of him she saw in her chair's practice gaze, the man she recognized as the version of herself she would have been proud of, and also as a warning she has been sending across the entire semester. He thinks about the particular loneliness she carries, which he has been watching for 300 loops as the future version of himself he was building toward, and which he has, sometime in the last 100 loops, quietly decided he does not want. He thinks Soren won the fellowship. He thinks, I want something else. He does not know yet if the something else is real. If Soren will hear what he is about to say and choose him with full information in a world that keeps records, choose him the way he has been choosing him across 300 loops without knowing what he was choosing. He does not know. He cannot know until the conversation happens, and the conversation cannot happen until 4:30, when Soren will be in the East Courtyard, because Soren is always in the East Courtyard on Tuesdays, and today is Tuesday, and the knowing of this has never been strategy. He has 5 hours. He does something he has not done in 300 loops. He works, not on the fellowship. The fellowship is decided. He works on his actual research, the project that exists before and after and around the fellowship, the question he would be asking if no one were watching and nothing were at stake. He works with the focus of someone who has cleared everything else away, who is not optimizing or positioning or managing the afternoon's approach. He reads. He makes notes. He follows a thread in his thinking that has been waiting for 300 loops to be followed, that has been deferred in favor of the machinery of competition. The work is good. It is good in the way that work is good when you are doing it for the right reason, which is because you find it genuinely interesting and because the questions it is asking matter, and because this is the thing, the actual thing, not the achievement, not the position, not the record, that made him want the fellowship in the first place. He works until 1 o'clock. He eats lunch, actually eats at the small table in the fellowship building's common room, the sandwich from the canteen that is not quite good enough and is nevertheless food. He eats it with the particular presence of someone who has decided to be in every moment of this day, which is the only version of this day he will ever have. He walks. He walks for 2 hours, which is something he has not done in the daytime since before the loop began. He walks through the university's neighborhood, the familiar streets, the familiar architecture, the particular quality of November light on old stone that is one of the things he has always found beautiful about this city without ever allowing himself to call it that. He walks without a route or a destination, which is unprecedented, which feels like something. He thinks about loop 145, the dark of his flat, being held. He thinks about loop 29, the library floor, making terrible tea and staying. He thinks about loop 67, the stairwell landing, the 40 minutes of breathing. He thinks about Soren saying "you're very warm" in a small, dazed voice and the thought he had in response, with the particular irrational clarity of a man who has stopped managing his own reactions. I will never get tired of this. He thinks, I have not been tired of it in 300 loops. He thinks, I'm not going to be tired of it now. At 4 o'clock, he turns toward the east courtyard. He walks slowly. He is not late. He has timed this precisely because he cannot not time things, because the precision is structural and he accepts this about himself. He will arrive at the corner of the east wing at approximately 4:28, which gives him 2 minutes of the approach, 2 minutes of Soren not yet knowing he is coming, which is the last time Soren will not know. After today, Soren will know. After today, everything is different. He turns the corner. The east courtyard is exactly as it always is. The low stone wall on the south side, the ornamental tree with its November branches bare, the gravel, the particular quality of late afternoon that the east-facing space collects and holds. The stone wall has caught what remains of the day's thin warmth and is releasing it slowly into the cold air. Soren is sitting on the wall. His coat is the green one, the femme-cut wool that does something architectural to his shoulders, that says I wore this on purpose. He has a paper cup balanced on his knee. He is reading something on his phone and mouthing words to himself, which he does when he is processing, and he has not noticed Ev yet, which means Ev gets a moment, 3 seconds, for the particular gift of observing someone who does not know they are being observed, to look at him the way he has only ever allowed himself to look when the world was about to reset. The world is not going to reset. He burns the look anyway. Then he walks over. Hey, Soren looks up. His face arranges itself into the expression Ev knows, the one that means I'm happy to see you and I don't know what to do with that. It is the expression of 300 loops compressed into one November afternoon. It is the most familiar thing Ev has ever seen. I was going to text you. Ev stops in front of him. You got it, he says. The fellowship. Soren blinks. You saw the email. I did. Are you? Soren tilts his head. Are you okay? And there it is. That's always been it, hasn't it? Soren asking if he's okay, in 100 different registers, in 100 different rooms, and Ev giving 100 different careful answers designed to take up as little space as possible. He is done with the careful answers. I need to tell you something, he says, and I need you to let me get through all of it before you say anything, because if you stop me in the middle, I won't be able to start again. Soren sets his phone down. He goes still in the way he goes still when something matters, shoulders down, attention fully given, that specific quality of presence that Ev has never been able to explain to himself, only ever feel. Okay, Soren says, I'm listening. Ev takes a breath. He begins. Chapter 20, Everything I Know About You. He starts in September, the real September, the first day, the loop's beginning, and he does not spare himself. He says it all. Every part of it, in order, the way it happened, the mixer, the green coat across the room, the laugh, the waiting room outside Varga's office, the short list he had read like a briefing document, the first conversation that was really an opening move in something that had not yet named itself, Mal's party, the kitchen corner, the almost, the night he went home and thought, wrong decision, the morning he woke and the date was wrong. He tells Soren about the loops. The structure of them, the reset, the 48 hours, waking always at 7:15 on September 4th with full memory of everything that had come before and the world outside beginning again without him. He tells him about the early loops, the methodical investigation, the null hypothesis and the intervention tests, and the loops in which he won the fellowship and sat with the result and felt nothing. He tells him about loop 29. He tells it carefully. The wrong floor, the east staircase, the third floor library at 2 in the morning, the man in the green coat sitting against the cold stone wall with the look of someone who had run out of the version of himself he presented to rooms. He tells Soren about the terrible tea and the hour of silence that became several hours of something else, and the moment he chose to stay, which cost him nothing in the loop and everything in himself. He tells him that this is when he stopped using the loop and started living in it. He tells him that this is the loop in which he decided to try, not strategically, not for the fellowship, but because he wanted to find out what it looked like to be actually present with this person with no agenda, but presence. He tells him about the accumulation of it. This is the hardest part to explain, not the individual moments, but the weight of them, the way love doesn't announce itself but accretes, layer by layer, the way muscle memory works, the way the body learns a thing before the mind names it. He tells him about loop 67, the stairwell, the panic attack. He tells him that Soren said you're very warm in a small, dazed voice, and Ev thought, with perfect, irrational clarity, I will never get tired of this. He tells him about the east courtyard, the stone wall catching the afternoon sun, and how he went there every Tuesday because Soren went there every Tuesday, and how the going was never strategy. He tells him about the moment in loop 150 when he won the fellowship again, and the first thought was not I won, but Soren would have found that argument impressive, and what it felt like to understand, in that moment, that he had been working toward the wrong thing for 150 loops. That he had been working toward Soren. He tells him about the potion. He tells him what Mal told him. The vendor's claim, the botanical preparation, the word harmonize, and all the imprecise weight of it. He tells him about the controlled experiments in the later loops, the careful engineering of Soren's party attendance without the drink, and what he found, that the gravitational pull existed without it, in every configuration, in every variable, across dozens of careful tests. That the data was clear. That the data said, it is real. He tells him that he does not think the potion was why. He tells him he thinks the potion was a convenient explanation for two people who were already falling and did not know how to say so. He tells him about watching Soren forget. Every reset. Every morning when Soren looked at him with polite, pleasant blankness, and Ev had to decide, again, whether to start over or let this be the loop, he finally kept his distance. He never kept his distance. He couldn't. By loop 30, he had stopped pretending he was going to. He tells him about loop 263, sitting at his desk after a good loop, with Soren's close grin still warm in his memory, and a specific nauseating realization. I know everything about him. He knows nothing about me, not the real version. He tells him about the ethical weight of this, not a manufactured guilt, not a performed reckoning, but the quiet, methodical application of his own principles to a situation he had been exempting from them. He tells him that the loop ends when I tell him is the sentence he wrote and did not cross out. He tells him about loop 290, the tired loop, the control that slipped, the jagged, incomplete version of the truth delivered to Soren in a library reading room at 4 in the afternoon without the scaffolding it required. He tells him about Soren's face, the reconsidering expression, the careful withdrawal. He tells him that this is the loop in which he learned the difference between telling the truth and giving it. That it is not enough to say the true thing. You have to give it in a form the other person can receive. He tells him about the last loop. He tells him that loop 300 had a quality he could feel but not name. Something in the morning's register that said, pay attention, this is the one, and that he spent it differently than any loop before it. That he did nothing strategic, nothing accumulated, nothing planned. That he attended the mixer and watched from across the room and did not engineer proximity. That after Soren's seminar, he simply walked beside him in the corridor and talked about the methodology presentation and let the silence be what it was. That he went home and made dinner and ate it at his table and thought about all of it. The 300 iterations, the accumulated weight, every version of every moment that exists only in his memory, and that the last thought he had before he slept was, "Tomorrow I will find him." He tells him he woke up, and it was not September 4th. He stops talking. The east courtyard is very quiet. A bird is doing something persistent and tuneless in a hedge. Soren's tea has gone cold. Ev looks at his own hands. He has been looking at his hands for the last several minutes. Not from shame, but from the specific effort of the telling, the concentration required to get it right, to give it in the right order with the right weight, so that the picture assembled as he spoke. He looks at them now in the thin November light, and they're the same hands they always are, the ones that go still when he talks, and that have a habit, under stress, of pressing the thumbnail to the inside of the wrist. He presses it now. He does not look up yet. "I'm not telling you this because I expect anything," he says. "I'm telling you because you deserve to know who you were in every version of this before you choose anything about what comes next. That's all." He exhales. The full weight of it, 300 loops, every accumulated thing, moves in him like something physical, like a stone at the bottom of water finally being lifted. "That's all I've got." He looks up. Soren is quiet, not the silence of shock. Ev knows that one, has caused it, has watched it move across Soren's face in at least 4 separate loops when the truth came out in uglier ways. Not the silence of the reconsidering expression from loop 290, that careful, painful withdrawal. This is something else. This is the silence of someone who is taking a thing seriously, who has received something large and is holding it with both hands and determining its weight before deciding what to do with it. Soren is not looking at Ev. He is looking at his hands. Both of them. His hands, which are the hands that talk when he is thinking, the hands that gesture through arguments and knock things over and reach for people he trusts, are very still in his lap. In the loops, Soren says, finally, slowly, "When I reach for you," you said it happened a lot, "that I kept gravitating toward you." He is not looking at Ev. He is looking at his hands, too, even when I didn't know. "Yes. So, my body was choosing you." Ev does not answer. The answer is too much to put in a sentence. Soren is quiet for a long time. "I've been having this feeling," he says, "since the beginning of the semester. That I already know you. Not like familiarity. Deeper than that. Like I've been angry at you and forgiven you already. Like we've already had the fight and survived it." He finally looks up. His eyes are dark and very steady. "I thought I was projecting. I thought it was because I was scared of how much I wanted to beat you. Maybe it was both. Maybe." The corner of his mouth moves. Not a smile yet. The precursor to one. "Did I ever choose you?" In the loops. "When I knew, or when I didn't, did I ever actually choose you?" Ev looks at him. He looks at him the way he has looked at him across 300 versions of a season. This man who he has known in the cold stairwell and the warm courtyard and the dark of his own flat and the fluorescent committee's rooms and the corridor conversations and the east courtyard on every Tuesday for the better part of 3 months. Who folds the corners of pages he loves. Who hums, slightly flat, over books in a library. Who goes very quiet at the jokes that actually land. Who says thank you with the full weight of the word. Who reached for his hand in the dark of the lecture hall without knowing why. And who has been reaching for him, in one form or another, since the beginning. Every single time, Ev says. Soren gets up from the wall. He crosses the 2 feet of courtyard between them, deliberate, unhurried, without any of the performances that usually accompany the things that matter, without camp or framing or the footnotes he builds around true things when he is not certain they are safe. He crosses the 2 feet, and he takes Ev's face in both hands. Both hands, the gesture of someone who has decided to do this completely, who has thought about it, and is doing it on purpose, consciously, with full information. And he looks at him for a moment with the dark eyes and the amber in them and the particular expression that is the most present and the most decided thing Ev has seen in 300 loops. "Then I'm not going to break the streak," he says. And he kisses him. It is nothing like the loops. It is so much better than the loops in the specific and irreducible way that a thing kept is better than a thing that dissolves. Because this is kept, this is real, this is happening in the world that keeps records. And tomorrow, when Soren wakes, this will still have happened, and the day after, and all the days after that. And Ev will not wake on September 4th and begin again from the beginning. He will not begin again. He is here. This is where it begins. Soren's hands are warm against his face. Ev's hands find Soren's waist. Find it the way the body finds things it has been learning for 300 loops, the way the muscle knows before the mind, the way the stairwell's breathing pace was available before he decided to offer it. His hands find Soren's waist and hold on. They are two people standing in an ordinary November courtyard, on an ordinary Tuesday, at 4:30, with the cold air and the tuneless bird in the hedge and the thin light going its early dark November way across the stone. They are ordinary in every particular except one, which is, Ev knows the weight of every version of this moment, and Soren is choosing to give him a new one. The fellowship office will need a decision by Friday. He does not think about that. He thinks, here is where the loop ends. Here is where the real thing begins. He holds on. Chapter 21. What you do with a decision. The first night is simple, which surprises him. He had anticipated, in the methodical way he anticipates things, which has not entirely left him even now, even standing in a world that finally keeps records, that the first night would be complicated, that there would be an architecture of uncertainty to navigate, what to say, where to stand, how much of the accumulated weight to carry into the room, and how much to leave at the door. He had anticipated the difficulty of being known. What happens instead is that Soren walks him home. Not because Ev has asked, not because they have discussed it. Soren simply falls in a step beside him when they leave the east courtyard. The tuneless bird in the hedge has finally found a different hedge, or perhaps given up entirely. And they walk through the November streets with the cold air and the streetlights coming on, and Soren does not ask the large questions yet. He asks small ones instead, the kind that do not require architecture. Do you actually like tea? He says, or is it the thing you do when you don't know what else to do with your hands? Ev considers this for a moment. Both, he says, in different ratios depending on the situation. What's the ratio right now? Probably 60-40 in favor of liking it. Soren nods, gravely, as if this is data he intends to use. Noted, they walk. The city is doing its November thing, the dark arriving early and completely, the way it does in autumn, the particular blue-black of a November sky over streetlit streets. Ev has walked this route 300 times, and it has never looked the way it looks tonight, which he understands is not a property of the route. Can I ask you something? Soren says. Not a question exactly, more the shape of one. You can ask. A pause. He is looking at the pavement, which means he is deciding how to phrase something he has already decided to say. In the loops, when things went well, when it was good, he looks up. The amber in his eyes catches the streetlight, which Ev has been cataloging for 300 loops, and which he is now, apparently, going to catalog for the foreseeable future without any reset coming to take it from him. Was I the same? The version of me, you know. Ev thinks about this. He thinks about every version of Soren he has known. Loop 29, undone and honest on the library floor. Loop 67, dazed and warm in the stairwell. Loop 145, asleep against his chest with one hand finding his in the dark. Loop 237, saying the true sentence and being met with the beginning of the true answer. He thinks about the version that argues with Varga with the specific, delighted precision of someone who came here to be challenged. The version that hums, slightly flat, over library books. The version that knocks things over with his gesturing hands and laughs at himself without any performance in it. Yes, he says, every version. Soren is quiet for a moment. I wasn't finished, he says. I know. Ev looks at him. But the answer to the second part is also yes. Soren blinks. The corner of his mouth moves. You didn't let me ask the second part. No, but I knew what it was. That's going to be a recurring dynamic, isn't it? Probably. He pauses. I'll work on it. Don't work on it too hard, Soren says. It's a little bit useful. He says in the tone he uses for things that are true and that he is slightly reluctant to admit are true, which is a tone Ev has cataloged with great care and no longer has to store only in memory. They reach his building. They stand for a moment on the pavement in the cold, in the way of two people who have arrived somewhere and are negotiating the nature of the arrival without quite saying so. Do you want to come up? Ev says. Not a performance of casualness. Just the question. Soren looks at him. The deciding expression. The one he does when something matters enough to look at carefully rather than immediately. Yes, he says. But I want you to know that I'm also fine with going home. If you need, he stops. Finds the better word. If you need the quiet. Ev looks at him. He thinks about 31 years of managing himself for other people's comfort, of making himself small, of converting every need into something he could give back. He thinks about the lie he has believed. If I need things from people, they leave, and the 300 loops of slowly, imperfectly learning the shape of the truth beneath it. I don't need the quiet, he says. I need you to come up. Soren's face does the thing, the full, unperformative warmth of someone who has been given a direct answer and is receiving it completely. Okay, he says. Then I'm coming up. They go up. The flat is exactly as Ev left it, precise, organized, the particular landscape of a person who has arranged his space for one person's life. He sees it, briefly, through the lens of it being seen. The books organized by subject and then by author, the single chair angled toward the window, the kitchen counter that has never had anything extraneous on it. The evidence of a man who has been very alone for a very long time and has made a discipline of it. Soren stands in the doorway of the living room and looks at it. It's exactly what I pictured, he says, minus whatever I was picturing. What were you picturing? A blackboard covered in chess notations. He looks around. Maybe some ominous filing cabinets. He looks at Ev. It's nicer than that. That's a low bar. It's a comfortable bar. He moves into the room with the ease he carries in spaces, the ease that is not performance, that has never been, and sits on the arm of the single chair in a way that is technically not sitting in the chair and that manages somehow to be entirely at home. Tell me something true, he says. Something small. Something you know about me that I don't know you know. Ev leans against the doorframe. He looks at him. You fold the corners of pages in books you love, he says. Not books you hate. Books you hate you put face down when you stop reading. Books you love you mark with your hands. Soren is quiet for a moment. I've been doing that since I was 12, he says. I don't think I've ever told anyone. I know. He stops. Looks at his hands. That's a lot, he says. Not as a criticism. As a recognition. It's a lot, Ev agrees. He says it the way he has learned to say true things, without deflection, without the management. Just, here is the true thing, in the space between us belonging to both of us now. Soren looks up. Tell me another one. So he does. He tells him about the hum, slightly flat, over library books. He tells him about the way his camp drops approximately 40% when he is genuinely engaged rather than performing engagement, and how I've learned to read the difference and then stop preferring one over the other. He tells him about the laugh that catches against ambient sound and creates its small island of warmth, which I've heard from across a crowded mixer without knowing his name, which is where all of this began. He tells him about the subordinate clauses. Soren laughs at that one, the full, unperformed laugh, and says, Tibby said something like that, and F files this for later, the specific warmth of knowing that there were people in Soren's orbit who were paying attention in his direction, even when he couldn't. By the time Ev finishes, it is after 10, and the tea he made, the real kind, 60-40 in favor of liking it, has gone cold on the coffee table, and Soren has migrated from the chair arm to the chair itself to the floor beside the chair, in the progressive, unconscious relocations of someone who is comfortable and has stopped thinking about where he is. Can I ask you something now? Ev says. You can ask. In the loop where you told me. He says it carefully. Loop 237, the East Courtyard, the November afternoon. You started to say there was something I needed to tell you first. Before you'd said it. Soren stills. You remember that, he says. I remember everything. A pause. Soren is looking at the cold tea. I was going to say, he stops. He finds the voice he uses when he is getting to the true version. I was going to say that I thought I was in love with you, and that I needed you to know before anything else happened, before the fellowship decided anything, before the semester ended. He looks up. I didn't want to be the person who let it go unsaid. You said it, Ev says. Every time he got there. Every time. In the loops where you reach the moment. Yes. You always said it. Soren is quiet for a long time. He is doing the thing, looking away and then immediately back, checking if the thing is still there. It is. Ev is still there, in the doorframe, in his own living room, in the world that keeps records. My body knew, Soren says, before my mind did. That's what you said, that I kept gravitating. Yes, even without the potion. Even without the potion. He nods, slowly, as if confirming something he is organizing into its correct place. Then I want you to know, he says, that right now, with my full mind, with everything you've told me, with complete information, it's the same. I'm in the same place. He looks at Ev with the dark eyes and the amber in them. I'm not choosing you because my body was pointing in that direction. I'm choosing you because I know everything now, and that's still where I end up. Ev looks at him. He looks at him for a long moment. This man on the floor of his living room, surrounded by the precise landscape of his very alone life, who has walked him home and asked small questions and sat in the chair arm and migrated to the floor and is now, with full information, choosing him, and he feels something in his chest do something he does not have a name for in any of the languages he has accumulated. He moves away from the doorframe. He sits on the floor beside him. Soren leans, slightly, into his shoulder, not reaching, not the unconscious gravitational lean of the loops, the body's habit before the mind's understanding. Deliberate, present. The lean of someone who has decided to be here and is being here with intention and full information in the world that keeps records. Ev does not move away. He thinks, here, this is the thing I have been carrying in both directions at once, toward and away, accumulation and erasure, the weight of everything and the perpetual reset. This is where the weight is finally allowed to settle. He thinks, I am allowed to receive this. He stays. They sit in the quiet of his flat for a long time, in the particular piece of an ending that is also a beginning, in the world that keeps records, until the city outside goes quiet with the late hour, and the cold presses further into November, and Soren falls asleep against his shoulder without having decided to. Ev does not wake him. He presses his thumbnail to the inside of his wrist, the small private habit, and then slowly, deliberately stops. He does not need to. He sits in the quiet. He thinks, I know exactly what this feels like. I have known it in accumulation across 300 versions of a season that only I was counting. He thinks, this is the first time it is going to stay. He holds on to that thought the way he held on in Soren's waist in the courtyard. Not tightly, not desperately, but with the particular certainty of someone who has learned the difference between clutching and keeping. The night continues. The world keeps records. In the morning, Mal calls. He calls at 8:43. Ev's phone buzzes on the kitchen counter while he is making actual breakfast, the proper kind, because Soren is asleep in the bedroom with the door half open and has been asleep since somewhere around 1 in the morning, and Ev has been awake since 7:15 as always. And the morning has a specific, unprecedented quality that Ev is still calibrating. He looks at the phone. He picks it up. Ev, Mal says without preamble. The loop broke. Yes, I heard about the fellowship. The email went to everyone on the cohort list. A pause. I'm sorry. Don't be. I'm sorry for the loop, Mal says. He says it in a different register, quieter, the voice he uses when something has cost him. I've been sitting with this for months, the possibility that I caused it, that my very good intentions and my very poorly researched vendor choice. Mal, produce something that trapped you in a 48-hour cycle for the better part of an academic term. Mal. Ev keeps his voice even, not cold, just accurate. The vendor said it amplifies existing states. It doesn't create them. A pause. I know that's what they said. I tested it across 40 loops. He looks out the window at the November morning, at the city doing its ordinary Thursday. The pole was there without the drink. In every controlled variable I could design. The pole was there. Mal is quiet for a long moment. So it was already there. He pauses. You just gave a push. Another silence. Longer. The specific silence of Mal, say, absorbing something he does not know how to carry yet. Is everything? Mal stops. Finds the sentence. Are you okay, Ev? Ev looks at the bedroom door, half open, the sound of the specific quiet of someone sleeping in a space not their own for the first time. Yes, he says, not with management, just accurately. And Soren, he knows everything. A beat. Oh, Mal says, quietly, as if the word contains more than its usual weight. He took it seriously, Ev says. He sat with it, and then he chose. He pauses. The sentence is very simple and costs nothing to say and is the truest thing he has said to anyone in years. He chose me. Mal makes a sound, not a sentence. The kind of sound a person makes when they're not going to cry, specifically, but are allowing for the possibility. I'm glad, he says. I'm genuinely, Eva, I'm glad. I know, for what it's worth. About the fellowship, Soren's work is excellent. I've been to his presentations. I know, his work is excellent. Ev thinks about Soren's argument in the seminar room, the one that made Varga tilt her head fractionally to the left, the way he builds a case not architecturally, the way Ev does but associatively, making the leaps that shouldn't work and then working them. He deserved it. So did you. I want something else, Ev says. He can hear Mal smiling through the phone. It has a particular acoustic quality, a warmth that cannot be disguised by distance or digital transmission. Yes, he says. You did. They talk for a few more minutes, the comfortable, incomplete sentence shorthand of 8 years. And then Ev hears movement from the bedroom and says he has to go. And Mal says obviously go, and rings off with the specific energy of a man who's going to spend the rest of the day processing this in his own way, probably involving Aristotle the plant and possibly a text to his mother. Soren appears in the kitchen doorway. He is wearing Ev's jumper, which he has borrowed with the casual ease of someone who has decided that the rules of his own flat apply here, which is a decision Ev has not been consulted on and with which he finds, examining his own reaction, that he has no objection whatsoever. Was that Mal? Soren says. Yes. Did you tell him? That the loop broke and that I'd told you everything and that you'd chosen me. He pauses. In that order. Soren looks at him. The particular expression, complicated warmth, the one Ev has cataloged across 300 iterations, and that is now, apparently, is to observe in linear time for the foreseeable future. How did he take it? He made a sound that wasn't a word. That tracks. Soren sits down at the kitchen table, sits in the specific way of someone making themselves a home, settling in, the unconscious claiming of space that Ev has only ever watched from a careful distance. He's going to want to have dinner with both of us. He's going to frame it as casual, and it will be completely deliberate. I know. Is that okay? Ev looks at him. This man in his kitchen in his jumper, asking if it's okay with the particular care of someone who already knows what the answer is but understands that some answers need to be said rather than implied. Yes, he says. It's okay. He puts the eggs on. He makes breakfast for 2 people, which is something he has not done in a very long time, and which is, he discovers, essentially the same as making breakfast for 1 person, except that there is someone else in the room and the kitchen feels a different size because of it. Tell me something I don't know, Soren says from behind his tea. Ev glances at him. About the loops? About you. He says it with the ease of someone asking a simple question, which is what it is. Not the loop you. Just you. Eutanks. He thinks about all the things that are true about him that he has never said out loud. Not because they were secret, but because no one ever asked, and he had learned early that the answers were not required. He thinks about the scar through his left eyebrow, which happened at 19, which is a story about a fire escape and a very bad decision and the specific invincibility of being 19. He thinks about the thumbnail to the wrist. He thinks about the precise and irrational comfort of a space organized exactly the way he needs it, which he has always experienced as a character flaw and is beginning, slowly, to reconsider. I press my thumbnail to the inside of my wrist, he says, when I'm overwhelmed or when I'm grounding myself. I've done it since university, and I've never explained it to anyone. Soren looks at him, not at his wrist, at his face. Does it help? Yes. Okay. He says it simply, not making anything of it, not filing it under data, just receiving it, holding it, the way Soren holds things he takes seriously. What else? Ev looks at the eggs. I've been alone for a long time, he says. long enough that I stopped noticing the shape of it. He turns down the heat. I noticed it again, in the loops. Gradually, he pauses. And then suddenly, Soren is quiet for a moment. I know, he says, not as a certainty about the loops, as a certainty about him. About Ev, standing in his own kitchen in the November morning, saying the true thing for possibly the first time without calculation. I could feel it, even when I didn't have the context for it. What did it feel like? Soren thinks. Like someone standing very close to a window, he says. Inside, looking out at the street. He looks at him. Like the wanting was there, and the barrier was there, and both of them were very present at the same time. Ev looks at him. He thinks. That is exactly right. He thinks, you have known me in some register in every loop without the vocabulary for it, and the knowing was still there. He plates the eggs. He says, the barrier is a lot smaller now. Soren reaches across the kitchen table and takes his hand. He does it the way he does things he has decided, without the camp, without the footnotes, without any of the armor he builds around true things when he is not certain they are safe. Just his hand on Ev's hand, on the kitchen table, in the November morning, in the world that keeps records. I know, he says. Ev turns his hand over. He holds on. They eat breakfast. It is, Ev thinks, the most ordinary thing that has ever happened. It is also the most extraordinary. He has decided that these things are not in contradiction. The day that follows is the first day both of them will remember tomorrow. That is not a small thing. It is, in fact, everything. The fellowship office sends a follow-up email at 11:30, which Ev reads at his desk while Soren is in the shower. A request for both candidates to meet briefly with Dr. Varga to discuss the outcome and the path forward. He reads it twice. He thinks about what path forward means for him, which is a question he has been avoiding with some care since the email landed, and which is now that the courtyard has happened, and the morning has happened, and the hand on the table has happened, a question he can finally look at directly. He sits with it. He is still sitting with it when Soren comes out of the bathroom with wet hair and Ev's jumper still on. He has apparently decided that the jumper situation is ongoing and sees the expression on Ev's face. The office, Soren says. Not a question. Varga wants to meet with us. Soren sits on the arm of the chair, the exact position he occupied last night, the unconscious claiming of the space. Together, separately, I assume. She didn't specify. A pause. Soren is looking at him with the careful attention of someone who has read the situation and is waiting to be useful in exactly the right way, not in the general way. What do you need? He says. Ev looks at him. He thinks. That is the question no one has asked me in years. He thinks. I know the answer. He thinks. I'm going to say it because that is the person he is becoming and because Soren asked and asking deserves an answer. I need to figure out what the fellowship means to me now, he says. And I think I need to do that on my own for a little while, before I talk to her. Okay, Soren says, simply, without the management of someone who is managing him. That's not. Ev stops, finds the sentence. I'm not asking you to leave. I know. Soren gets up from the chair arm. He crosses the room, and he does the thing Ev has only ever watched from one direction. He cups Ev's face, briefly, with one hand, which is a gesture of someone who has decided to do this and is doing it with intention. I have my own things to figure out, about what comes next for me too. Hey, let's go. Let's talk tonight. Yes. He goes. Ev sits in his flat, in the precise landscape of his own life, and thinks about the fellowship. He thinks about what it meant at the beginning, the proof, the door, the achievement that would justify the space he took up. He thinks about what it became in the middle loops, a habit, an abstraction, the wrong thing he was working toward. He thinks about what it means now, sitting in the morning after the courtyard, in the world that finally keeps records. He thinks Soren won it. Soren's work deserved it. The associative, leaping, unexpectedly correct arguments that Ev has watched land in seminar rooms across 300 iterations. Those arguments that that person, deserved exactly what the committee gave them. He thinks I lost. He sits with that. He is still sitting with it when his phone buzzes with a text from Priya, which reads, I heard. Call me when you can. And then, after a pause long enough for a second text, I mean it. I want to hear your voice. He calls her. She picks up on the second ring. You sound different, she says without preamble. Doi. Yes. A pause. Tell me. So he does. He tells her, not all 300 loops, which he has told Soren and which belongs to Soren, but the shape of it, the fact of it, the thing that has happened, and what he has come out the other side of. He tells her about the courtyard and the morning and the hand on the kitchen table. He tells her about Soren asking, what do you need, and him answering honestly, for possibly the first time in years. Priya is quiet for a moment. Ev, she says. Yes. You answered honestly. Yes. A pause that has a texture to it. The specific warmth of someone who knows you before the polish and after, and is choosing not to say everything they could say about the distance between then and now. Good, she says. It's about time. I know. I want to meet him properly, she says. Not whatever that was at the conference in October. You were there for 6 minutes. I clocked him in 2. He looked at you when you weren't looking. She says it with the precision she reserves for things she has been saving. I've been waiting for you to figure out the rest. It took me 300 loops. It takes you as long as it takes you, she says. What matters is you got there. He exhales. Priya, he says. Yes. Thank you. He says it without qualification, without converting it into something he can give back. Just the thanks, direct in the space between them. For all of it. A pause. You're welcome, she says quietly. The way she says things that matter. Without the warmth performed, just the warmth itself. Now, the fellowship. Talk me through it. He talks. By the time he finishes, he knows what he is going to say to Dr. Varga. He meets with her at 2 o'clock in her office, which is a room he has sat in across many loops and which has never changed. The organized shelves, the single-framed photograph of Budapest in winter, the quality of attention she gives every room she is in that makes the room feel smaller and more consequential. She looks at him for a long moment when he sits down. You seem different, she says. He thinks about Soren last night, asking what do you need. He thinks about Priya 20 minutes ago, saying it's about time. He thinks about the East Courtyard, the 2 feet of courtyard between them, Soren's hands on his face. I think I stopped optimizing, he says. Varga is quiet for a moment. Then she says, with the precision she reserves for things that cost her to say, good. She pauses. I was beginning to worry. He looks at her. This woman he has watched across 300 loops as the cautionary tale he was building himself toward, the technically brilliant and personally diminished version of a life organized around achievement. He looks at her and sees the loneliness she carries, which she has always carried, which she has been carrying since before he arrived in her seminar rooms with his careful record and his precise ambitions. He thinks, she is sending me a warning she needed to receive herself. He thinks, I'm the only person in this room who can see that, and it is not my warning to return. There are other fellowships, she says, other positions. Your work is strong enough that this is a delay, not a terminus. She folds her hands. The committee's decision reflects the caliber of both candidates, not a judgment on either one alone. I know, he says. You'll apply next cycle. He looks at her. He thinks about what Priya said. What matters is you got there. He thinks about breakfast for 2. He thinks about the thumbnail to the wrist and the deliberate decision to stop and the hand that held his on the table instead. I don't know yet, he says. Varga blinks. A small, fractional thing. The most surprise she will ever show. You don't know, she says. I have some things to figure out first. About what I'm working toward. He pauses. I've been working toward the wrong thing for a long time. I've only just understood what the right thing is. He looks at his hands. I need some time to figure out what the path looks like from here. A long pause. Varga is looking at him with the particular quality of attention she gives things that have caught her off guard, which are few in his experience and which she gives serious weight. That is, she says, the first fully honest answer you have given me in this entire competition. He looks at her. I know, he says. It's also, she says, and her voice does something minimal and specific that might, from another person, be warmth, the most intelligent one. He leaves her office at 2:30. He walks home through the November streets, which are exactly as they always are and which are, today, entirely different in the way that everything is different when the thing you were walking through the world toward is now walking through the world beside you. He stops at the corner, the same corner where the traffic light paused him this morning, the ordinary pause of a city in motion. He thinks, I'm allowed to not know yet. I am allowed to take the time the not knowing requires. He thinks, this is new. He crosses. When he gets home, there is a text from Soren that says, Tibby wants to feed us. Are you up for it? And then, he will absolutely cry if you say no. And then, he'll cry anyway, but he would like to have a reason. Ev looks at the text for a long moment. He texts back, yes. He puts his phone in his pocket. He goes in. Tibby is not, as it happens, someone who needs to have things confirmed twice. By 7 o'clock, he has produced an amount of pasta that is structurally implausible for the size of the pot, and a quantity of wine that speaks to an optimistic interpretation of evening's longevity. And he has arranged himself in the kitchen of Soren's flat with the apron with the tomato print and the wooden spoon and the specific energy of a man who has been waiting for this occasion for approximately 3 months. Ev has encountered Tibby in the loops, briefly, peripherally, the way of someone who inhabits the edges of another person's life without ever being formally introduced. This is technically the first time. Tibby opens the door and looks at him for exactly 1 second with the bright, assessing eyes of someone who has been paying attention from the beginning and is now receiving the data in person. You're taller than I thought, he says. You're louder than I expected, Ev says. A pause. Tibby's face does something, and then he laughs, full and real, the specific laugh of someone who has been worried about something and has just found out there is nothing to worry about. He stands back from the door. Come in, he says. The pasta is 40 minutes away. Tell me something interesting. Ev comes in. Later, after the pasta, after the wine, after Tibby tells the story of Soren ironing his shirt twice on the first morning, and Soren says, I hate you with the fondness of someone who means precisely the opposite, there is a moment, just one, when Tibby catches Ev's eye across the table. He is looking at him with the expression he drops the camp for, the pure, specific warmth of someone who has been paying attention and is communicating, without words, the result of what he saw. He gives a very small nod. Ev receives it. He inclines his head slightly in return. That is all either of them needs. They stay until midnight. When they leave, Ev and Soren together, into the cold of the November street, Soren takes his hand. He does it without looking. The natural claim of a person who has decided this is how they walk together, and Ev's hand closes around his without any of the careful management that used to precede every touch. They walk. The city is quiet with the late hour. The world keeps records. This is one of them. Chapter 22. The second time I choose you. The thing about Ev, Soren has discovered, is that he apologizes for taking up space before he's taken up any. Not in words, not in any form that is easy to point to, but in the particular way he moves through rooms, how he stays near the edges until there is unmistakable permission to be in the center, how he frames every preference as a non-preference, every one as a convenient arrangement that happens to be fine, how he says I could if you wanted rather than I want to, as if his own desire is a proposal requiring ratification before it can exist. Soren has been watching this for 4 days, which is all the days there have been, and he finds it both devastating and completely consistent with every version of Ev he has been accumulating without knowing he was doing it. He has discovered, constitutionally incapable of leaving it unremarked. He says on the 4th evening from the kitchen of Ev's flat where he is in the process of making tea badly, which is what happens when you make tea the way your roommate makes it rather than the way you actually make it, which is with too much honey and not enough time. You don't have to ask permission to want things. Ev looks up from his book. He does the thing where he holds eye contact for exactly 1 beat longer than comfortable. What things, he says? In general. All of them. He sets the kettle down. You said you want this open or closed, and you meant closed. I could tell you meant closed. You did the thing. What thing? The thing where your hand goes very still. He turns around. Just say closed, Ev. It's fine. I'll close it. A long pause. Closed, Ev says. Great. He goes and closes it. That was 14 seconds of your life you won't get back. I am aware. I have another 30 years of this in me, by the way. He comes back to the kitchen, of noticing and saying something. It's a character flaw. It isn't, Ev says. Something about the way he says it, simply, directly, without the usual careful distance, makes Soren stop. He looks at him. Ev is looking back at him with the expression that is the most unguarded, the one Soren has been learning the specific architecture of over the past 4 days. The one that looks the way a person looks when they've stopped managing. It isn't, Ev says again. It's the thing I've been, he stops. Finds the sentence. It's useful. Soren looks at him for a moment. Okay, he says softly. Good. He makes the tea with too much honey and not enough time, and brings both cups to the coffee table, and sits on the floor beside the chair where Ev is, in the position he has been occupying every evening, because the floor is comfortable and close and does not require any negotiation about proximity, and Ev looks at him and does not say anything about the tea. He drinks it. He does not say that it is good, because he is not the kind of person who says things he doesn't mean. He also does not say it is not good. He simply drinks it and holds the cup and looks at the middle distance in the way he looks at things he is thinking about. Ask me something, Soren says. Ev looks at him. What? You've been telling me things for 4 days. Things you know about me, things from the loops, things I didn't know I'd said or done or was. He curls his hands around his cup. It's not even now. You know everything. I know what you've told me. He looks at him. So ask me something. Anything. I want you to know things that aren't loop things. Things that are just mine, that I'm giving you. Ev is quiet for a moment. Tell me about the green coat, he says. Soren blinks. The coat. The first thing I saw you in. The first time I looked twice. He pauses. Tell me about the coat. Soren looks at his cup. He thinks about the market stall in April. The shift in the architecture of his self-understanding that he couldn't name yet, Tibby's hand on his arm, and the particular feeling of something settling into its right shape. He thinks about his mother, saying it was very nice without meeting his eyes. He thinks about wearing it into rooms. The mixer, the waiting room outside Varga's office, every formal and informal space the fellowship has put him in, and the decision of it, the daily renewal of the decision, the deliberate wearing of yourself as an act. I was 26, he says, second year of my master's. It was April, 3 weeks after I came out. He looks at the coat, which is hanging on the back of the door where he left it. I had this feeling like I'd been wearing myself slightly wrongly for a long time. Not dishonestly, just incompletely. Like I've been getting dressed every day in the right color in the wrong size. He pauses. The coat was the first thing I bought that was the right size. Ev is looking at him, listening in the way he listens, completely giving the full weight of his attention, not filling the silence with anything it doesn't need. My mother said it was very nice, Soren says, and she didn't quite meet my eyes. And I wore it anyway. I wear it every time something matters. He looks up. The first day of the fellowship. The courtyard on Tuesday. He pauses. 4 days ago. I know, Ev says. I know you know. He smiles, slightly, not the full one, the precursor. But now I've told you. So it's mine, and it's also yours. Ev looks at him for a long moment. Ask me another, Soren says. Ev does. He asks about the coming out. The real version, the interior version, not the abbreviated summary of late 20s and a family that tried. Soren tells him about the 2 a.m. in his second-year flat. The moment that was not a revelation, but an admission, the specific quality of finally naming something you've been living with for years and watching the name change its weight. He tells him about the phone call to Tibby, who picked up immediately and said, I know, Soren, I know, which was both everything and not enough because knowing wasn't quite the same as choosing, and he needed someone to choose. He chose, Soren says, immediately, completely. No footnotes. He looks at his cup. That's the word that mattered to me. Choose. Not accept. Not make space for. Choose. Yes, Ev says quietly. Soren looks at him. That's what you said in the courtyard. That I chose you. Every single time. You did. Without the information. He looks at his hands. And now I have the information. And I'm still, he looks up. The tell, away, and then immediately back, checking if the thing is still there. I'm still choosing. Ev looks at him. He has the expression that Soren has been learning. The one that is not the composure, not the managed stillness, but the full quiet. the kind that pays attention, the kind that Soren has understood slowly over 4 days means that Ev is moved and is allowing himself to be moved, which is the hardest thing Ev does and which he is getting incrementally better at. I know, Ev says. I know you are. Soren puts his cup down. He looks at Ev in the chair, with his book closed on the side table and the cup in his hands and the November dark outside the window, in the precise, organized landscape of his very alone life that has been, for 4 days, slightly less alone. He has been thinking about this since the courtyard, since the morning after, with Ev's hand on the kitchen table. He has been thinking about it with the specific, deliberate quality of someone who is not going to rush, because this is the version that counts, not the loops, not the accumulated weight of 300 iterations that existed only in Ev's memory, not the first time that was also in some register the 301st. This is the version that will be remembered by both of them, tomorrow and the day after and all the days after that. He wants to get it right. Not perfect, not a performance. He gave up on perfect around the time he started wearing the green coat into rooms, and the abandonment of perfect has been, consistently, the right decision. Right? Hey, he says. Ev looks at him. I want to tell you something first, Soren says. Before anything else. I want to say it when I mean it and when you can hear it, which is now. Ev is very still. The good still. I love you, Soren says. Simply, directly, without the camp and without the footnotes. Not as a response to anything. Not because of the loops or the fellowship or the potion or 300 versions of anything. Just, he finds the sentence, the one that has been waiting in him, patient and clear. Just because you're Ev. Because you make terrible tea when you're being careful with yourself and excellent tea when you're not thinking about it. Because you press your thumbnail to your wrist and you've never explained it to anyone, and now you've explained it to me. Because you looked at me across a room full of people and looked away and then looked back. Because you chose to. Every loop. You could have kept your distance, and you didn't. That's also a choice. Ev is quiet. Soren looks at him. Soren, Ev says, and then stops. There is the tell. Not Soren's tell. Ev's. One hand finds the other. The small motion of a man who is not certain what to do with something he has been given. You don't have to say it back right now, Soren says. That's not why I said it. I know it isn't. Ev looks at him. I want to. He pauses. I'm working on the being allowed to receive part. I haven't. It's not the fastest process. I know, but I want to tell you. He looks at his hands. Then up at Soren with the full quiet look. I have loved you in every version of every loop for as long as I've been capable of loving anything without managing it. And it was only in the loop that I allowed it. And I'm working on allowing it here, in the world that stays. Soren holds his gaze. That, he says, is the most Ev way of saying that. The corner of Ev's mouth moves. Not quite a smile. The precursor. I know, he says. Soren gets up from the floor. He moves to the chair, not the arm of it, not the floor beside it. He finds the space that is available because Ev has shifted without any discussion, making room in the way of someone who has finally decided that making room is permitted. He sits beside him in the chair, which is narrow enough that this requires a specific renegotiation of where limbs go, and that renegotiation is not graceful, and neither of them performs grace. Soren's elbow encounters the side table. Ev says very quietly, other way, and they adjust, and then they're simply here, in the chair, together. Hi, Soren says. Hello, Ev says. This is a small chair. I've been aware of that for some time. Were you always aware you'd have someone in it with you someday? A pause. Something moves across Ev's face, not the managed stillness, not the composure. Something that is the opposite of those things. An openness, a vulnerability that has a specific particular quality, which is the quality of someone choosing to be seen. No, he says, but I'm aware of it now. Soren looks at him. He cups Ev's face in both hands, both deliberately, the gesture of someone who has decided to do this completely and is doing it. He has done this once before in a courtyard, for days ago, in front of no one and everyone, in a world that keeps records. He does it now in the private dark of the flat, in the narrow chair, with no one watching but the two of them. Can I? He says, not asking permission, confirming presence. Yes, Ev says, not yielding, choosing. He kisses him. And this is different from the courtyard. Quieter, less the release of accumulated weight, and more the discovery of a texture, a pace, the specific, unhurried quality of two people who are not going anywhere and know it. The courtyard kiss was about arriving. This one is about being here. They are two different things, and Soren finds, as the difference becomes apparent, that he prefers this one, not more, not less, but in a different and specifically right way. Ev's hands find him, not the uncertain reach of someone checking whether this is allowed. The reach of someone who has decided, who is here, who is choosing with the full weight of his choosing. His hands find Soren's waist and hold on with a certainty that Soren feels all the way through the thin November dark. You're very warm, Soren says against his mouth. Ev goes completely still, not the composure still. The other kind, the kind Soren has learned in 4 days, the kind that means he has been handed something. He pulls back enough to see Ev's face. Ev is looking at him. Loop 67, Ev says. His voice is very careful. The stairwell. You said that. He pauses. You said you're very warm. In a small voice. I thought, he stops. I thought about it for 50 loops. Soren holds his gaze. I know, he says. You told me, in the courtyard. I said it. And I've been thinking about it since. About the fact that I said something that true without knowing what it meant. He pauses. I wanted to say it when I knew what it meant. Ev looks at him for a long moment. I'm going to need a moment, he says. Take it. He takes it. Then he says, with a full quiet voice, I will never get tired of this. Soren smiles. The full one. I know, he says. That's the other thing you wrote down. The chair is too small for all of this, and they move to the bedroom, which is where things go when they're being treated with appropriate seriousness and appropriate care, and there is nothing performed about any of it. It is the opposite of performed, which is why it works. Soren has thought about this. He would not normally admit that he has thought about this with as much specificity as he has, because the specificity is embarrassing in the way that wanting things precisely is always slightly embarrassing, but he has been honest with Ev about the smaller things, and this is not smaller than those. He has thought about what it would be like to be wanted by a man who has been touch-starved, who gives so much and receives so little, who has the habit of his own containment written in his body. He has thought about what it would mean to receive all of that carefully, the way careful things deserve. He is finding out. It is warmer than he imagined. It is also, and this surprises him, though it shouldn't, because Ev is precise about everything, more playful. There's a moment, early, when they're negotiating the logistics of the narrow bed with the same ungracefulness they brought to the chair, and Ev says something so quietly dry that Soren laughs out loud. The full laugh, and Ev's face does the thing. Not a smile, not quite, but the precursor amplified, the warmth of someone who made the joke specifically to hear that sound. You did that on purpose, Soren says. Partially, Ev says. Only partially? The logistics are also genuinely complicated. Fair enough. The logistics resolve. The warmth continues. What Soren notices, and he is the kind of person who notices things and then names them, usually aloud, which in this context produces a specific and useful intimacy, is that Ev touches him the way he does everything. With attention, with precision, with the quality of presence that does not fill the silence but holds it. He is not performing. He is also, Soren understands slowly and then all at once, not rushing. He is not rushing because he is not afraid of this ending. For the first time, in Ev's experience of this, Soren understands this without being told. There is no reset coming. The morning will arrive, and this will still be real. Ev knows this. Soren can feel that he knows it. It changes the quality of everything. You okay? Soren asks, at some point, not as a check-in, but as a genuine question, the way Ev's version of "are you okay" sounds when he is asking it about something that matters. Yes, Ev says. You sure? I'm very sure. He looks at him. The full quiet look, close range. I'm better than I've been in 300 loops. That's a high bar. It's an accurate one. Soren holds his gaze. Then let me take care of you, he says. Simply, directly, without the camp. For once. You've been doing this alone for a long time. Eu bidetes. Okay, he says. He says it the way he says things he has decided. Not yielding. Not managing. Just the door finally opening all the way and the person who knocked finding the room behind it. It is not the loop. The loop had a quality of borrowed time to it. The beauty of things that will be taken from you. The particular heartbreak of accumulation without permanence. This is something else. This is the thing that stays. It has a different weight to it. Not heavier, not lighter, but differently substantial. The weight of something with a future rather than an ending. They stay for a long time in the warmth of the narrow bed and the November dark. At some point, later, after the warmth has settled into something quieter, Ev's hand finding his in the dark without either of them deciding to reach. Soren watches him sleep. This is not the loops. In the loops, Soren had no memory of sleeping beside him. Only the residue, the unexplained warmth, the body's knowledge without the mind's record. This is different. This is Soren, fully awake, in a world that keeps records, watching Ev sleep for the first time. He looks the same as he always does, except that he doesn't. His face has a quality in sleep that it doesn't have when he's managing himself. The precision gone, the careful containment released, and what remains underneath is simpler than Soren expected. Not younger. Just the version without the armor. The version that is allowed. Soren looks at his hand. Their hands are interlaced on the mattress between them. Not tightly, not desperately, the loose and certain grip of bodies that have found a habit, even in sleep. He has been told about this. About loop 145, Ev awake in the dark, Soren asleep against his chest. About all the loops where Ev held things that didn't stay. He thinks his body knows. He thinks, so does mine. He thinks, 300 times, and here is 301. Except it isn't 301. It isn't a continuation of the count. The count is over. The loop is done. This is a different number. This is the first one in the world that keeps records, which makes it both the newest and the most important. He looks at their hands. He thinks about what Ev said in his flat 3 days before the courtyard, about the loop, about the accumulation, about the way love accretes layer by layer, the way muscle memory works, the way the body learns a thing before the mind names it. He thinks about his own body, the way it kept choosing without being told, the corridor, the east courtyard, the dark of the lecture hall, the way it knew something his mind didn't have a language for yet. He thinks, I was choosing, even before I knew I was choosing. He thinks, that's what muscle memory is, not the repetition, the knowing that lives in the body before the mind can name it. The truth of a thing before the thing has been spoken. He looks at Ev's face. He is, Soren thinks, the most specific person he has ever loved. Not in spite of the containment, not in spite of the precision and the managing and the careful economy of self, because of it. Because underneath all of it is the version that has not been fully given to anyone in longer than Soren can account for. And that version is the one that presses his thumbnail to the inside of his wrist and wakes at 7:15 every morning and makes T60-40 in favor of liking it, and stood in a stairwell for 40 minutes breathing, with no agenda, but breathing because someone needed it. That version is the one looking back at him every time Ev lets himself look. Soren does not want to subtract anything. He does not want the armor gone. He wants it optional. He wants Ev to have the choice of it, to be able to put it on when he needs it and take it off when he doesn't. He wants to be the room the armor doesn't need to be worn in. Not because Ev will always show him everything. That is not what this is, and Soren understands the difference. But because the door is open now, and the opening of it was chosen, he stays. He does not wake Ev. He lies in the quiet with their hands interlaced and the November dark outside, and thinks about the green coat and the wrong direction crease in the iron shirt in the seminar room, and the argument that made Varga tilt her head. He thinks about all the things he knows and all the things he doesn't know yet, the ones that belong to the linear time ahead, the days that will add up and be remembered, that will accumulate in the normal way that time accumulates in the world that keeps records. He thinks, I have a lot of things to find out. He thinks, I have the time to find them. He thinks, here is where I am. This is the choosing. This is what it feels like when it counts. He closes his eyes. He stays. Chapter 23. Here is where it begins. The mixer begins at 7. Ev arrives at 6:53. He knows he does this. He has always known he does this. It is not a new piece of information about himself. It was not delivered by the loops. It is not something he has needed 300 iterations to understand. He arrives early to map the room. He has been arriving early to map rooms since he was 22 and learned that if you understood the architecture of a space before it was inhabited, the space could not surprise you. He is working on it, not the arriving early. The arriving early is useful, is efficient, is a genuine preference rather than a defense mechanism, or is both those things at once, which is something he is learning to hold without adjudicating. He is working on the mapping, the scanning and cataloging, and the preemptive move through the space with the drink he doesn't intend to finish, the mental ledger of sight lines and acoustic zones and social geography. He is working on the part where he maps the room before he lets himself be in it. It is a different Hartwell Fellowship mixer, not the orientation, not September, not the first day of anything. It is late February. The competition has concluded. The fellowship has been awarded. The world has moved forward in the ordinary way that the world moves forward, linearly, adding days to the accumulation of all the days that have come before, with no reset on the horizon. The room is familiar. The parquet floor, the crudité arranged in the perennial sunburst, the east-facing windows that catch the last of the late winter light before the city goes blue-gray with the early dark. The catering staff have changed the wine to something slightly better, which may reflect a budget adjustment or may simply be February rather than September. The name tags are the same. He writes Ev on his. He affixes it to the lapel of his jacket. He begins the circuit. He is midway through the first pass when he becomes aware, in the specific way he became aware of it on September 4th, what feels like another lifetime ago, of a laugh. Not the same laugh, or rather, the same laugh, but differently located. Not across a crowded room full of strangers. Not the first glimpse. Not the sound that made him look twice without deciding to. The same laugh from a specific and known and particular source, arriving from his left and slightly behind him, which means Soren is talking to someone near the window and has found them genuinely funny, which is different from the performative laugh, and which Ev has, over the course of a November and a December and most of a February, become exceptionally good at distinguishing. He finishes the circuit. He picks up a glass of wine he does not intend to finish. He returns to the center of the room. Soren appears at his elbow. "You're doing the thing again," he says. Ev looks at him. He is wearing a different coat tonight. The blue one, a recent acquisition, which Tibby selected and which Soren has been wearing with the same deliberate ease he brings to everything he chooses consciously. He is also wearing the small stud in his left nostril and the heeled boots and the expression of someone who has found the person he was looking for and is not pretending otherwise. "What thing?" Ev says. "The thing where you memorize the room before you let yourself be in it." He tilts his head. "I watched you do a full circuit. Very professional. Very thorough." He takes the wine glass from Ev's hand, which is a liberty he takes consistently and without apology, and sets it on the near surface. "You didn't finish it. I was going to. You weren't." He looks at him with the dark eyes and the amber in them in the February light. "You're going to circulate for another 40 minutes and then find a corner and have 3 careful conversations and go home having successfully been present without actually being present." He pauses. "I know this because I watched you do it in September." Ev looks at him. "I'm working on it," he says. Soren looks back. "I know," he says. "I know you are." He says it the way he says the things that are true and that he is not softening, directly, warmly, without any management of how it lands. That's not a criticism. I'm just, he finds the word, naming it. So it has a name. Ev is quiet for a moment. He thinks about the first mixer, September, the careful circuit, the practiced ease of someone who has mapped a room in advance. He thinks about what he was in September, controlled, strategic, touch-starved, and calling it preference, the fellowship as the only thing worth wanting. He thinks about what he is now, which is different in ways he does not have a complete inventory of yet, and which does not require a complete inventory. He is working on the not requiring a complete inventory. He also thinks about Soren in September, laughing across the room at something no one else found funny. He thinks about looking twice. I looked twice, he says. Soren blinks. What? At the first mixer, when you laughed. I told myself I wasn't going to look twice, and then I looked twice. He looks at him. I have never told you that specific part. Soren is quiet for a moment. No, he says slowly. You told me about the laugh. You told me about going home and lying awake. You didn't tell me about the twice. It seemed small. It's not small. He looks at him. The tell, away and then immediately back. It's where it started. For you. He pauses. I stepped toward you, he says. In the waiting room outside Varga's office. The first formal introduction. I stepped toward you and then immediately stepped back, and I didn't know why. He looks at his hands. We've both been circling the same point from the beginning. Yes, Ev says. And we got here. We got here. Soren looks at him. He looks at him with the expression Ev has been cataloging since September, in which now, 5 months and a lifetime of loops later, Ev understands completely. The one that means I'm happy to see you, and I know exactly what to do with that. The one that replaced the uncertain version somewhere around the 4th day after the courtyard, when the knowing settled in and the uncertainty of what to do with it resolved. Hi, Soren says. Hello, Ev says. Are you done with the circuit? Ev considers this. He considers the room, the sight lines and the acoustic zones and the social geography, which he has mapped with complete efficiency in approximately 4 minutes because he's been doing this for 31 years and is very good at it. He considers what the map is for and what it costs, and whether the room he has mapped so carefully is actually a room he wants to be in alone. He considers that there is a person standing at his elbow who stepped toward him in a waiting room in September without knowing why, and who has been stepping toward him, in one form or another, ever since. He puts down a wine glass. Yes, he says. I'm done. Soren takes his hand. He does it the way he does now, with the natural, unhurried claim of someone who has decided that this is how they go through rooms together, and who finds the decision neither complicated nor remarkable. Ev's hand closes around his. The grip is loose and certain and does not require any careful management of what it means. Come on, Soren says. There are people I want to introduce you to. They walk into the room. Ev does not map it as they go. He is aware of the people. Jerome Adeyemi near the drinks table, Imogen Claros in conversation by the windows, 2 junior committee members whose names he knows by heart and whose positions in the room he has already noted, but the awareness is not the same as the cataloging. It is the normal awareness of a person moving through a space he is actually in rather than surveying from a careful distance. This is different. He is getting better at it. They spend 20 minutes talking to a second-year candidate who Soren has been informally mentoring, which Ev did not know and which turns out to involve a specific sort of warmth he recognizes as Soren at his best, genuinely interested, entirely present, offering the attention as if it costs nothing, while Ev knows by now exactly what it costs and how deliberately Soren gives it. The second year is nervous and becomes less nervous. This is a thing that happens around Soren when Soren is paying attention. Then Priya arrives, which Ev knew was possible. She mentioned the mixer last week in the distracted tone she uses when she has already decided to attend something and is leaving herself plausible deniability, and crosses the room to him with the particular directness of someone who does not waste movement. She looks at Soren for approximately 2 seconds. You're taller than I expected, she says. Everyone says that, Soren says. I'm 5'8". You seem taller. I've heard it's the boots. Priya looks at the boots. Then back up. They're good boots, she says. She turns to Ev. He has good boots. I'm aware, Ev says. I like him, Priya says to Ev about Soren while Soren is standing right there. I'm standing right here, Soren says. I know. That's why I said it out loud. She looks at him with the warmth she reserves for the people she has decided on. I've been wanting to meet you properly for a while. He talks about you with subordinate clauses. Soren turns to look at Ev. Ev does not look away. She has been waiting to use that, he says, for approximately 4 months. Since October, Priya says. The conference. You were there for 6 minutes. 2 from his side, Ev says. He clocked you immediately. Soren looks between them with the expression he makes when he is taking two people's measure simultaneously and finding the exercise both amusing and deeply personally relevant. "You've been talking about me," he says. "You've been talked about," Priya says, which is not quite the same thing and is also, from Priya, the most precise possible version of yes. They talk for half an hour. Priya asks Soren about his fellowship research with the genuine intellectual curiosity she brings to everything she finds worthwhile, which is how Ev knows she has decided to like him, because Priya's intellectual interest does not perform itself, and Soren responds with the specific, delighted precision he brings to arguments he has found the shape of, and at some point Ev stops tracking the content and simply watches the two people he loves most in any room talk to each other about something they both find interesting. He thinks, this is what it looks like when the things in your life are not in separate rooms anymore. He thinks, I could get used to this. He thinks, I'm getting used to this. Dr. Varga finds him at 8. She does not appear to have been looking for him specifically. She was in conversation with Jerome Adeyemi, whose fellowship application for next cycle she is clearly evaluating with her particular quality of fractional attention. But she breaks from the conversation at the moment Soren steps away to get more wine and crosses the room to Ev's elbow with the economy of motion he has watched for 300 loops and which he has never once found accidental. "Mr. Solís," she says. "Dia de Vorgo." She looks at him, the pale gray eyes with their 30-year accumulation of every version of every conversation. "Your paper in the January issue," she says. "The methodology section. I read it carefully. I saw your citation." The corner of her mouth does the minimal specific thing. "Your concern was valid," she says. "The framework I was proposing had a gap. You located it precisely." A pause. That's a different kind of contribution than a fellowship, but not a lesser one. Ev looks at her. He thinks about what she said in her office in November. You seem different, and what he said back, and the thing she said after that, which was the most personal thing she would ever say to him, and which she said once and will not say again. "Thank you," he says. "Apply next cycle," she says. "Your work has developed significantly. The committee will notice." He looks at her. He has been thinking about this, about what next cycle means, about what the fellowship means to him now, and how that is different from what it meant in September. He has been thinking about it with more clarity than he could access in November, when everything was new and the shape of his own future was unclear. Now, for months later, with the research going well and Soren's fellowship allowing a version of collaboration they are carefully constructing, the clarity has arrived. "I'm going to," he says. Varga nods once. The particular economy of someone for whom a nod is a complete sentence. "Good," she says. She begins to turn. "Dia de Vorgo." She stops, looks back. He looks at her, this woman he has watched across 300 loops as the future he was building toward, who has been quietly, throughout the entire fellowship competition, try to tell him something she did not have the language for. He looks at her and thinks about the photograph of Budapest in winter on her office wall, and the way she carries her loneliness without complaint as a professional rather than a personal fact, which is the distinction that costs the most. "You were right," he says, "about what you said in November, about the difference." She holds his gaze for a moment. "I know," she says. "I also know you heard it." She pauses. "That was why I said it." She moves away. Ev watches her go. Soren appears at his elbow with 2 glasses of wine, one of which he holds out without comment. "What was that?" he says. "She told me to apply next cycle. And the other thing." Ev looks at him. "How do you know there was another thing?" "Because you went very still when she walked away, and that's what you do when something has landed." He lifts his glass. "And because I've been paying attention." Ev looks at him for a moment. "She warned me," he says, "about what you lose if winning is the whole thing. She's been doing it all semester in different ways. I think she did it because she didn't have anyone to tell her." Soren is quiet. He is looking at the space Varga vacated, his expression the one he uses when he's clocking something important and deciding what to do with the information. "Does she know you received it?" "I think so." "Now." "Good." He looks at Ev. "Did you?" Ev looks at him, this man with the blue coat and the heeled boots and the wine glass and the past 4 months of linear time, adding up and being kept and belonging to both of them. This man who takes his hand in rooms and asks small questions and names things so they have names and shows with full information in the world that keeps records in the East Courtyard on a November Tuesday. Yes, he says. I think I did. The evening continues. Priya finds him again, briefly, on her way out. She has her own life, her own dinner, her own accumulation of days to get back to, which Ev finds he is, for the first time, genuinely glad about. She squeezes his arm. She says to Soren, "It was good to meet you properly," which from Priya is the highest available endorsement. Soren says it was good to meet her too, and means it with no qualification. And Priya looks between them one more time with the expression she saves for things she has been right about. She leaves. Mal texts at 9. He is not at the mixer. He has another commitment, something involving a departmental seminar, and what he describes as an auspicious networking opportunity that Ev translates accurately as a person he is interested in. But the text says, "Are you being in the room or surviving it?" Which is the question he has been asking since November in various forms, and which has had increasingly better answers as the months have progressed. Ev texts back, being in it. Mal sent back, good. Then, Aristotle says hi. Then a photograph of the plant, which is thriving, which is entirely consistent with Mal's relationship to chaos. Things he tends, somehow, don't die. Ev shows Soren the photograph. Soren looks at it. Is that the plant he named? Aristotle. Yes. He looks smug. He's a plant. He looks smug, Soren says with conviction. Good for him. A plant named Aristotle should look smug. Ev looks at the photograph of the thriving plant and the text beneath it and the specific warmth of being someone who has people. Not a network, not a strategic circle of useful acquaintances, but actual people, the ones who text you photographs of their plants and ask if you're being in the room, and thinks, this is what I missed. Not touch, not intimacy, not any of the large dramatic things the loneliness gets named in retrospect. This. People who ask the right questions without knowing that's what they are. Ready to go? Soren asks. Ev looks around the room. The mixer is winding down. The catering staff beginning to collect glasses, the clusters of conversation thinning as people find their coats. He has been here for 2 hours. He has spoken to more people than he mapped in advance, and had 3 conversations he did not engineer, and stood in the center of the room, in February light, with a drink he did not need to use as a prop because he had, for once, a reason to put it down. He is tired. Not the bad kind of tired. The kind that means you have actually been somewhere, been in a room in the full sense of the word, occupied the space rather than surveying it. Yes, he says. Ready. They find their coats. They say goodbye. To Priya by text, since she has already gone. To Jerome, who gives Ev the particular nod of someone who has been a worthy opponent and knows it. To the junior committee members. To the second-year candidate who Soren tells to email him with any questions, warmly and without qualification. They step into the February street. The cold is different from November. Sharper, drier, the particular cold of a city in late winter that has given up pretending the season is temporary and has committed to being what it is. The streetlights are the same. The blue-gray dark is the same. The route from the Hartwell building to the ordinary geography of their ordinary lives is the same route it has always been, walked forward without any reset on the horizon. Soren takes his hand. They walk. You put the drink down, Soren says after a moment. I did. First time I've seen you do it voluntarily. I've been practicing. It shows. He squeezes his hand once, briefly, in a way that means something without requiring amplification. You were good in there. You were present. Ev is quiet for a moment. He thinks about September, the practiced ease of someone who has mapped a room in advance, the particular fine-grained loneliness he recognized from a careful distance, the first glimpse of a laugh across a crowded room without knowing his name. He thinks about 300 loops of accumulation, of living a life that reset, of loving in a world that did not keep records. He thinks about November, the courtyard, the cold stone wall, the 2 feet, the hands on his face. He thinks, all of that was the before. This is the after. He thinks, the after is ordinary. It is the ordinary Tuesday, the ordinary February, the ordinary walking home together after a mixer that ends at 10. The after is breakfast for two and hands on kitchen tables and narrow chairs, and the 60-40 ratio, and the thumbnail habit, and the green coat, and the blue coat, and Aristotle the thriving plant, and Priya in a room, saying he has good boots. The after is not what he pictured. It is better. It is better in the specific, irreducible way that real things are better than the versions you constructed in the dark, because the real thing has texture and weight and the particular imperfection of something actually happening. It has arguments and logistics and small adjustments and the discovery that the way you make tea is wrong, but is also fine, is also yours, is also something the other person knows about you and has filed under things that are true. The after is not exceptional. The after is his. He thinks here. He tightens his hand around Soren's, slightly, in a way that means something without requiring amplification. Soren glances at him. Okay, he says. Yes, Ev says. Simply, directly, without management. Better than okay. Good. Soren looks at the street ahead of them. The ordinary February street. The ordinary city. The ordinary late evening that will become the ordinary night, and then the ordinary morning, accumulating in the ordinary way. I'm thinking pasta for dinner. Tibby influence. I've been italicizing my feelings in a way I find concerning, yes. He pauses. Tibby says it's contagious. Is it working? Soren considers this. I cried at a commercial yesterday, he says. A pasta commercial, which at least has thematic consistency. He looks at Ev. Don't tell Tibby. I wouldn't dream of it. He would be so smug. He would be entirely smug. They walk. The city does its late February thing. The dark that has been retreating incrementally for weeks, but has not yet fully retreated, the specific quality of late winter light on stone. The route is the same route it always is, the 20 minutes that Ev has walked 300 times in the aggregate, and which have never mattered the same way twice. He is not mapping the walk. He is just walking. Soren is warm beside him, in the blue coat, talking about the pasta commercial with a specificity that suggests the emotional response was more significant than he is admitting. Ev listens in the way he listens, completely giving the full weight of his attention, and he does not file anything under strategy or accumulation or anything at all. He files it in the place that is not a file, the place that is simply his life, the one that keeps records, the one that adds days and keeps them. This is his life. He is in it. At the corner, Soren stops talking mid-sentence and turns to look at him, with the particular expression that precedes the things he has decided to say. Thank you, he says, for looking twice. Ev looks at him. In the streetlight and the February dark, with their hands interlaced, and the cold air and the city going about its ordinary business around them. This man who stepped toward him in a waiting room without knowing why, who folds the corners of pages he loves, who chose with full information and keeps choosing, who is standing on a street corner in the 20-minute walk home talking about pasta commercials and meaning something large by it. Thank you, Ev says, for being the kind of laugh that makes a person look. Soren's face does the thing. The full, unperformative warmth of someone who has been given a direct answer and is receiving it completely. Come on, he says. I'm making you dinner. The pasta. The pasta. You're going to be moved by it. I'm warning you in advance. I don't cry at pasta. You don't cry at pasta yet. He starts walking again, pulling Ev with him, into the ordinary street, into the ordinary late evening that will become the ordinary night. Give it time. Ev yelks. He does not map the route. He is not mapping anything. He is, for once, simply there. He thinks here. This is the real thing. He holds on.